Chapter 48-39. Now that he had taken the item, the sect leader could no longer refuse. Lin Fei felt that it would be better to take a look at the treasure first. What treasures were there? If they were useful, that would be for the best. Lin Fei's attitude changed very quickly. Since he could not resist, he might as well accept the results. To him, cultivating the infinite god body was not difficult. At most, he would go later. This ancient emperor should not be that difficult to kill. It would not be difficult for his infinite god body to break through to the 40th or 50th tier. He would be the one to break this ceiling. There are many treasures left here. I believe you will like them. Back then, the sect was very strong and collected all kinds of things. This is only 1/10 of the treasures. Speaking of this, the virtual figure was very proud. This also made Lin Fei particularly interested. The two of them instantly arrived at a treasure trove. It was a little different from the previous one. That place just now was just the most ordinary one. Everything else is fake. Only the infinite divine steel is real. Good Lord, the Infinity Sect had actually set up a trap at this time. Interesting. If those people really took the 7-star War God treasure and the 8-star Sky God treasure seriously, they might suffer a big loss. Fortunately, he wasn't too interested in these things. Inside the treasure trove, Lin Fei saw a dazzling array of treasures. Just as he said, there was really 1/10 of the treasures here. An incomparably large amount of wealth. Not to mention anything else. Just the amount of yuan crystals piled up one by one was enough to make Lin Fei dumbfounded. This was too much wealth. Even though he had collected a lot of wealth along the way, it was still a far cry from this. There was really no way to compare. This is 1/10 of the treasures. You can basically find anything you want here. Even the sect's powerful martial arts are available. For example, infinite godly fist, infinite defense, infinite strike, infinite saber art, they all have it. Now that he heard this, Lin Fei felt that the Infinity Sect seemed to be quite strong. It was no wonder that they were exterminated by others. It was probably so powerful that it made it hard for people to sleep peacefully. Although Lin Fei had his own leveling system, there were many skills that he could exchange for. For example, the current 3,000 Great Daos made Lin Fei feel different. Back then, this infinite godly physique also felt the same way. This limitless god body was very strong, and it seemed that it was indeed very strong. Just look at the accumulation of the limitless gate. Lin Fei did not look at these things. Instead, he asked about another matter. I wonder if you have something similar to faith beads here? I'm quite interested in them. Don't tell me that your Infinity Sect doesn't have such treasures. It's fine as long as you have them. Lin Fei asked directly. There was nothing to hide. Anyway, no one could imagine that the faith bead was a great treasure to him. The more, the better. If there wasn't, then forget it. He could only say that his luck wasn't too good. Of course it was good. This trip could be considered a fruitful one. It was 1/10 of the treasures of the Infinity Sect. If you want to make things like faith beads, then you've definitely come to the right place. There are many similar things here. However, we call them faith power. Lin Fei was already prepared to be disappointed. He never expected the illusory figure to tell him a piece of good news. There was actually faith power here. Regardless of whether it was faith power or faith beads, it would be of great help to Lin Fei. Wouldn't it be honor points? Balls of light flew over just like that. Inside these balls of light, Lin Fei instantly felt something different. This was a very dense faith power. If he refined this faith power, then it would be real honor points. I wonder if this land of faith is useful to Sect Master. These were left behind by some gods in some great worlds. They were taken after they were killed. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The Infinity Sect was really strong. They could even kill gods. No wonder they said that this faith power was so pure. A total of 20 balls of light surrounded Lin Fei. Lin Fei naturally didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he kept all these balls of light. He heard the notification sound of his honor points increasing. This was the most beautiful sound that Lin Fei had ever heard in his life. One by one, the balls of light contributed a lot of honor points to Lin Fei. His honor points, which had stagnated for a long time, suddenly shot up. This really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. If Sect Master still wants this faith power, then you can head to some worlds and kill those gods. After killing them, you can naturally take their faith power. Or you can make a great world worship you. Or you can put down the corresponding treasures and absorb the faith power. We have many such treasures here. Lin Fei felt that being the Infinity Sect Master was quite a perk. Just like that, a lot of perks came. To Lin Fei, he had always wanted to improve his Infinity God Body. But now it seemed like it was too easy to improve his Infinity God Body. The increase in honor points was like a rocket, shooting up rapidly. After refining all 20 orbs of faith, Lin Fei received an astronomical number of honor points. If he used this to upgrade his Infinity God Body, Lin Fei would be able to raise it by at least 7 or 8 tiers, or even 10 tiers. This huge reward made Lin Fei feel like he was dreaming. Good. I'll be the Infinity Sect Master. Isn't it just the Ancient Emperor? One day, I'll head to the Immortal Realm and kill him. The illusory figure's eyes were filled with approval. In that case, I'll congratulate Sect Master for killing the Ancient Emperor soon. After which, the illusory figure disappeared. Gone. Just like that, it left. Lin Fei had wanted to understand more about the Infinity Sect, but after handing over 10% of the treasures, the illusory figure disappeared on its own. This was something that Lin Fei had not expected at all. He couldn't possibly say that he was slowly searching and that there were still 90% of the treasures left. He should have at least told him where they were. Lin Fei was speechless. He had only obtained this one treasure. There was a 90% chance that there would be even more faith orbs. That wasn't good news at all. Forget it. It was better to search slowly. I'll more or less find some clues. I don't believe that I can't find them. Chapter 4840. Lin Fei felt a little displeased seeing the Infinity Artifact Spirit disappear all of a sudden. He wanted to know what the Infinity Door was like, but it seemed like it was going to be a little troublesome. But it was okay. To him, his biggest gain today was these Orbs of Faith. These Orbs of Faith really made Lin Fei feel like he was sitting on a rocket. No matter what, he had to improve the infinite God Body first. No matter how much potential he had, could he be stronger than him? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this. Anyway, no one had more potential than him. What did it matter that he had a cheat code? Lin Fei was quite delighted. In front of a cheat, talent was really not worth mentioning. Infinite God Body level 21. Infinite God Body level 22. Infinite God Body level 23. Lin Fei planned to improve the Infinite God Body first. This was a way to save his life. Every time he broke through, Lin Fei's physical body would instantly become much stronger. He could clearly feel a stronger power exploding in his body. He broke through to level 30 in one go. Just like that, all the honor points he had accumulated were completely gone. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all and heaved a sigh of relief. It was similar to his previous calculations. He could barely reach level 30. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. He reached level 30 as he wished. When he reached level 20, Lin Fei already felt that it was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be even stronger after reaching level 30. This was especially true for his physical body, which could easily create special additional abilities. This additional ability was gravity. This gravity was extremely strong, even though it was only within a few dozen miles. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, for Lin Fei, it was already extremely useful in battle. Once the gravity was released, space would be crushed. This meant that people with weak physical bodies would be directly penetrated by the gravity. They would easily lose their advantage. Lin Fei really liked this gravity. Reaching level 30 actually gave him such a strong effect. If he reached level 40, it would be amazing. Gravity was also an ability that evolved after one's physical body became stronger. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this ability. With a gentle punch, he broke through the void and reached the end. It was much easier than before. Lin Fei also discovered that the void here was very different. There were layers after layers, and it was not easy to break through them. But no matter what, his physical body had reached the 30th layer, which was a cause for celebration. His strength had increased by a large margin. As for how strong his punch was now, Lin Fei could not guarantee it. But no matter what, it was good that his strength had increased. Now, I can keep all these treasures for myself. When the time comes, I can slowly search for them. Lin Fei collected all the treasures in a flash. The entire treasury became empty in an instant. Lin Fei only took a quick glance and did not pay much attention to it. This was because other than the Orb of Faith, the other things were not of much use to him. Seems like my luck is not bad. There are actually some records about the Infinity Sect. I have to study them carefully. It was not easy to find these useful things. How could Lin Fei let it go so easily? Let's take a look first. Over the next period of time, Lin Fei spent most of his time reading the books left behind by the Infinity Sect. After reading through them, he was very shocked by the Infinity Sect. One person, one sect. My God, this Infinity Sect is too interesting. They are all exclusive disciples. No wonder they didn't introduce themselves. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry after reading it. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This Infinity Sect actually did not have any disciples. Other than the legacy, there would not be a second disciple. Therefore, each Infinity Sect only had one disciple, and the resources of each disciple were unbelievably rich. Finally, he understood why the ancient emperor had grown so quickly. With the resources of such a sect, things would naturally be different. The only thing he did not expect was that the ancient emperor was so evil. After cultivating, he actually killed his master, so that he could snatch all the treasures of the Infinity Sect. Unexpectedly, the sect leader of the Infinity Sect already had a plan. The ancient emperor's efforts were all for naught. Even after his death, he did not obtain the treasures of the Infinity Sect. One person, one sect. This was pretty good for Lin Fei. At least he did not have to worry about finding disciples or finding sections. It was quite interesting to think about how he could live his life as he pleased. Seems like I just have to kill the ancient emperor. As for the Infinity Sect, I will just consider it over. Anyway, I have no intention of accepting disciples easily. Lin Fei saw it too. If he wanted to inherit the Infinity Sect, he had to find disciples suitable for cultivating the Infinity God Body. And such disciples were hard to find. If any Infinity Sect leader did not have a strong physical body, he would basically be a joke. And cultivating the physical body was a very difficult thing. Therefore, talent was needed. Those who were not talented would find it hard to even enter the sect. However, it was a different story for those who were talented. They cultivated extremely quickly. This was a little more difficult to achieve. Therefore, he had to constantly search for disciples from world to world. Such a chore was not something Lin Fei was willing to do. Just look at the ancient emperor. He had just started cultivating, and then he had killed his master in the blink of an eye. He had even destroyed the Infinity Sect. What the hell was this? This was betraying the master and destroying the ancestors. Previously, Lin Fei did not know, and thought that the ancient emperor was just a genius of the Infinity Sect. Now it seemed like he was the sole heir. But this sole heir did not have good intentions. After reading through the information, Lin Fei understood the situation of the Infinity Sect. The resources were unbelievably plentiful. It was no wonder that everyone had designs on the Infinity Sect. Now that he was the sect leader of the Infinity Sect, things were indeed different. He was like a mobile gold ingot. With a whoosh, a map appeared in Lin Fei's hands. This was only a quarter of the map. Lin Fei was speechless. This was the place to find the next infinity treasure. To find this place, he had to find 4 pieces of the map. What the hell was going on? It was safe, but it was still difficult to find it. Lin Fei kept it again. It's been so long. I should be able to go out and see what other experts are out there. I can use them as punching bags. This time, I should be able to collect a lot of faith power. Chapter 48-41. There were indeed many people waiting for this demon path expert outside the land of God and demon emperor. If this guy didn't come out, they would feel terrible. For example, Long Tai and the others. The demon dragon race was guarding here. After all, that thing was still in that guy's hands. If they didn't get it back, there would be big trouble. Apart from them, there were many demon path experts. That's right, There were only demon path experts left. At the start, Dugu and Dao Ehai were still here. But as time passed, they didn't stay here anymore. They couldn't wait for that person to come out. If time dragged on, they might get into trouble and leave decisively. The only thing they could do was to look for trouble with this person the next time they met. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. They believed that day wouldn't be too far away, because on the side of the righteous path, there would always be people secretly counting any new experts that appeared on the demon path. If there were no accidents, this young man would definitely be found out. Then he would be on the righteous paths list. Of course, this list was a must-kill list. Of course, it could also be a mission list. After all, killing demon path experts with potential would give them a lot of rewards. This was also something that the righteous path disciples loved to do. If it wasn't for the 99th floor lighting up, everyone wouldn't have returned here. At the very least, to the experts of the Devil Dao, the mysterious expert inside was really surprising. There really wasn't any demon path expert in the Yuming Mountain that could enter the depths of the land of God and demons. They didn't expect that someone would actually reach the 99th floor. This potential was simply terrifying. The news had spread throughout the Yuming Mountain. So at this time, there were 10 8-star war gods. Everyone came to see who this demon path expert was and what faction he came from. If they had a relationship with him and could get to know him beforehand, then everything would be fine. If he was an enemy, then they would just kill him. This had always been popular in the Yuming Mountain. Anyway, the number 1 expert wouldn't come out to stop them. So at this time, many people were here to watch the show, to see who this person was. If he was secretly trained by some faction, then something really would happen. It would be especially lively. Crocodile King and Devil Class also came over. After going back last time, they returned in the blink of an eye. They didn't expect someone to reach the 99th floor. He immediately thought of a person. Apart from that young man, there was probably no one else who could do it. Do you think it's a young man? If it is, then there will be a lot of fun today. The possibility is still very high. It should be that young man. His potential is too terrifying. I heard that the Netherworld Palace has sent people here to take that young man away. Both of them looked at the red figure in the distance. He just stood there quietly. He was an expert of the Nether Palace and an 8-star war god. Their 8-star war god was extremely terrifying. One person could fight against 3 8-star war mortals. This was his strength. This was the source of the Nether Palace's confidence. The expert from the Nether Palace could easily suppress the people below. All along, he would rather offend others than offend the Netherworld Palace's people, because once they made a move, there would be no way for him to survive. No matter who it was, they all knew this very well. Therefore, when this red figure came over, everyone watched quietly. No one went over. In the sky, Long Tai was also staring at him. He felt that the young man was about to come out. Finally, he could get the treasure back. He frowned as soon as the expert from the Nether Palace appeared. Was the Nether Palace going to meddle in this? If that was the case, then it would be really troublesome. This was really not a small problem. What should we do now? Even the expert from the Nether Palace is here. It will be a bit troublesome for us to take that brat down. Long Tai hated it. Why did it have to happen at this time? Don't worry. As long as that guy dares to come out, I will attack him the moment he shows up. If he can survive, then he's lucky. If he can't, then he's just unlucky. The Nether Palace still has to give us face. Although the people from the Nether Palace were already here, and there were also 8-star war gods, the 2 8-star war gods from the demonic dragon clan were also not easy to deal with. They didn't take the Nether Palace seriously either. Anyway, we have to kill him in one blow. We can't let that brat live. If we can't kill him, he will probably be taken away by the Nether Palace and become a disciple of the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the most powerful force in the entire Nether Mountain. Countless geniuses wanted to become a disciple of the Nether Palace. At that time, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Nether Mountain. It would be the same outside. It was too difficult to become a disciple. This young man was so capable. Naturally, he would be different. Perhaps he would be specially recruited into the school sometimes. But no matter what, they had to kill him the moment he came out. There is a fluctuation in the void. If I'm not mistaken, it's that brat. The 2 experts from the demonic dragon clan instantly felt that the void was different. They knew that someone would come out at this time. If they were not mistaken, it was that young man. Swoosh! A figure appeared in the void. The eyes of the people outside lit up. Finally, the young man came. At this moment, a black light arrived. When the black light appeared, the figure in red glared at it and said in a low voice, "Demonic Dragon Light, your demon dragon clan sure has guts. How dare you kill in front of me?" The demonic dragon light arrived in an instant. It was out of everyone's expectations. Even the war gods present could feel the extraordinary power of the demonic dragon light. This was the most terrifying technique of the demonic dragon clan. It was a technique of annihilation. For example, it was extremely fast and impossible to defend against. They didn't expect it to be used at this time. They wanted this young man to die. The figure in red raised his hand and attacked, trying to stop the demonic dragon light. However, he was still half a beat too late. He had never thought that the Demon Dragon Clan would actually not take him seriously and directly attack him. Swoosh! The place where the young man was instantly turned into a void. This was the power of the light of the Devil Dragon. In an instant, it could turn the void into nothingness. If an ordinary person was hit by this move, they would not be able to withstand it. Even the void would disappear in an instant. This was the ability of the Devil Dragon. Under normal circumstances, no one wanted to face this demonic dragon light. It was too powerful and impossible to defend against. Chapter 48-42. What a pity. What a pity. I didn't expect the experts of the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless as to kill him directly. This is the famous demonic dragon's light. Not everyone can withstand it. I want to see what this great expert of the demonic Tao looks like. The demonic dragon clan is getting more and more overbearing. Overbearing. I heard that someone from the demonic dragon clan is trying to break through to the war god realm of 9 stars. I don't know if it's true. If they break through, won't they be even more arrogant? The faces of the war gods present changed one by one. They didn't expect the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless. They dared to kill someone in front of them. Don't you see the experts of the Netherworld Palace there? They still dare to kill someone in this situation. They really didn't take the Netherworld Palace seriously. In fact, the 2 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon clan were quite pleased. So what if he had potential? He was killed just like that. Even if there were people watching, the demonic dragon clan had never been able to survive in front of their eyes. Wait. Something's not right. Why aren't there any rings falling? Long Tai had been paying attention, but now he actually didn't see any rings falling. This was unusual. The 2 8-star war gods' faces suddenly changed. They walked out of the void. They wanted to see if there were any tricks up their sleeves. I didn't expect to be ambushed after coming out. It seems that my ability is still a little lacking. In everyone's eyes, I'm afraid I've become an existence that can be easily killed. But I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at protecting my own life. Who attacked me just now? Hurry up and come out. After the 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan appeared, a figure abruptly appeared at the original spot. As if nothing had happened to him, he smiled at everyone and began to speak. Originally, everyone thought that the other party had no chance. They didn't expect that the other party would survive. The situation seemed to be stronger than they had imagined. He seemed to be even better at protecting his own life. Well done. I didn't expect that nothing would happen to him in front of the Mystic Dragon's light. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. What powerful defensive means did this guy use just now? Otherwise, how could he have withstood it? Even you and I might not have been able to withstand it so easily. No matter what, we've learned a lot this time. Now, it's the demonic dragon clan's turn to have a headache. The expert in red from the Netherworld Palace was also surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be able to withstand it and not die. This was a little shocking. When the Demon Dragon Clan took action, there would never be anyone left alive. He didn't die. To be able to remain unscathed in the face of our light of the Mystic Dragon, you are indeed quite capable. In that case, all the more reason for us to kill you. The 2 great experts of the Demonic Dragon Clan did not stop and directly rush forward. He had to kill this person first. If such a person was allowed to continue cultivating, he would become a powerful enemy of the Demonic Dragon Clan. They understood this better than anyone else. The moment he made a move, he was completely killed by them. The other war gods at the scene were even more shocked. They didn't expect the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless and directly attack. They couldn't kill him a first time, so they came a second time. This young man withstood the first attack from the light of the mystic dragon, but the second attack was from two war god level experts. The situation was different, especially when they were 8-star war gods, advanced war gods. Whoosh! The space between the two of them instantly collapsed. Wave after wave of energy directly bombarded them. As a result, their movements were slightly inconvenienced. Of course, it also made the surrounding war gods feel a little strange. They didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He even had such a spatial technique. It wasn't the most powerful technique in the space, but the power of the collapsing space was endless. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. It's not that easy to kill me. Aren't you just an 8-star celestial god? Even if I stand here, you might not be able to kill me. After his infinite mystical physique broke through to the 30th level, Lin Fei finally had enough confidence. He stood there and spoke calmly. Many of the war gods shook their heads in their hearts. This young man seemed to be a little arrogant. He didn't take the experts of the demonic dragon clan seriously. The two experts of the demonic dragon clan were shocked. The scales on their bodies instantly emerged and blocked the impact of the collapsing space. One in front and one behind, they rushed over with a rumbling sound. The power of the collapsing space was quite strong, but it couldn't stop their attack at all. It arrived in an instant. Two streams of light turned into two demonic dragons and coiled around them. As they coiled, the space collapsed with a loud rumbling sound. You don't know what's good for you. I didn't kill you the first time. Do you want to die a second time? You're really looking down on me, an 8-star war god. This was also a technique of the demonic dragon clan. The power of the demonic dragon coiled around them. Not everyone could withstand such a violent force. But no matter how the demonic dragon moved or how the space around them collapsed, this young man stood there as usual. He was still calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What do you think? I'm right? You won't stand a chance even if I stand here. Another demonic dragon coiled around him. In an instant, the two demonic dragons made Lin Fei feel the terrifying impact. Loud rumbling sounds. But even so, Lin Fei was still unmoved like a mountain and easily withstood it. Even the eyes of the surrounding war gods lit up in an instant. They finally knew why this young man could reach the last level. He was indeed capable, but everyone felt that he was very unfamiliar, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Could this guy be a rogue cultivator? If he was a rogue cultivator, he would definitely be a proud son of heaven. At this moment, even the expert of the Nether Palace squinted his eyes. He didn't expect to pick up a treasure on this trip. The fact that the two 8-star war gods were unable to subdue this guy instantly made him excited. You two can stop now. The expert from the Netherworld Palace roared as a huge phantom image slammed down with a palm. The two demonic dragons collapsed in an instant and vanished into thin air. Even the two great experts of the demonic dragon clan retreated a few steps back, looking a little fearful. A figure appeared between the two of them. Are the two of you looking down on the Netherworld Palace? Chapter 48-43. The two 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon tribe were scared the moment this expert from the Nether Palace made his move. They knew that the war gods from the Nether Palace were extremely powerful. Even the two of them might not be able to gain the upper hand in a short time. What made them want to vomit blood was that the young man was completely unscathed under their attacks. He looked very relaxed. Am I right? Even if I stand here and let you attack me, you might not be able to kill me. I can only say that you are still a little bit lacking. I wonder if you have heard of this saying? Only by doing this can we have feelings for each other. Therefore, I will return the favor with a move. At this moment, Lin Fei's heart was filled with happiness. 30 levels of the infinite divine body was really awesome. He was completely unscathed, even under the attacks of two 8-star war gods. The most important thing was that his honor points kept rising. Sure enough, The honor points provided by these war god-level fighters were much higher. Compared to before, it was much more impressive. Of course, it was still far from the Orb of Faith. If that was all, it would have been fine. They didn't expect this guy to have the nerve to attack them. It looked like he was going to give them another move. He was embarrassed. Even some of the other war gods were the same. No one could have imagined such a situation. Even the one from the Nether Palace was the same. I have always been a very fair person. Both of you have made a move, so I will also give you a punch each. I hope the two of you can hold on. Lin Fei was obviously going to teach these two 8-star war gods a lesson they would never forget. He launched his mind projection in an instant. This time, after launching his mind projection, his movements were even faster. Everyone's eyes flashed. The silhouette disappeared, followed by a cry of surprise. A loud rumbling sound came from the body of one of the 8-star war gods. His body split open and blood flowed. The other 8-star war god from the demonic dragon tribe was the same. His heart trembled and blood flowed out. The two of them were hundreds of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between them was as far as it could go. Even so, their faces were filled with fear. They were actually injured, and their injuries were severe. Their physical bodies were about to collapse in an instant. They're injured. They're actually injured. What was that move just now? I can't tell, so I can only say that it has something to do with time. No, that's not right. It's not related to time. It's a powerful attack aimed at the physical body. If you want to withstand this move, you must have a strong body. Without a strong body, you will lose or die for sure. No matter who it was, their hearts trembled at this moment. This was truly unexpected. This young man was so mysterious. The two war gods of the demonic dragon clan also felt the same. They glanced at each other and felt the absolute pressure. In the face of this move, they were unable to withstand it at all. In the blink of an eye, their physical bodies, which they thought were strong, were broken through. As long as his body was weak, he would be able to kill him immediately. This was absolutely frightening. This move of mine is pretty impressive, right? I wouldn't give it to an ordinary person for free. It's a pity that my strength isn't strong enough. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be standing so quietly right now. But it doesn't matter. When the day comes that I become a 6-star war god or a 7-star war god, I'll have a good fight with you guys. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Right, there seems to be a fish that slipped through the net. Lin Fei's gaze turned and fell on Long Tai in the void. Long Tai didn't show himself from beginning to end, but the expressions of the two 8-star war gods instantly changed. Run, Long Tai. He wants to kill you. Long Tai, who was in the void, watched the whole process. His heart was already shaking. The experts of the demonic dragon clan actually couldn't withstand it at this time and were injured instead. How could this person be so strong? It was far different from what he had imagined. Lin Fei's figure disappeared again. But to those people, their hearts were shaking. Oh no, oh no. The war gods saw Long Tai through the void. In an instant, he was torn into pieces and turned into a pool of blood. He really couldn't be more dead. I'm really sorry. This person's strength isn't as strong as you, so he died easily. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, your demonic dragon clan has quite a lot of experts. Just try another one. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His honor points skyrocketed once more. Farming honor value in front of these war gods was the best way. At the very least, it made them feel shocked, felt fear, and felt different. In this way, he could get more honor value. You two should leave too. Long Tai's strength isn't as good as others. That's his own business. Don't tell me the two of you are still going to fight. If you dare to fight again, I won't be polite. The figure in red who hadn't spoken until now finally spoke. His eyes were cold. When he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes were full of admiration. That's right, he really admired him. To be able to easily withstand the attacks of two 8-star war gods, no matter what kind of treasure he used, at least his potential was limitless. To be able to injure two of them, he must have grasped some powerful treasure. Long Tai was also a proud son of heaven. He didn't expect to be killed directly. This was no surprise. It could only be said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. If he died, then he died. The two 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon clan looked at each other, stared at Lin Fei fiercely, turned around, and left. From their eyes, It was clear that they had to vent their anger sooner or later. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the demonic dragon clan. I'll wait for you to kill me. I hope that day doesn't take too long. Otherwise, when my strength improves, you'll be the unlucky ones. Ha 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 ha. Many of the war gods were even more shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. They didn't know what the demonic dragon clan would do when they found out. They would probably have a headache. Even 2 8-star war gods couldn't handle him. This young man must have a lot of powerful treasures. This kind of person was really hard to deal with. Young man, you've done well. I didn't expect them to suffer such a big loss. I reckon that the demonic dragon clan will soon become a big joke. I wonder if you're interested in going to the Netherworld Palace with me? I believe that the Palace Lord will be very interested in you. The other war gods knew very well that if this young man went to the Nether Palace, things would definitely be different. He might even become a disciple of the Nether Palace. Are there a lot of experts in the Nether Palace? I've always felt lonely. Chapter 48-44. No matter who it was, they would remember this mysterious young man. They didn't expect him to ask so many questions after going to the Nether Palace. It was really rare, especially since these words sounded especially arrogant. If it wasn't for the terrifying means he had displayed before, people wouldn't have paid attention to him. Now it seemed that this guy was really interesting. He would probably be even more interesting among the younger generation. The experts of the Nether Palace will be more than you can imagine. You will know how powerful the Nether Palace is after you go there. It's not something that ordinary places can compare to. The experts of the Nether Palace admired this young man more and more. He was very bold. The geniuses of the Nether Palace would probably have a rival soon. He was stronger than anyone else. Since you have so many experts here, I will go with you. I have nothing to do anyway. I heard that the Nether Palace is not bad. I hope those geniuses won't be too weak. Currently, Lin Feijin had broken through to the 30th layer of the infinite divine body. The strength of his physical body was unbelievably dense. Just like just now, although he didn't use the power of his physical body, he still erupted with the power of his physical body at the critical moment. This made them feel how terrifying his physical body was. Just like that, Lin Fei left with the expert from the Nether Palace. The other war gods also went back immediately to spread the news. In a short time, the Nether Mountain knew one thing. Another young expert had appeared in the Hades mountain range, and even Long Tai had been easily killed by him. This was the demonic dragon clan. Even the 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan had been defeated. After the news spread, no one believed it at first. But as time passed, they had to believe it. 1 war god, 2 war gods, 3 war gods all said so. Even the Nether Palace seemed to have heard about it. One could imagine the accuracy of the news. There was nothing but shock. The most surprising thing was that no one knew where this young man came from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Now that he was brought to the Nether Palace, it was very likely that he would join and become a disciple of the Nether Palace. It was very likely that he would become a personal disciple of the Nether Palace. At that time, it became even more lively. This news also spread to the righteous side. The first to know would be Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai. The 2 of them immediately thought of that young man. After all, they had wanted to stay outside to see what this young man was capable of. They didn't expect him to be taken away by the Nether Palace. As for the news that one person had fought against 2 8-star war gods and had even used a supreme secret technique to injure the 2 of them, they did not really approve of it. No matter how capable someone was, it was impossible for them to display such a powerful technique. This news had spread a little too far. Did they really treat them as if they didn't know anything? No matter what, he had to let everyone know that such a powerful expert had appeared in the Netherworld Mountain. You're really daring. What's your surname? Let me know who you are. You even dared to kill someone from the demonic dragon clan, and it was Long Tai. Do you know that you've gotten yourself into big trouble? This expert from the Nether Palace was called Nether 13. As for why he was called 13, it was because he was the Palace Lord's adopted son and ranked 13th. There were as many as 40 to 50 foster sons like him. Everyone's strength was basically the same. Nether 13 was very curious about this young man. Of course, he also wanted to know where he came from. He didn't know what kind of expert had come from the demon sections. especially someone like this. As for secretly grooming them, that was quite difficult. Then there was only one possibility. This person should be a wandering cultivator. Only a wandering cultivator would have this kind of ability and come this far by chance. My name is Yi Xian. I'm just a nameless wandering cultivator. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't tell them his real name. He might as well make up a name. This was a name he used in the past, and it was quite suitable here. As for the expert that came in with him, he would probably change his name as well. Otherwise, once they knew his name, they would gang up on him, and it would be difficult for him to cultivate. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't make this mistake. Nether 13 frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard of Yi Xian's name. He knew of the Yi clan, but there weren't many experts from a Yi clan in the Netherworld Mountain. There was a rather powerful Yi clan in the righteous sections. The person in front of him shouldn't be from that side. Then it was possible that he was a wandering cultivator. Of course, he couldn't take his words seriously. What if he said it on purpose? But no matter what, at least this person didn't have any enmity towards the demonic sections. This was the best thing. He could feel a lot of killing intent from this person, who knew how many people he had killed to accumulate it. Even he was slightly shocked. This guy definitely had a big secret, but if he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't pursue it. He only needed to know that there was a powerful expert in the Netherworld Mountain. This realm was completely different from the 1 or 2 star war gods that he usually saw. It was very likely that he was a powerful guy. You don't have to think about my background. I don't have a bad impression of the demonic sections. Instead, I plan to settle down here. As for the demonic dragon clan, I don't think they would dare to make a move openly. After all, the Nether Palace is the strongest in the Netherworld Mountain. The demonic dragon clan is nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Nether 13 agreed with this statement. If the Nether Palace said they were second in the Netherworld Mountain, no one would dare to say they were first. Even though the demonic dragon clan was very strong, they still had to stand aside. No matter what, you will only have the highest chance of survival if you join the Nether Palace. Otherwise, the experts of the demonic dragon clan will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Nether 13 was very clear about the temperament of the demonic dragon clan. After killing Long Tai, another prodigy, and seemingly robbing something, one shouldn't blame the demonic dragon clan for chasing him to the end. He had seen this kind of thing many times. It wasn't a big deal for the demonic dragon clan to chase and kill people in the Netherworld Mountain. It could be said to be a common occurrence. Therefore, no one was willing to offend the demonic dragon clan. This kid was a weirdo. It's fine. If they really come, I don't mind killing a few demonic dragons. To be honest, I haven't eaten a demonic dragon before. I don't know how it tastes. It should be very beneficial to my body, don't you think? Chapter 48-45. The news spread very quickly, so quickly that all the forces in Hades Mountain were a little surprised. They didn't expect that another expert with great potential would be born unknowingly. Such an expert was definitely worth paying attention to in Hades Mountain. If anyone could rope him in, he would definitely be a great fighting force. Unfortunately, Hades' palace was one step ahead of them. After he was taken away, there was basically no possibility of pulling him into their camp. Therefore, they would always bring back talented disciples at the first instance. This time, they really miscalculated. Actually, they didn't expect that young man to be so strong. To be able to survive after being attacked by the demonic dragon race, especially that demonic dragon radiance, was definitely a very ferocious existence. But now, this guy actually killed an expert of the demonic dragon race, Long Tai. It was definitely quite shocking. Everyone was waiting to see how the demonic dragon race would get back at them. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this young man. Didn't they see that the experts of Hades' palace brought him back? It was very likely that they would keep him in Hades' palace. The two experts on the demonic dragon race's side also returned to their base camp at the first instance. They also received the news on their side. After all, the demonic dragon race was still very influential. The news came very quickly. They were a little dumbfounded. Long Tai was dead, and even the two experts returned without accomplishing anything. This made the higher-ups feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? You two are 8-star war gods after all. How could you not be able to handle a stinking brat? Something like this actually happened to the demonic dragon race. We've lost all our face in Hades Mountain. That brat was even taken away by U-13. The higher-ups of the demonic dragon race all came. They were all experts, and all of them were war gods. At this time, they felt a little embarrassed. This kind of situation rarely happened. Who asked that such a powerful expert to appear over there? Until now, they still didn't know where that brat came from. But Long Tai was killed. This was still quite troublesome for the demonic dragon race. If they didn't handle this matter well, it would affect their race greatly. Most importantly, that item had always been with Long Tai. Now that Long Tai had been killed, didn't that mean that the item had fallen into that young man's hands? That was the most worrisome thing to them. We didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. If we had known earlier, we would have struck him with lightning speed. That's right, we used the Devil Dragon's light, but we still couldn't kill that brat. This guy has a powerful defensive treasure, and he also knows a powerful killer move. We were injured because we didn't take him seriously. The 2 8-star war gods felt rather helpless at this moment. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If they knew about it, they wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Now, the Demon Dragon clan had really become a big joke. After that kid was taken away, it was highly likely that he would become a disciple of the Nether Palace, and his status would rise. It would not be so easy for them to make a move again. At the very least, he was a man. The patriarch of the Demon Dragon clan, who was dressed in black armor, stood there quietly. No one was more anxious than him. Such an accident had occurred. It was really unexpected. Now that the matter is out, we need to find a solution. Contact the Nether Palace immediately. We must stop that kid from joining the Nether Palace at all costs. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome to deal with him. The patriarch of the demonic dragon clan knew how serious this matter was. If that kid joined the Nether Palace, they would definitely not be able to kill him. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. Once he died, the Nether Palace would definitely target them. When that time came, it would be impossible for them to not bleed. Patriarch, if we do that, wouldn't it be a little wasteful? After all, that kid hasn't reached the point where he needs to use a chess piece. The Patriarch's eyes turned cold as he looked over. Are you guys going to kill him directly? Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to kill your way into the Nether Palace. Since you don't dare to go in, you can only ask him to leave. Since the Patriarch had already said so, no one dared to think too much. Who didn't know the Patriarch's explosive temper? It would be very normal for him to beat them up. Therefore, they immediately followed the Patriarch's instructions. They could only hope that the kid wouldn't join the Nether Palace. That way, they would be more confident in taking care of that kid. Of course, the possibility of that was very low. After all, that kid was mysterious and unpredictable. Even 2 8-star war gods suffered a loss against him. Lin Fei followed Sure Sand to the Nether Palace. The Netherworld Palace was built on top of a huge mountain. The mountain was very big, majestic, and imposing. This surprised Lin Fei a little. This is our Netherworld Palace, and this is the Netherworld Mountain. It's a special mountain, a supreme treasure. With this treasure, even the top experts of the righteous path in the Netherworld mountain range wouldn't have the ability to act presumptuously here. You sure, Sans said proudly. Just now, Lin Fei had already noticed this mountain. It was indeed different from what he had imagined. It was filled with a dangerous and terrifying aura. This shocked him. He didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure. He had been wondering why the righteous experts couldn't make their way in. It wasn't just because there was a top-notch war god. It probably had something to do with the Nether Mountain. Then I'm getting more and more interested in joining the Nether Palace. I hope you won't disappoint me. I hope to meet some powerful experts. That way, I can improve even faster. Lin Fei's gaze became extremely determined. Of course, all of this was seen by Yushur San. He also felt that this guy was a martial arts fanatic. He didn't expect him to be so obsessed with improving his strength. This was good too. Their Nether Palace hadn't been so lively in a long time. He believed that with this young man joining them, those geniuses would all feel immense pressure. He wouldn't be as lazy and impulsive as usual. Don't worry. You will definitely be interested in the Nether Palace. The experts here aren't as simple as you think. Otherwise, how could the Nether Palace control the huge Nether Mountain range? It has been passed down from generation to generation. It is the strongest force. Chapter 48-46. While the news was spreading like wildfire outside, the Nether Palace was the same, especially those favored by the heavens, who had also received the news. Because a powerful expert with great potential appeared in the land of divinity and demons. He defeated Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai's disciples. Even Long Tai of the Demon Dragon clan was killed. This was quite a powerful move. He even used a supreme secret technique to injure two great experts of the Demon Dragon clan. This wasn't a small matter. Most importantly, this young man actually came to the Nether Palace. He was brought here by Nether 13. If there were no accidents, it was highly likely that he would join the Nether Palace and become fellow disciples. Of course, to them, such an expert with great potential didn't make them happy. This would affect their resources to a certain extent. That kid is coming soon. What do you think we should do? Should we go and take a look? Yes, we must go. Otherwise, we won't even know what that kid looks like. He has such a powerful background. If we don't teach him a lesson, who knows how powerful we will be? Yes, we must go. I heard that the kid has come to our Nether Palace. Many people are probably going there. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Don't forget to join the Nether Palace. You have to pass the test of us proud sons of heaven. Without our permission, you can't join. Many people reacted. That's right. Joining the Nether Palace wasn't as easy as they thought. Instead, it was very dangerous. One had to obtain the approval of the proud sons of heaven. This was one of the specialties of the Nether Palace. Such scenes kept happening in different places of the Nether Palace. One by one, the figures went to the Great Hall of the Netherworld. Lin Fei also went to the palace under Nether 13's lead. During this period of time, he had also noticed quite a number of experts and geniuses. Their gazes weren't friendly. Lin Fei naturally knew what was going on. They all received the news. They treated him as a powerful enemy. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he sensed many powerful auras in the Nether Palace. These powerful auras were basically all at the war god level. Of course, there were also some faintly discernible existences among them that were extremely powerful. Even if the two 8-star war gods of the Devil Dragon clan were here, their auras would be far inferior compared to the auras emitted by the Demon Dragon clan. These fellows must have accumulated a lot of resources, so they couldn't be underestimated. The main hall of the Netherworld Palace is right in front of us. I'm afraid there will be many geniuses coming. You have to be prepared because there's still a trial you have to pass if you want to join the Netherworld Palace, and that is to obtain the recognition of the geniuses' teachers. U13 said. Lin Fei laughed and raised his fist. You're talking about this fist, right? If it's this fist, then it's naturally not a problem. I'm not good at other things, but my fist is very hard. Lin Fei didn't know much about the Netherworld Palace. If he used his fist to settle the matter, he would feel quite happy. After all, he needed to grind for honor points. If he didn't suppress these geniuses, how would he be able to grind for honor points? Of course, he could also gain some hatred along the way. That was pretty good. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this method. At the very least, he didn't make this trip for nothing. U13 was really looking forward to it. After all, these geniuses were all quite arrogant. They should have gathered there by now, and the scene should be quite lively. Just like that, they arrived at the Netherworld Palace one after another. This was the largest place in the Netherworld Palace. When they arrived, there were already many geniuses gathered here. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be qualified to come here. Gazes fell on Lin Fei. These gazes were very unfriendly, as though they wanted to punch a hole through Lin Fei. Elder 13, I didn't expect you to return so quickly. This should be the great expert from the land of divinity and demons. An elder flew over and said to U13, he's that expert. His name is Yi Xian. U13 said. Of course, everyone present heard his voice. They had always been curious about this person's name. They didn't expect this person to be called Yi Xian. However, this name was very unfamiliar. They had never heard of him. Could he be a family disciple from outside? Or was he a loose cultivator? It seemed more likely that he was a loose cultivator. If he was from a family, they would have recognized him immediately. Why would they wait until now to figure it out? He's very interested in our Netherworld Palace. That's why I brought him here. After all, our Netherworld Palace needs some fresh blood. I think Yi Xian is a fresh blood, U13 said with a smile. He was quite optimistic about this Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's presence here would definitely make these geniuses feel pressured and cultivate better. No matter whether they remembered who Yi Xian was or not, Yi Xian did make them a little unhappy at the moment. Especially Elder U13's acknowledgement. They could see it clearly. This Yi Xian really had to suppress his abilities. At the very least, their Netherworld Palace wasn't a place that anyone could easily join. Which one of them didn't put in a lot of effort to join the Netherworld Palace? I'm quite interested in the Netherworld Palace. That's why I came to take a look. Now that I'm here, I'm sure I didn't come to the wrong place. There are quite a number of experts here. I heard that if you want to join the Netherworld Palace, you have to obtain the acknowledgement of the geniuses. Lin Fei said with a smile. The geniuses present also looked over. They were too unfamiliar with this Yi Xian. However, his words were quite interesting. It was obvious that he wanted to have a good fight with them. This was the first time that they had encountered something like this. One had to know that all the geniuses who had come here had felt pressured when they encountered them. It was absolutely rare to see someone like Yi Xian say this. If they didn't teach such a person a good lesson, they wouldn't be able to keep their faces. If it's just a few of you, I think it's better for all of you to come at me together. Let me see what you're capable of. Elder, don't you think this will be a problem? Lin Fei smiled faintly. The expression of the elder who came over also changed slightly. What a good Yi Xian. He was quite daring. He actually did not take these geniuses seriously. It seemed like Elder Yushir-san had indeed brought back a powerful heavenly talent. Chapter 48-47. The geniuses present all had a temper. They didn't expect this Yi Xian to be so daring. He actually wanted all of them to fight him at once. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that just because he made a name for himself in the land of divinity and demons, he could look down on them? Yi Xian, you think too highly of yourself. I can beat someone like you to the ground by myself. Leave all of you to me. That's right. I can make you unable to move with just one finger. I can kill as many as you come at me. People these days are getting more and more shameless. You don't have any strength, but you still dare to act like a big shot in front of us. Elder, let me do it. I'll have a good fight with him first. Many geniuses stood up one by one. They planned to teach Yi Xian a good lesson first. It wasn't that easy to join the Nether Palace. These geniuses wouldn't agree to it. Behind them, there were also many geniuses who emerged one after another. These are the more influential ones. They didn't make a move at this time. In any case, they wanted to observe the situation first. U13 and the other elder looked at each other. They hadn't seen such a situation before. Of course, such a situation wasn't unheard of. However, this Yi Xian was a little different from what they had imagined. He had quite a temper. He actually wanted to challenge all these geniuses on his own. Unless he had extraordinary strength, there was something wrong with his brain. The rules of the Nether Palace aren't strict. You can challenge them on your own, and they can challenge you on their own. U13 said. The other elder also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Such a situation wasn't common. Of course, it wasn't unheard of. It was just that someone like Yi Xian offending all these geniuses on his first try was absolutely unheard of. It was extremely rare. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Since I'm here to join the Nether Palace, I'll definitely have to fight with these geniuses. However, these geniuses are too weak. They're far from being able to fight me one by one. I'll take on all of you on my own. All right, I wonder what happens if there's too much force here and I get killed. His words caused the expressions of U13 and the other elder to change slightly. This was a test, not a place to kill people. Even those people weren't a match for them. If they were to really fight, they would probably be wiped out completely. We, the disciples of the Netherworld Palace, are not afraid of death. If you can kill us, then it means that we are inferior to you. If we kill you, then it means that you are inferior to us. There's nothing more to say. That's right. If you want to kill us, then go ahead. It's not like we haven't killed before. It's not like we haven't killed before. It doesn't matter if we have one more heaven's favored one. Come on, we're all prepared. These geniuses all had quite a temper. They had never seen someone like him, challenging a group of people as soon as he came up, and it seemed like he was going to kill them all. U13 also shook his head slightly. This Yixian was indeed quite daring. If he was killed by these geniuses when he was not careful, he would really become a joke. In the Netherworld Palace, there has never been a restriction on life and death. If you die, then it means that you are not strong enough. If you are alive, then you can say that you are strong. It was not easy for Lin Fei to come here. Naturally, he wanted to earn some honor points. If he did not earn enough honor points, he would be embarrassed. Of course, it did not matter if he did not earn enough honor points. Since the elder said that it's fine, then I'll make my move. I hope that you guys can withstand my attack. Yixian laughed out loud. Whoosh. He charged directly at the nearest heaven's favored one. This heaven's favored one's body instantly shone brightly. A fist directly pierced through his body, followed by an explosion of blood. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Only a few people could see clearly. The light did not manage to block the attack. This Yixian was directly killed by a single punch. Too weak, too weak. With this kind of strength, I alone can beat all of you to death. Right now, Lin Fei's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with his speed, it was not something that these heaven's favored ones could withstand. Everywhere he passed, the heaven's favored one was instantly killed. U13 and the other elder looked at each other again. Their hearts clenched. This situation seemed to have exceeded their expectations. These heaven's favored ones could not withstand a single blow. His strength was too strong. They could clearly feel that this Yixian fellow was using pure physical strength. In other words, he did not need to use any other strength. He could kill these heaven's favored ones with one punch. They were shocked and a little in disbelief. There were indeed people who cultivated the Tao of body refinement, but not many. But people like Yixian were really rare. 10 heavens favored ones, 20 heavens favored ones, 30 heavens favored ones. In the blink of an eye, with the strength to kill 50 heavens favored ones, they range from 2-star war gods to 5-star war gods. All right, that's enough. The heavens favored ones of the Netherworld Palace will not be killed so wantonly. A ray of light directly flew over. A long river spread out, directly blocking the remaining heavens favored ones. Those heavens favored ones who were lucky enough to survive heaved a long sigh of relief, but their faces were still very pale. It had never occurred to him that this young man, Yixian, would be so powerful. His physical strength was so strong that he could break through his defense and flesh with just one punch. Then, he vanished into thin air. That's great, that's great. It's the Milky Way Prince. Someone recognized this ray of light. It was the Milky Way Prince. His forte was the Milky Way Prince. Once the Milky Way was unleashed, not only could it be used as an attack, but it could also be used as a defense. Lin Fei was indeed blocked by this Milky Way. He could also feel that this Milky Way was different. This Milky Way instantly transformed into a ray of saber light that swept over. Lin Fei blocked with both hands. With a loud rumble, all the power of this Milky Way pierced through. This move was indeed very strong, very domineering. It was a direct destructive force. If one could not withstand it, they would be reduced to ashes. Lin Fei finally knew that an expert had arrived. This Milky Way Prince was definitely one of the stronger heavens favored ones. At the very least, he was at the peak of an intermediate war god. In fact, the Milky Way Prince was indeed a 6-star war god. This level was not low. He was only one step away from advanced war god. A figure in white walked out just like that. Chapter 48:48. The white figure was the famous Milky Way Prince of the Nether Palace. There was a Milky Way. This Milky Way was not only good for offense, but also for defense. Therefore, no one in the same realm could break through the Milky Way. And this Milky Way was an unparalleled treasure. It was said that at its peak, it could reach the level of a 9-star war god. It was very terrifying. But Milky Way did not unleash the full power of these treasures. When Milky Way came out, the other geniuses heaved a sigh of relief and express their gratitude. Without Milky Way, they would have been killed by Yi Xian. They never thought that Yi Xian would be so domineering, so cruel, and so powerful. It had an extremely strong penetrative ability, and as soon as they clashed, it would directly break through their physical defensive treasures, killing them on the spot. Such an enemy was indeed very terrifying. If they had not seen those geniuses being killed with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Previously, they had been talking about suppressing Yi Xian, but in the end, Yi Xian had defeated them as soon as he attacked. It was too terrifying. Their hearts were filled with nightmares. They could not afford to offend such a person. Fortunately, Milky Way finally showed up. They were the 4 young masters of the Nether Palace. You're very overbearing. I didn't expect you to treat the proud sons of heaven like punching bags. Have you ever considered that they are disciples of the Netherworld Palace, a part of the demonic path? If you kill them like this, won't you disintegrate the strength of our demonic path? I might even suspect that you're a spy sent by the righteous path. Milky Way said coldly. He was a pale scholar. When he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Yes, this guy was too cruel. There had never been such a cruel guy who killed 50 geniuses in such a short time. 50. That was equivalent to losing 50 war gods. Everyone could not take it anymore. If you killed the righteous path disciples, that would be normal. But now you killed the devil path disciples. You lost 50 war gods. If this was outside, it would definitely be a huge loss. The righteous path would definitely applaud when they heard this. Losing 1 meant losing a portion of their strength. Now, they had lost 50 of their strength. The expressions of Elder U13 and the other elder changed as well. Indeed, things had gone a little too far beyond their expectations. In such a short period of time, 50 proud sons of heaven were killed just like that. They simply couldn't stop it at all. These people's strength was too weak. 1 punch from each of them was enough to turn them into sandbags. Lin Fei burst into laughter. Now you have a nerve to say, I'm a spy from the righteous path? I suspect you're the spy from the righteous path. With their strength, they have a nerve to say they're disciples of the devil path? Today, I didn't kill them. Even if they go outside, they'll still be killed. Rather than dying in the hands of outsiders, it's better to die here. It's much simpler. Whoosh. The Silver River circled over and transformed into a huge storm, turning into attacks that filled the sky. How dare you? There's no room for you to speak here. Die. This storm was very terrifying. It turned into many blade lights that covered the sky and covered the earth. There were more than 1,000 attacks. In the time it took for them to meet face to face, it was enough to kill any war god. However, such attacks were not a threat to Lin Fei. His physical body was very strong, and he punched out again and again. These Silver River attacks were not a threat at all. Even when they landed on Lin Fei's body, they only left white marks. This Silver River fell behind young Master He and stood in the air. Why did you stop attacking? Continue. I heard that your background is not small. Let me see how powerful your Silver River is. You stopped in the blink of an eye? Or is it because you've consumed too much energy? Lin Fei laughed. No one could see more clearly than him that controlling the Silver River consumed a lot of energy. The Milky Way Prince had already unleashed his ultimate move. Not everyone could withstand it. Only someone with a strong body could withstand it. Young Master, he was indeed very afraid. His big move was already very powerful. It was one of few big moves. He never expected that this guy could withstand it. This was not good for the situation. Young Master, I didn't expect you to be defeated. Let me use invincible earth fire on this guy. Whoosh. Flames surged up from the ground. They engulfed Lin Fei like a huge fireball. Everyone was shocked. They finally recognized who it was. It was one of the 4 great young masters of the Netherworld Palace. Purple Flame Prince. After the sky full of flames rushed over, the intense heat directly burned the void. Even a Milky Way Prince, he's Milky Way blocked in front of him to protect him. A purple figure walked out, just like that. Many people recognized him as the Purple Flame Prince. This Purple Flame Prince was also one of the 4 great young masters of the Netherworld Palace. He was at the same level as young Master He. He was also a 6-star war god and had reached the peak of his strength. He could become a 7-star war god anytime, anywhere. He could be considered an advanced war god. However, this level was too difficult. Under the flames, no one thought that this person could come out alive. After all, this was a top-grade fire. It could burn experts into nothingness with one move. This fire was also very powerful. It was called the Burning Heaven Flame. This type of flame was very domineering and invincible. Everyone was filled with anticipation when they saw it. If young master he couldn't catch you, then the Purple Flame Prince would most likely kill you. U13 and the other elder didn't move. They just stood there without moving. Layers of defense appeared around his body. The two did not expect 2 of the 4 great young masters to come. This Purple Flame Prince was also very powerful. This Burning Heaven Flame was also very terrifying. I wonder if this Yi Xian can withstand it. If he can't, he will become a big joke. 2 of the 4 great young masters are here. I don't think this Yi Xian is that easy to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swaggered over. I'm afraid the Netherworld Palace has gained another powerful expert this time. It's a pity that 50 geniuses have died. If what Yi Xian had demonstrated was his terrifying strength, then he alone would be equivalent to 50 geniuses. Chapter 48-49. The Burning Heaven Flame was indeed terrifying. As it burned fiercely, even the geniuses present were secretly excited. No matter how proud this Yi Xian guy was, could he withstand the might of the Burning Heaven Flame? That was just wishful thinking. Even if it was them, they would be burned into nothingness in an instant. The Purple Flame Young Master also came to the side of Young Master He. He smiled faintly, looking very pleased with himself. Look, my Burning Heaven Flame is still more powerful. Your Silver River is much weaker. Unless you have trained it to the highest level, you are still far from being able to compete with me. Young Master Yi's face turned cold. Your Burning Heaven Flame is not that powerful. Don't forget, this guy is quite mysterious. Even my Silver River can't do anything to him, let alone your Burning Heaven Flame. The Purple Flame Young Master looked at the burning flame. Under this flame, Yi Xian would not be able to withstand it no matter how powerful he was. Therefore, all he had to do was to stand there quietly. In the blink of an eye, the Burning Heaven Flame gradually dissipated. It turned into a ball and returned to the Purple Flame Young Master's hand. However, as soon as the Burning Heaven Flame disappeared, a figure appeared in its original place. Who else could it be other than Yi Xian? He just stood there quietly. The surrounding people were all shocked. That was the famous sky-burning flame, yet it still couldn't kill Yi Xian. Who on earth was this guy? It's over, it's over. This guy is too mysterious. How is it possible for him to withstand the attack of the Burning Heaven Flame? Could it be that his body is really that strong? Even Young Master, he couldn't do it, and now Young Master Purple Flame doesn't seem to be able to either. This is really bad. The surrounding people were even more afraid of Yi Xian. Lin Fei just looked at the Purple Flame Young Master quietly. His Burning Heaven Flame was indeed very terrifying. Your flame is indeed quite domineering, but it's still not enough to deal with me. I wonder if you're disappointed. I heard that the Netherworld Palace has 4 great young masters. I've finally met 2 of the Milky Way Purple Flame. I wonder where the other 2 are. How would Lin Fei know about the Netherworld Palace's 4 great young masters? It was just a rumor that he was powerful enough. Now, there was another Purple Flame Prince. He was indeed terrifying, possessing a powerful flame. Not everyone could withstand it. A slight frown appeared on the Violet Flame Prince's brows. This fellow had indeed surprised him. His heaven-incinerating flames was actually unable to do anything to him. Although the Burning Heaven Field Flames he had just used was only the most basic attack, its power was not to be underestimated. I really underestimated you. No wonder he couldn't do anything to you. However, I'm not he. My heaven-burning flame is more terrifying than you can imagine. The Burning Heaven Flame flew out again and turned into a long dragon that directly attacked. The power of this long dragon made everyone's heart tremble. The Burning Heaven Flame that this guy condensed actually reached the might of 7-star war god. Not only were the geniuses shocked, but even the other elders were shocked. The commotion just now had attracted quite a number of elders. All of them had gathered nearby. They were all war god-level powerhouses, so they could clearly see the situation in front of them. Be it He or the Purple Flame young master, both of them seemed to be inferior to him. Moreover, this Xian fellow was indeed extremely terrifying and powerful. Compared to this, the death of the 50 heavens chosen before was really nothing. Those who died weren't geniuses. Those who were alive were the strongest geniuses. They understood this better than anyone else. 13th Elder, you brought back a pretty good seed with potential this time. He's comparable to the 4 great young masters. That's good too. I'm afraid that our Netherworld Palace will have 5 great young masters soon. It's a pity that the other 2 young masters aren't here. Otherwise, the 4 great young masters would really be here. The 4 great young masters were the strongest in the Netherworld Palace. Each of them was a true genius who could become an advanced war god in the future. Therefore, the elders had high expectations for them. They didn't expect another Yi Xian to come. His strength really made people feel different. The 2 great young masters were helpless unless they joined forces. However, the 4 great young masters were prideful. Naturally, they wouldn't join forces. And now, the Violet Flame Princess suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. The heaven-burning dragon was indeed very powerful. It was very powerful in every aspect. A layer of defense appeared in front of Lin Fei, but he didn't attack. Everyone could feel that Yi Xian's defense was very strong. No wonder he could withstand the attack of the heaven-burning flame. The heaven-burning dragon attacked for a while, but it didn't work. The Violet Flame Prince retracted his attack. No one knew better than him that Yi Xian's defense was indeed strong. His flames couldn't penetrate it at all, let alone affect Yi Xian's physical body. Yi Xian was indeed capable. The Violet Flame Prince retracted the heaven-burning flame with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath. He looked at the young man in front of him indifferently. You are indeed quite powerful. You are qualified to become a disciple of the Netherworld Palace. At least I have nothing to say. However, we will definitely have a good fight next time. This time, it wasn't fun at all. The Violet Flame Prince snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Milky Way young master took a look and followed. At the very least, Yi Xian was quite strong. The 2 of them left one after another. The remaining geniuses naturally didn't have any objections. Even the 2 great young masters had agreed, let alone the other 2. Congratulations, Junior Yi Xian. You are now a disciple of the Netherworld Palace, and a true direct disciple at that. In a Netherworld Palace, only direct disciples can establish their own mountain. Nether 13 came over to congratulate him. His face was also radiant. He was still very optimistic about Yi Xian. His future strength would definitely be very terrifying. Soon, the Netherworld Palace would have 5 great young masters. Lin Fei originally thought that he would have to meet the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace, but he only found out from Nether 13 that the Palace Lord had gone into seclusion. As for when he would come out, no one knew. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He came here to earn honor points, and this trip had indeed earned him a lot of honor points. Junior Yi Xian, since you have become a direct disciple of the Netherworld Palace, you are qualified to receive a reward from the Netherworld Palace. What do you want? Nether 13 came over. Chapter 4850. Lin Fei was very satisfied that he could get a reward at a time like this. After all, the Nether Palace was different from other demonic factions. It was a top-notch existence. At the very least, no demonic faction in the great world of the gods could compare to the Nether Palace. Naturally, the reward would be different. Anything is fine. I don't really care for ordinary things. Lin Fei was very direct. He knew better than anyone else that there was nothing more suitable than being straightforward in a demonic sect. U13 liked Yi Xian's character. The things that the Nether Palace has are definitely not comparable to the outside world. As long as you ask, we can get it for you. Not every disciple can get a chance like this. Only direct disciples have it. U13 had the confidence to say this. I want the power of faith. I wonder if the Nether Palace has it? I heard that some people like to collect the power of faith. I heard that they can use it to become a god. Lin Fei had more or less heard about it. He wanted to see if the Nether Palace had it. It would be great if they did. U13's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yi Xian from head to toe. I didn't expect you to know about the power of faith. There is indeed such a thing, but it's of little value. That's because those who rely on the power of faith to become a god aren't even as strong as the war gods of the same level. Therefore, this method hasn't been used for a long time. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He knew that he had asked the right question this time. He didn't expect the Nether Palace to have such power of faith. Since the Nether Palace had it, didn't that mean that the righteous sects also had it? Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. It seemed like he had made the right decision to come to the great world of the gods. I'm only interested in this. I hope to get some power of faith. As for the other things, I really don't care. U13 was indeed quite surprised. He didn't expect this junior brother to be interested in the power of faith. Could it be that he cultivated some special technique? But no matter what, since he had asked, he definitely wanted the power of faith. Wait here for a moment. I'll help you get the power of faith. As for how much there is, I can't guarantee. U13 left first. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. As long as he had the power of faith, that would be enough. When U13 returned, he really brought the power of faith with him. However, the power of faith couldn't compare to the faith orbs of the land of divinity and demons. Lin Fei estimated that there wasn't much power of faith left. However, he could still earn a lot of honor points. Now that you've received your reward, I'll take you to a random mountain peak. From now on, you'll cultivate in that mountain peak. A direct disciple like you needs more resources, so the sect will give you some training missions. U13 brought Lin Fei to choose a mountain peak. There were indeed many mountains in the Nether Palace. Some of these mountains were owned by someone, and some were ownerless. However, every single one of these mountains was enveloped by a formation, and it was extremely extraordinary. After understanding it, Lin Fei also knew that these mountain peaks had been brought back from the outside world and had been blessed with a certain array formation. Of course, they were also blessed with certain special abilities. Therefore, these would be of great help when cultivating in the mountain. It was also the place that the disciples of the Nether Palace yearned for the most. Only direct disciples had the right to live in such a mountain peak. Others had no right at all. Lin Fei found a mountain peak without a hitch. The news of the new disciple in the Netherworld Palace spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. They were even more fearful of this Yi Xian. Even a Milky Way prince and a Violet Flame prince couldn't do anything to him. Although he didn't go all out, his strength was at least on par with them. Such a person coming to the Nether Palace added a lot of pressure to everyone. Things are getting difficult now. This guy has become a disciple of the Nether Palace just like that. Even a Milky Way prince and the Violet Flame prince can't do anything to him. In a secret room, a few people were sitting together. These people were the geniuses of the Nether Palace. Their leader was a 6-star war god who had reached the peak. What should we do next? Yi Xian has already joined the Nether Palace and is a direct disciple. He has already opened a mountain peak. It'll be even more difficult to deal with him. These people were all from the same faction. Naturally, they didn't want someone like Yi Xian to come in. Coming in was equivalent to taking away the original resources. It's not difficult to deal with Yi Xian. In my opinion, since we can't do anything, let the righteous ones do it. I believe they won't be happy to see a 5th young master. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's true. If they couldn't do it, then let the righteous ones do it. There is nothing more suitable than this. Lin Fei chose a remote mountain peak. To him, a lively mountain peak was meaningless. It was better to choose a quiet one. This place was even quieter than before. This time, it was even quieter. Everyone knew that Yi Xian's strength was unfathomable. He was probably at the level of 6-star war god. It all depended on who would break through to the level of 7-star war god and become an advanced war god. However, this was a difficult hurdle. Now that I've become a direct disciple of the Nether Palace, I've received quite a lot of rewards. Just the power of faith alone is quite a lot. However, it's not enough. I need to obtain more power of faith. Lin Fei believed that the Nether Palace still had some power of faith. He hadn't obtained all of it yet. He didn't believe that anyone else would use it. After a short rest, Lin Fei went to the Nether Palace's library. There was a lot of information here. He was prepared to understand the great world of gods. Although Lin Fei had read a lot before, it wasn't as detailed as now. It would be a pity if he didn't understand the great world of gods now. Lin Fei stayed in the library for half a month. He didn't step out. The people from the Nether Palace weren't surprised at all. Those elders were a little curious. They did not know why this newcomer, Yi Xian, was always in the library. Could it be that he was preparing to do something big again? Half a month had passed. By now, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. Lin Fei thought that the great world of gods was just like this. He didn't expect it to be more mysterious than he imagined. Chapter 48:51. Lin Fei had indeed underestimated the great world of the gods. He had always thought that the great world of the gods was only this big. After reading through the information, he more or less understood one thing. The great world of the gods was not as simple as he had imagined. It was extremely mysterious. The great world of the gods had a total of 9 great worlds. Right now, it was only in the first major world. That was the most mysterious thing. If he had not seen some clues from the information, Lin Fei would never have imagined that the great world of the gods had 9 great worlds. And this was only the first one. There were already so many war god level experts in the first world. He finally understood that this mission was not as easy as he had imagined. It was extremely difficult. The strongest in this world were the 5 peak war gods. As for the next world, it was unknown. Too careless. Really too careless. If he had known that this would be the case, Lin Fei would not have come. Now, he had really stepped into a trap. At the very least, he would have to stay here for 500 years. Most importantly, he did not say if this world was unified or if there were 9 great worlds. After reading the information, Lin Fei could only say that he was too careless. He could only think about other things. That was how to obtain more faith points. Lin Fei also knew that this infinite god body was very useful. There were no bottlenecks, and he could continue to cultivate and become stronger. What Lin Fei needed to do was to obtain more faith points. He had more or less found out from Nether 13 that there were many different gods in the great world of the gods. These gods all relied on faith to become gods. This was the so-called power of faith to become a war god. However, the strength of war gods like them was only SOSO. Therefore, Lin Fei was prepared to kill these war gods and obtain their faith power. That way, he would be able to cultivate the infinite god body even faster. He had only reached the 30th level. If he reached the 40th or 50th level, his fleshly body would definitely be even stronger. Then, he would be able to integrate the power of this level much faster. Junior brother, are you there? Junior brother, are you there? Lin Fei's side had yet to make a move, but soon, Nether 13 came over. Ever since Lin Fei stayed in the library for half a month, he had been here a few times. Today, he had finally waited for Lin Fei to come out. As soon as he came out, he decisively came over. There were many things he wanted to explain. Elder, there's something. Lin Fei had a pretty good impression of Elder Yushur-san. At the very least, he had gained a lot of benefits after joining the Netherworld Palace. Therefore, the moment Elder Yushur-san arrived, Lin Fei asked directly, "You seem to be quite interested in the power of faith, so I've helped you get a few missions. You can go and do them." U13 smiled. "I see that you're quite interested in the power of faith." Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. Nether 13 brought over a mission scroll. These mission scrolls were all about killing the god of faith. In other words, they were the so-called alternative gods. These fellows are all aborigines without much combat power. I see that you are quite interested in the power of faith, so you can go and kill them. You will have completed your contribution. However, you have to be careful. Most of these alternative gods have the support of the Orthodox sects. Even though Lin Fei didn't know why Nether 13 would find these missions for him, he had to admit that even if he didn't go, he would still go and kill these alternative gods, snatch their power of faith. It could be said that he had done this for him again. "Thank you, Elder 13. I had intended to take on these missions anyway." I want to go out and see the Orthodox sects. Lin Fei said. Nether 13 seemed to have thought of something and added, when you're outside, you must listen carefully. They say that the Orthodox sects have a blacklist, and you're already on it. Therefore, if they don't look for Orthodox sects, they will come to kill you. Blacklist? Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. That was fast. He had just joined the Nether Palace, and he was already on the blacklist. Could it be that the blacklist was a must-kill list? The righteous side has a blacklist specifically for some of the proud sons of heaven. Anyone who is blacklisted will be hunted down and killed. If you kill them, you'll get a great reward. So you have to be careful. Now you're also on the blacklist. Nether 13 was not surprised by this news at all. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Since he was on the blacklist, it seemed like the Nether Palace also had people on their side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been on the blacklist so quickly. Blacklist is good. I have never been on a blacklist in my entire life. Since the Orthodox sects have put me on the blacklist, I will take the opportunity to meet these Orthodox sects and kill some of them. Nether 13 laughed out loud. This was the Yi Xian in his eyes. You can kill them, but don't cause too much a ruckus. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with those advanced war gods. There is still a huge difference between an intermediate war god and an advanced war god. As long as an advanced war god made a move, basically no one could withstand it. Even Lin Fei didn't have the ability to withstand a war god's attack. This was something that Nether 13 was worried about. He more or less understood this guy's personality. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I can kill Orthodox sects, but my life is more important. I don't want to be chased by advanced war gods. The great world of the gods was huge. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to go out and experience it. Previously, he was only in a small place. Now, he could finally roam the entire great world of the gods. Lin Fei received the mission and silently appeared in the Nether Mountain range. Then, with a few teleportations, he exited the Hades Mountain and arrived outside. This was the benefit of the great teleportation technique. He could leave without anyone noticing. How did you guys follow him? How did he disappear so quickly? Did he use a spatial treasure? Damn it. After Lin Fei used great teleportation to leave, there were many figures outside the Nether Palace. All of them were dumbfounded. They clearly didn't expect this to happen. In a moment of inattention, he disappeared. Even if we can't catch up to this Yi Xian, we can still spread the news. This guy's going out. I believe that the experts of the Orthodox sects will be very interested in hunting him down. After a cold snort, these people disappeared in an instant. News also appeared on the side of the Orthodox sections. The blacklisted Yi Xian had already appeared outside. It was said that he was going to complete some missions. When the news spread, it attracted a lot of interest, especially the demon hunters. All of them were excited. Chapter 48:52. Many of the mission scrolls in Lin Fei's hands required him to kill an alternative war god. These war gods all lived in different places and could be considered as characters of their own. They all had a certain backing behind them. So killing these war gods was equivalent to starting a fight with these righteous forces. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to kill these war gods. These guys were much weaker than normal war gods, but of course they had mastered many mystic techniques, which was a bit different. The first war god Lin Fei targeted was called the Earth War God. This Earth War God was only a 5-star war god. He was able to protect a city, so he had some ability. He also had a powerful force behind him that had a 7-star war god. This kind of war god was really not someone that anyone would dare to fight. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and went straight for the Earth War God. He wanted to get rid of this guy first. He wanted to see what kind of abilities this guy had. If he didn't have any, then he would just absorb it. He wanted to strengthen his physical body again. He felt that relying on these war gods, his infinite divine body would be able to rapidly improve. The place where the Earth War God was that was called the Grandland City. It was under the influence of the Wind Cloud Palace, which had a 7-star war god and treasures. It was around the level of an 8-star war god. He could be considered a powerful advanced war god. It was already very difficult to break through at this level. No one was willing to offend a 7-star war god. Lin Fei was very careful along the way, basically using the greater teleportation technique. This thing was really too fast for him to travel. He didn't have to worry about being discovered at all. In just 2 days, Lin Fei arrived in the vicinity of the city of Kindle. As expected, he sensed a different kind of aura and immediately determined that this was the Earth War God. Ding discovered that there is faith energy within 100,000 miles that can be absorbed. At this moment, Lin Fei actually heard the system notification. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the system that had been silent all this time to have a notification. This was pretty good. At the very least, it would allow Lin Fei to conclude that his trip would not be in vain. It's best if I don't come here for nothing. If his unconventional war god is useful, then my infinite god body will improve even faster. When I reach the 50th layer, I might even be able to fight a 9-star war god. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he rushed towards the city of Kindle. If he wanted to kill the Earth War God, he had to be straightforward. If he didn't go straight to the point, the experts from the Wind Cloud Palace would be in a difficult position. He was getting closer and closer to the Earth God of War. The Earth God of War was in this city. Whoosh! A huge hand appeared in the sky above Earth City. He opened his mouth and pressed down. A loud rumbling sound rang out as all the powerful beings of the city of Kindle Fire felt as though the entire world had turned dark. Following that, they saw a gigantic hand appearing in the skies above them. All of them were frightened out of their wits. Their faces were pale from the unprecedented pressure, and they all vomited blood. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in the city of Kindle Fire? I'll destroy you, Earth God Pillar. An angry roar came from the city of Kindle Fire. Following that, a black shadow rose from the ground and collided with the gigantic hand with a loud rumbling sound. The deafening sound began to reverberate within 1,000,000 kilometers. A figure flew out. It was the Earth War God. His eyes were cold as he searched for the culprit. Found you. How dare you make a move here? You've lived for too long. After I destroy you, I'll retrieve your memories. I'll also destroy the forces behind you. The Earth War God found the culprit in an instant. It was a young man in the distance. He instantly turned into a ray of light and flew over. Following that, he attacked the Earth meteor shower. The power of the Earth gathered and turned into a meteor shower. It covered the sky and turned the area within 100,000 kilometers into a forbidden zone. No wonder you're the Earth War God. You're really strong. Although you have the strength of a 5-star war god, not everyone can withstand it. However, you're too weak. A voice suddenly appeared next to the Earth War God. Following that, he saw a young man throwing a punch at him. Then, he fell into endless darkness. Masses of Jingguang came out in an instant. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all the Jingguang in an instant. He used the greater teleportation technique and left in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Earth War God was killed just like that. The city of Kindle Fire was filled with wails. Lin Fei left immediately after killing the Earth War God. At the same time, he let the system absorb and refine the power of faith. He wanted to see how much power of faith he could get this time. Soon, Lin Fei's brows relaxed, and he was full of smiles. Sure enough, I guessed right. These alternative war gods all relied on the power of faith to become gods. Therefore, their bodies are full of power of faith. Killing them and taking their power of faith is indeed a great harvest. At this rate, I should be able to cultivate my body even faster. Lin Fei was finally relieved. Ding dong. His infinite divine body was upgraded to level 31. It was upgraded by one more level. Lin Fei could feel the changes in his body. He was stronger than before. Next is War God Hai's turn. Killing an alternative war god allowed Lin Fei to find a way to improve his infinite divine body. What was he waiting for? He quickly moved and went straight to the next war god. The first was Earth War God, the second was War God Haya, and the third was War God Hongyao. In the blink of an eye, many things happened on the righteous side. That was, a lot of alternative war gods were killed. Almost all of these unconventional war gods were killed with a single punch. It didn't matter if they were 5-star war gods or 6-star war gods. It was all the same. No one could withstand this punch. Soon, Everyone knew who the culprit was. That was Yi Xian, who had just been blacklisted. He didn't expect to come to the righteous side's territory so soon. He killed more than 10 alternative war gods in one move. This made the geniuses even more furious. They also clapped their hands and roared in anger in those sections. They must kill this Yi Xian outside and not allow him to return to the Yuhel Mountain. Just like that, many geniuses on the righteous side began to move. And so, Lin Fei encountered his first battle. There were many experts on the righteous side. They found their way here after obtaining some treasures. He had to meet this Yi Xian and see what he was capable of killing so many unconventional gods of war. Chapter 48-53. For Lin Fei, this was a great time. These alternative gods of war were indeed very strong, but they were no match for Lin Fei's powerful physical body. Coupled with the combination of the time and space great paths, no alternative god of war could stand up to him. Furthermore, he had the great karma technique. With a series of attacks, he killed the alternative gods of war without any ability to struggle. In this way, Lin Fei gained more and more alternative gods of war, and the power of faith came rolling in. Lin Fei was grinning from ear to ear. Of course, what followed was the pursuit of some forces of the righteous path. In the beginning, there were only a few, but soon a large group came, and they were getting stronger and stronger. They were getting stronger and stronger. No matter how careful Lin Fei was, he would eventually be found. Heaven falls, earth rends. There was a loud rumbling sound. In a forest, a large formation quietly rose. Just like that, a figure was trapped within. The entire world was collapsing, and all the forces were rushing towards him. This move was extremely powerful, comparable to the superpower of a 7-star war god. It could be said that in an instant, it exploded with superpower, and it was accompanied by a destructive aura. This guy will definitely not be able to take it this time. My heaven falls, earth rends is much weaker each time I use it, but it's worth it if I can kill Yi Xian. A figure in black stood in the air above the forest. It was Tung Long, one of the more powerful geniuses of the righteous path. Yi Xian had spent a lot of effort to track him down. He had even used many treasures. Fortunately, he had finally found this guy and successfully set up a trap. He did not believe that Yi Xian would be able to take it. Not far away from him, there was a figure standing with his arms crossed, looking forward. It's best to kill this guy. This guy has killed many geniuses along the way, and many sects have offered a reward for him. If you kill him, you'll be famous. Everyone will know you. Tung Long. You still dare to come and fight with me? Do you think that my heaven falls, earth rends was not enough to kill this guy? Tung Long looked over and stared at Luo Jun, who was also a proud son of heaven. This person upstairs was also a proud son of heaven. He also had a first-rate sect behind him, and his background was not small either. This time, the two noticed Yi Xian almost at the same time. However, Tung Long was lucky enough to make the first move. Luo Jun could only stand aside. This was the rule of the heavens' favored ones. Whoever bumped into it first would make the first move. If they couldn't kill it, then the other would take over. Tung Long's strength was much higher than Luo Jun. Luo Jun was quite fearful of Tung Long. The two of them were lucky to be able to protect this guy at this time. Otherwise, they would have worked hard for nothing. Tung Long was very sure that this guy was dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. It's indeed not easy for the heavens chosen to come all the way here to kill me. You are indeed much stronger than the other heavens chosen. Sending you on your way gives me a special sense of accomplishment. Lin Fei's figure walked out. Following that, the space they were in rapidly collapsed as layers of power came crashing down on them. They bombarded their treasures. Their expressions changed instantly. One of them waved his hand, and a few beams of cold light came flying over. Within the light concealment were lines of scriptures, extremely powerful. Following that, the scriptures were filled with an illusory figure. The moment the illusory figure appeared, the great sun-burning sky palm pressed down. Lin Fei directly raised his hand. He punched it with just one punch. The illusory figure instantly collapsed. Following that, Luo Jun slightly vomited blood as he retreated. Following that, the power of the void rushed towards him. Lin Fei strode over, leaving a footprint with each step. A few punches directly pierced through them. The two of them vomited blood again. They couldn't withstand it at all. I'm not that easy to kill. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Killing the two of you will make them wary. Lin Fei's infinite god physique had already reached level 35. That's right. In such a short period of time, he had increased by 5 levels. How terrifying was his strength! With a single punch, these two heavens-favored ones couldn't withstand any of their defenses at all. All of their attacks vanished in an instant. Soaring Dragon and Luo Jun directly fell from the sky. 2 huge sinkholes were smashed in the forest. The two of them continuously vomited blood. Half of their bodies had already collapsed. A figure appeared in front of them. If it wasn't Yi Xian, who else could it be? The two of them regretted it. This guy's strength was far more terrifying than they imagined. Their 6-star war god strength couldn't even handle this guy. This guy was definitely an advanced level war god. Only an advanced level war god would be able to handle this guy. But in the entire great world of gods, how many advanced level war gods were willing to make a move? Yi Xian, wait. Soaring Dragon struggled to get up, but he couldn't. He just sat there paralyzed. Lin Fei stood there motionlessly, quietly watching Soaring Dragon. His opponent's body was indeed not normal. Of course, his treasures were also very powerful. Otherwise, he would have been killed by those 2 punches. These two were indeed somewhat capable. No wonder they were heaven's favored ones from first-rate sections. Do you have anything you want to say before you die? Say it. I'll think about it for you. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of what else these two had up their sleeves. Lin Fei had even used spatial techniques in the void. Previously, Lin Fei only knew how to use spatial collapse. Now, he's grasped another little trick: spatial chaos. No information could be transmitted at this moment. Even though this was just a trick, it was still quite useful to Lin Fei. These two couldn't even think of teleporting out. Everything was within Lin Fei's grasp. I know you want to kill other war gods and steal their faith energy. If I tell you there's a place with a lot of faith energy, can you let us live? Soaring Dragon and Luo Jun knew they weren't Yi Xian's match. The only thing they could do was survive. This guy was too terrifying. He was definitely an advanced level war god. A person like this couldn't be offended. You know about the power of faith? It seems like you know quite a lot. I am indeed interested in the power of faith. Tell me about it. If you're not lying to me, I might spare your lives. After all, it would be a pity for you to die after reaching this level of cultivation. This was indeed a rather unexpected piece of news. Of course, Lin Fei was interested in faith energy. His infinite god physique had reached level 35. He was probably the strongest in the history of the infinite sect. Even if he wasn't, he would probably be in the top 5. Chapter 4854. Of course, Lin Fei hoped to obtain more and more power of faith. The more power of faith he obtained, the more honor points he could convert, and the easier it would be for him to cultivate his infinite divine body. At that time, he would be able to easily break through 40 levels. You see, it's just a few simple layers, but the range of improvement is very large. So, Lin Fei had to obtain more power of faith in the shortest amount of time possible. It was just that these unconventional war gods had all become cunning. Sometimes, Lin Fei would run away empty-handed. These fellows had long since grown to the point where they couldn't even be seen. Lin Fei had never met them before, so there was no cause and effect relationship between them. They also didn't have any killing intent or hatred towards Lin Fei, so the cause and effect relationship disappeared. So, it wasn't easy for Lin Fei to find them. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to kill the other war gods. As long as they didn't show themselves, he wouldn't be able to find them. The God Punisher world was so big. Who knew where they were hiding? Lin Fei was quite concerned about this matter. Now that these two geniuses were able to give him an unexpected surprise, Lin Fei was quite surprised. It seemed like they were lucky that they weren't killed in one hit. Lin Fei wanted to hear what secrets they knew, so that he could find out where else in the great world of the gods he could obtain power of faith. Tung Long and Luo Jun both let out a long sigh of relief. At least their lives were saved. The only thing they could do was to satisfy this Yi Xian. Only then could they truly survive. An advanced war god wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Even a first-rate sects behind them would treat this news seriously. Based on the current situation, no one could kill Yi Xian unless a few advanced war gods attacked together. In that case, there was still a chance of success. But once Yi Xian escaped, he would face the revenge of an advanced war god. All the disciples of the sect, unless they didn't leave the sect, would be killed. This is the terror of an advanced level war god. To be able to survive in the hands of an advanced level war god, they felt especially proud. A demonic Tao disciple was a demonic Tao disciple. In any case, he couldn't beat them. It was fine as long as he was alive. I know that the God's restaurant sells faith energy. I heard that it's the most mysterious place in our great world of gods. Tung Long was the first to speak. This was also a secret that he knew. Although this secret wasn't considered a top secret, not many people in the myriad city's major world knew about the God's building. God's Pavilion. Are you sure you're right? Lin Fei had never heard of this God's Hall before. Even after flipping through some ancient books, he still couldn't find it. It was rather unexpected for Soaring Dragon to mention such a place in the great world of gods. There were 9 levels in the great world of gods. Lin Fei knew about this, but he didn't know much about it. The other injured Lord Luo also spoke. Our great world of gods does indeed have a God's Pavilion. I've heard that it's a unique and mysterious existence. It's rather difficult to find it, and even if you do, you'll have to go through a series of tests. But as long as you pass the tests, you'll be able to obtain what you want. We didn't lie to you. This place really does exist. To Lin Fei, if such a place really existed, it would have a certain level of attraction. His current physical body was quite strong. Even if an advanced level war god came, they might not be able to do anything to him. Unless a peak level war god used a supreme treasure to break his physical body, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. This was the terrifying effect of the unlimited god body. At this time, Lin Fei naturally hoped that his unlimited god body would improve. He was naturally interested in this god's restaurant. He also believed that Tung Long and Lord Luo wouldn't lie to him, because he didn't have the guts. Everything was under his control. Lin Fei didn't sense any killing intent from them. This was the miraculous effect of karma. In other words, the God's restaurant did exist in the great world of gods. It's just that everyone didn't know about it. It wasn't impossible to find this God's restaurant. There should be some information outside. Then do you know how to find this God's restaurant? Don't tell me that you only know a piece of information and don't know the general location. That's equivalent to not telling me anything. This will make me very unhappy. If I'm unhappy, I'm afraid I'll take your lives. Tung Long and Lord Luo's expressions changed again. I know that the God's restaurant has a base in the Great Tang Empire. Yes, it's in the south of the great world of gods. The two of them hurriedly told him everything they knew. Lin Fei listened quietly. The great world of gods was very big. It was divided into 4 regions. The south they mentioned was the Jiangnan region. There were still many experts over there. Since you told me such good news, I'll spare your lives. I hope you can help me spread the news and attract more geniuses. Got it? Lin Fei waved his hand, and the two of them were swept away by a force. However, they heard the last sentence clearly. What was this? Could it be that they would attract more geniuses over? This Devil Dao expert was too despicable. However, when they thought about the losses they suffered, they decided to spread the news and let other geniuses experience what it felt like to be heavily injured. After all, they had many enemies. Now that Lin Fei knew about this, he didn't have much interest in killing the other war gods anymore. Those fellows had all gone into hiding. Lin Fei didn't have the mood to think about it anymore. He might as well go to the south. The south was also known as the Jiangnan area. It was a very large area. It took Lin Fei almost a whole year to arrive at the southern area. This was how big the great world of gods was. This was even after Lin Fei used the great teleportation technique to rush over. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to rush over. Therefore, even if one was extremely strong in the great world of gods, it was still very difficult to travel the entire great world of gods. Once he arrived at the Jiangnan region, Lin Fei felt that this place was different. It was warm all year round. What surprised Lin Fei was that in the Jiangnan region, there were several empires of various sizes. There were more than 10 of them, forming a chaotic scene. Chapter 48-55. The Jiangnan region was indeed a little different for what Lin Fei had imagined. He had been here for about a month and had more or less understood the situation. This was a war-torn country. The strongest were the 3 empires. They were the Great Tang Empire, Great Qin Empire, and Great Zhao Empire. This region was completely different from the region that Lin Fei was in. The experts here were also very strong. If not for his understanding, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. The 3 empires here were the strongest. Behind them were other empires of various sizes, all under the rule of the empires. It would be quite troublesome for Lin Fei to find out the exact location of the God's Tower from the Great Tang Empire. After all, the Great Tang Empire was one of the 3 empires and could be considered a super empire. On this day, Lin Fei finally arrived at the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Empire was very big. It controlled dozens of first-grade empires, hundreds of second-grade empires, and third-grade empires. The empires here were all divided according to their ranks. The Great Tang Empire was a super empire. Naturally, it controlled empires of various sizes. Arriving at the Great Tang Empire, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. It was much stronger than what Lin Fei had imagined. No wonder it was said to be one of the 3 great empires. This caused Lin Fei to frown slightly as he casually walked into a city. Now, Lin Fei just walked into a city in a black cloak. He casually walked into a restaurant, intending to listen to the situation first. He had to find the God's Tower. After all, it was not easy to kill a war god. Fortunately, there were no wanted posters in Jiangnan, so Lin Fei was able to move around unimpeded. This side was quite relaxed, and there was no division between the righteous and demonic sections. Along the way, Lin Fei saw some righteous sects and some demonic sections. There was no killing. The outside powers in Jiangnan were unable to enter. After entering a restaurant, Lin Fei casually found a place to sit. He called the waiter and ordered some home-cooked dishes. He called for another pot of wine and began to eat leisurely. He was also listening to the conversations around him, but Lin Fei's luck seemed to be average. He didn't hear any useful information. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. Originally, he wanted to inquire about the news, but now it seemed that there was some trouble. There's an important piece of news that I don't know if everyone has heard. It said that the little princess has been poisoned, and it won't be long before she dies. It said that the Emperor of the Great Tang has issued a reward. Anyone who can save the little princess will receive 3 conditions. Any 3 conditions. At a table not far away, someone suddenly lowered his voice and said. The other people were also tempted. Lin Fei was about to get up and leave, but when he heard this, he didn't move. He poured himself another glass of wine. The wine here is quite tasty. He had an idea in his mind. The Empire's little princess actually got poisoned? That's quite surprising. I can get 3 small conditions if I cure him. I can give it a try. Lin Fei instantly had an idea. After all, he wanted to find the God's restaurant as soon as possible. Once he found the God's restaurant, he would be able to get what he wanted. He couldn't just wander around outside. He had to improve his physical body first. Even though the 35 levels were already very powerful, to Lin Fei it was still a far cry. No matter what, he had to give it a try. After listening for a while more, Lin Fei threw the money on the table and left, heading straight for the imperial capital of the Great Tang Empire. The imperial capital of the Great Tang Empire? It's really huge. It's a majestic 1,000,000 miles. It's really a terrifying imperial capital. Lin Fei didn't enter the imperial capital. He felt the aura of a super expert in the Great Tang Empire. This was definitely a top expert, even though Lin Fei had seen many experts along the way. This was the first time he felt such a strong aura in the imperial capital of the Great Tang Empire. He immediately suspected that it was a 9-star war god. He had seen 8-star war gods before, but 9-star war gods were really rare. Moreover, This 9-star war god was especially strong. Even if he wasn't at the top level, he was definitely a great expert in the great world of the immortals. He was truly in charge of a region. No wonder the Great Tang Empire could become a super empire. It was really amazing to have such an expert in charge. Moreover, Lin Fei could feel more than one such aura. There were 3 in total. This meant that the Great Tang Empire had a total of 3 great experts. With such a top-notch expert overseeing things, it seemed that the other 2 empires also had powerful forces. They couldn't catch each other. There weren't any checks at the city gates. Therefore, Lin Fei was able to easily enter the Great Tang Empire. After entering the Great Tang Empire, there were war gods everywhere. It was much more lively than the previous places. Like ordinary 2-star war gods, 3-star war gods to 5-star war gods could be found everywhere. He would bump into them from time to time. True experts were as common as clouds. Lin Fei found in and stayed there. Gave away some money. He only got the news from the waiter. In fact, the imperial capital really did offer a reward. Whoever could save the little princess would receive the 3 small requests promised by the Tang Emperor. No matter what the small request was, even the Great Tang Emperor would do it for you. This was the capability of the Great Tang Empire. Therefore, many people came to give it a try. This Great Tang Emperor was a little different. You could try, but if you couldn't cure her, you would be executed on the spot. It was that simple. This made many people stop thinking about it. It wouldn't do if you didn't have some ability. After all, the Great Tang Emperor was a super expert. If you couldn't cure the little princess, you would be executed immediately. Who would dare try? Although the reward was always there, no one dared to accept it. If you couldn't cure her, you would lose your life. This wasn't a good deal at all. People say that fortune comes from danger, but this kind of fortune was a little far from them. If they didn't pay attention, they would be completely gone. Therefore, they might as well stay put. Hearing this news, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Great Tang Emperor was quite domineering. If he couldn't cure her, he would kill her. Not everyone dared to go. Lin Fei was also wondering if he should go. Although his physical body was very strong, this Great Tang Emperor was still very powerful. Chapter 48:56. After finding out about the situation, Lin Fei started to ponder. He definitely had to go, but how to save her was another problem. Lin Fei didn't want to become cannon fodder and be killed by the Great Tang Emperor. In the next few days, Lin Fei basically left early and returned late. He really heard a lot of news. This time, the matter with the little princess was most likely done by the other 2 empires. As for whether it was the Great Zhao Empire or the Great Qin Empire, he didn't know. In any case, it was one of them. This poison was extremely toxic. It wasn't something that could be cured by any miracle pill. In terms of treating illnesses, Lin Fei really didn't have any good methods. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight and kill, but treating illnesses was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even so, Lin Fei still wanted to take a look at this princess. After all, the Great Tang Emperor was probably the only one who knew the location of the God's Pagoda. This was because Lin Fei had asked around and no one knew the location of the God's Pagoda. Therefore, the only ones who knew this secret were probably the imperial family. And the imperial family only had the Great Tang Emperor. The Great Tang Empire had 3 9-star war gods. Therefore, it wasn't easy to obtain this information. Indeed, Lin Fei could single-handedly defeat them. However, if the 3 war gods worked together, he wouldn't have much of a chance. Lin Fei's defense and attack power had indeed increased, but there was still a gap between them and him. Therefore, he went to kill those war gods to steal their power of faith. It was a pity that they were all hiding like rats. Lin Fei didn't know what to do with them, so he could only come here. Fortunately, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good, and he managed to find another piece of information. This time, the poison that the little princess saved was called the poison of the 9 nether. It was an extremely toxic poison. It would explode within a certain period of time, and it was very violent. It wasn't something that any expert could withstand. The reason why the 9th princess was able to survive until now was naturally because the Great Tang Empire had the resources. But once the poison of the 9 nether broke out, even the treasures of the world wouldn't be able to suppress it. The result was certain death. The news that Lin Fei knew was also related to the 9 Serenities poison. It was said that if one wanted to obtain the antidote to the Netherworld poison, they would have to go to the Netherworld. Only in the 9 Netherland could one find the antidote to the 9 Nether poison. It was said that there was a 9 Hell Demon King there, and as long as one obtained a 9 Hell Frost Flower, one could cure the 9 Hell poison. It sounded like a simple matter, but the strength of the Netherworld Demon King was very strong. That was the strength of a 9 stars war god. Furthermore, he had 9 heads. It was said that each head had a special divine ability. Therefore, there was no one who could kill this Netherworld Demon King. He could be considered one of the strongest existences in the Demon Clan. Although they knew that the poison of the 9 Nether was most likely created by the Netherworld Demon King, if they wanted to obtain the antidote, they could only get it from him. But so far, no one dared to seize the antidote. Even the Great Tang Emperor didn't leave. He was afraid that this was a trap. Of course, this was just the news that was spread outside. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. But to Lin Fei, this was good news. At least he knew that if he wanted to save the little princess, he had to go to the Netherworld Demon King and obtain the 9 Hell Frost Flower. This was one way. It was better than going to see the Great Tang Emperor. After all, it wouldn't be easy to get out of the Imperial Palace. One had to know that the Imperial Palace of the 3 great empires was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once he went in, he wouldn't be able to come out. Lin Fei was quite capable, but he didn't have much confidence. Therefore, he decided to go to the Netherworld Demon King. If he could obtain the 9 Hell Frost Flower from this 9 Hell Demon King, it would not be impossible. After making all the preparations, Lin Fei rushed to the Netherworld Demon King. On the way to the Netherworld Demon King, Lin Fei realized that many people were heading in this direction. As for whether they were going to the Netherworld Demon King, he didn't know. In any case, he felt that some people were quite daring. They would do anything and dare to try their luck. Along the way, he passed through countless empires of various sizes. Some empires were still at war. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't interested in these things. He successfully found the location of the Netherworld Demon King. He came to the outside of the Netherworld Demon King. Lin Fei saw a continuous mountain range. This mountain range was called the Demon Mountain Range. It was a very special place. There were many demons living here. The 3 great empires didn't have many ways to deal with them, who asked the demons to reproduce quickly and be strong. Therefore, everyone stayed out of each other's way and lived in harmony. But everyone knew that once one side's strength broke through, it would definitely be a war. Fortunately, everyone was very calm at this time. There was no scene of you fight me, I fight you. Outside, Lin Fei saw a big city. There were many people going in and out. Lin Fei also entered the city and sat down for a while. He also knew that this was a city built by merchants. It was used to trade for all kinds of resources. The most abundant resources in the Demon Mountain Range were the fur, bones, and corpses of the monsters. Therefore, there were many experts of all sizes gathered here. Lin Fei was puzzled before as to why so many people came here. Now he understood what was going on. It turned out to be a commercial city. These people were all aiming for the demons in the Demon Mountain Range. After killing these demons, they could get their fur and get a certain value. It was no wonder that there was a 9-star war god overseeing this city. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to continue. Lin Fei rested here for a while before entering the Demon Mountain Range. He had to go to the Netherworld Demon King. This Netherworld Demon King was in the depths of the east of the Demon Mountain. If he wanted to go there, he would have to meet a lot of powerful demons. Of course, this was not a problem for Lin Fei. There were no demons in the outermost area of the Demon Mountain Range. Their strength was average, so he didn't care about them at all. He went straight to the depths. When he reached the central area, he met some monsters. These monsters were quite strong. He even met some demons. When a monster developed intelligence, it became a demon. This was the difference. On the other hand, demons could command demonic beasts. Therefore, it was not terrible to meet monsters, but it was a little troublesome to meet demons. Chapter 4857. After arriving at the central region, the number of fiendish demons that Lin Fei encountered increased. These fiendish demons were at least at the war god level, so not everyone could deal with them. These demons basically had a fixed area. As long as one did not enter their area, they would not be attacked. Ordinary demonic beasts did not even have that ability. Lin Fei also knew why no one was in a mood to go to the land of 9 underworlds. They would probably be killed by the demons on the way before they could find the king of 9 underworlds. I smell the scent of humans. A tiger-shaped demon dashed out. As soon as he entered the next area, he saw a tiger-shaped demon charging directly at him. It was a 5-star war god. Blood rained down from the sky, and it turned out to be a 5-star war god. Coupled with its strong body, it was comparable to a 6-star war god. Lin Fei raised his hand and executed Space Crush. With a loud boom, the tiger-shaped demon was sent flying. Lin Fei grabbed forward with his hand. His 5 fingers were like mountains and directly grabbed the tiger-shaped demon. The tiger-shaped demon released a strong force in an attempt to break free. However, it was useless in front of Lin Fei. It was directly grabbed. 2 slaps on the left and right immediately filled the tiger-shaped demon with fear. It begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. Please spare me. I was just passing by. After 2 slaps, the tiger-shaped demon knew that it had encountered a great expert. This was definitely a top-notch expert who could easily destroy it. Lin Fei happened to be lacking him out. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to reach the land of 9 underworlds. You're lucky. I happen to be lacking him out. Send me to the land of 9 underworlds, and then you can scram. Otherwise, I can destroy you right now. You choose. Lin Fei said calmly. The tiger-shaped demon nodded. I'm willing. I'm willing to be your mount. At this moment, the tiger-shaped demon naturally knew what to choose. Otherwise, it would definitely die. It hurriedly transformed into a tiger. It was a huge tiger. Lin Fei flipped over and sat on the tiger's back, directly rushing towards the land of 9 Nether. With this tiger, they didn't encounter any more trouble on their way to the 9 Hells. Although some demons came out along the way, the tiger-shaped demon just roared at them. Nothing happened after that. Just like that, Lin Fei smoothly arrived at the land of 9 Nether. This place was shrouded in darkness, so he couldn't really see anything. However, Lin Fei actually smelled a dangerous and terrifying aura inside. This should be the Netherworld Demon King. Sir, this is the place. I'll be able to find the 9 Underworld's Demon King once I enter. Can I leave now? The tiger-shaped demon trembled as he spoke. Clearly, he was very afraid of the Netherworld Demon King inside. Lin Fei flipped over, and with a wave of his hand, he flung this fellow away. How could the tiger-shaped demon dare to hesitate? In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei sized up the area in front of him and knew that this was the land of 9 Nether. What he had to do now was to find the Netherworld Demon King. If he could talk to him, that would be for the best. Seems like you're looking for the 9 Hell Frost Flower? I'm not the only one. I didn't expect more people to come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could already sense that there were other figures heading in this direction. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared nearby. Then, they appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, they wanted to find the Netherworld Demon King, but he wasn't the only one. Now, there was another person? That was very normal. It was normal for another person to come, but why did they come at this time? It would more or less cause a little surprise. Then, a few figures appeared in front of him. They saw Lin Fei too. He was more or less surprised. He didn't expect someone to come all the way to the land of 9 Nether. It seemed like they were also here for the Netherworld Demon King. I thought I was fast. I didn't expect you to be so fast. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be here for the Netherworld Demon King, right? Why don't we work together? I'm Lu Yu. The young man named Lu Yu laughed. The young men behind him were also sizing him up, because they didn't know this young man at all. Logically speaking, people who came from the land of 9 Nether should more or less have some strength. Moreover, they had also received some news. But now that they saw this young man, he seemed very unfamiliar. Of course, they were on guard. Lin Fei was also sizing up these people. They were all quite strong, especially this Lu Yu, who was actually a 6-star war god. As for the rest, they were all 5-star war gods. With such a lineup, they actually dared to come to the Netherworld Demon King's territory? Weren't they here to die? No need. I'm afraid to go with you. When the time comes, I won't even know what happened. The Netherworld Demon King has the strength of a 9-star war god. Do you think you can beat him if you work together? Lin Fei shook his head. He directly rejected them. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you don't know about another thing. This Netherworld Demon King has already gone into death seclusion. He basically won't show himself. Therefore, if you want to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower, you just have to withstand the methods he left behind. Don't you know about this? It seems that you're also a newcomer. Lin Fei really didn't know about this news. Naturally, he was confident that he could fight this Netherworld Demon King. He never expected to receive such an unexpected piece of news. He knew that this Lu Yu definitely wouldn't lie. Therefore, it was extremely likely that this Netherworld Demon King was really breaking through death seclusion. It was extremely likely that he had the strength of a 10-star war god. In this case, it would probably be easier to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Lin Fei quickly shook his head in his heart. It probably wouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, everyone would have come. There wouldn't be just a few people. Even so, I still prefer to be alone. Thank you. Lin Fei still shook his head and went straight in. After Lin Fei went in, the people behind Lu Yu also began to talk. This person really doesn't know what's good for him. Wouldn't just like that. Does he really think he can obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower? Even we don't have much confidence in obtaining the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It's pretty good for him to go in like this. We'll have another cannon fodder if we let him scout the way. The others all burst into laughter. Only Lu Yu's expression was slightly different. This cannon fodder is not simple. Chapter 48:58. The land of 9 underworlds was filled with poison that was constantly spreading. When Lin Fei entered, he could already feel the presence of the poison. It kept seeping into his body. However, his infinite god body wouldn't allow the poison to seep in. He had some understanding of the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It seemed like this guy was an expert in using poison. Even the Tang Emperor didn't dare to let his guard down, let alone come here. Of course, the poison wasn't much to Lin Fei. As he walked, he was very careful. At the same time, he sensed if there were any super experts here. After all, even the Tang Emperor didn't dare to come here. It was highly likely that there was an ambush here. It was highly possible that such a thing existed. Very quickly, Lin Fei sensed a super strong aura. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It was indeed the strength of a 9 stars war god. Such a Devil King was a beast, so of course it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even 2 or 3 9 stars war gods might not be a match for the Devil King of 9 underworlds. One must know that the Devil King of 9 underworlds was an expert in controlling poison. Just by looking at the poison that permeated the surroundings, one could tell. What interested Lin Fei the most was that there wasn't just one type of poison. Instead, there were several types of poison that were constantly wandering around the area. Every time they entered a small area, they would change to a different type of poison. One could imagine that along the way, there would be a lot of poison in their bodies. At that time, once they were combined, it would become a kind of super poison. At this moment, Lin Fei understood the methods of the Devil King of 9 underworlds. It was indeed quite powerful. It was no wonder that ordinary people didn't dare to enter. For example, Lu Yu's group just now. He didn't know why they dared to enter. As for whether or not the Devil King of 9 underworlds was in seclusion, who could guarantee that? If it was just an excuse, and it turned out to be fake, then they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Lin Fei wasn't that stupid. After sensing the aura of the Devil King of 9 underworlds, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed 2 more strong auras. Other than that, there seemed to be a super formation. His eyes lit up a lot. It seems that my guess is right. There's indeed a trap here, and I'm afraid it is aimed at the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor is also smart and did not come in person. If he comes, there will be trouble. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he slowly advanced forward. Along the way, some poisonous insects appeared, but their power was only average. Of course, The most terrifying thing was the poison. These toxins were not here, so it was impossible to guard against them. Lin Fei had lost count of the number of poisons he had encountered along the way. So far, none of the poisons had been able to penetrate his infinite god body. At this time, a good physical body was very important. Lu Yu and the others were probably going to suffer a huge loss, unless they brought the corresponding treasures. Even if they did, it would be very exhausting to activate the treasures all the way. It looks like it's just ahead. Lin Fei suddenly sped up a lot. So. Rays of cold light flew out. They were actually poisonous snakes. These poisonous snakes could instantly burst out with the power of a war god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were killed by the power of the void collapse. Interesting. It's actually a one-time attack. It was rare to see such a one-off attack. Most importantly, they were all venomous snakes. These snakes all had one eye. They were very strange, but their methods were very cruel. In just a moment, they could make people feel despair. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Lin Fei came to the end, and a palace appeared in front of him. A black palace. There was a huge statue in front of him. All of them had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It was obvious that this was the Devil King of 9 underworlds. Lin Fei also sensed that the formation was just in front of him. It was not far from him. Lin Fei did not have the intention to go up and give it a try. This was obviously a super formation aimed at the Tang Emperor. With his small arms and legs, he should just forget about it. If he went in and got pinned down, it would be really troublesome. At that time, he would really not be able to get out unless he tried his best. Lin Fei did not want to experience such a thing again. He wasn't that free, so he directly went around the side. He entered the palace. Inside the formation, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their back. They had indeed sensed someone coming in. Soon, they saw a young man. However, this young man was quite interesting. He was very careful, and even seemed to have sensed something. I didn't expect a brat to dare to come to 9 underworlds. It seems like he sensed something. He should have a treasure on him. A middle-aged man in white said with a smile. He should have sensed something. It's a pity that it's not the Tang Emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to wait here. The other person was a middle-aged man in green. The 2 of them quickly retracted their gazes and didn't pay any more attention to it. Their target this time was the Tang Emperor. As for the others, they could just stand aside. Lin Fei had already entered 9 Underworld's palace. There were skeletons everywhere, big and small. As for ants, there was not a single one of them. It turned out that this 9 Underworld's Demon King was actually a commander without an army. This was quite surprising to Lin Fei. Lin Fei began to search, but it seemed like there was nothing good here, not to mention the antidote. After an hour, he didn't find anything at all. Lin Fei realized that if he wanted to get the antidote, he would have to find this 9 Underworld's Demon King and have a good talk. Lu Yu and his group seem to have come in. They aren't slow, but they are a little unlucky. They actually barged into the formation. As soon as Lin Fei stopped, he sensed movement outside. Such a commotion was quite big, and the first thing that came to his mind was the array formation outside. He could see it, but it didn't mean that others could. If there was no accident, they should have entered the formation. After all, there were 2 great experts in there. Everything had to be made clear. Lin Fei sighed. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the 9 Underworld's Demon King. He knew where the other party was, so he naturally had to see if he was really in seclusion. If not, then he could have a chat. If he was in seclusion, then he wouldn't be polite and would just make a move. He didn't believe that he couldn't find this 9 Underworld's Frost Flower. The closer he got to the 9 Underworld's Demon King, the more he could feel the so-called poison. This poison was more terrifying and overbearing than the poison outside. It seeped in quite fiercely. Chapter 48:59. When all these poisons were mixed together, it was really hard to defend against. Along the way, Lin Fei started to feel a little bit of pressure. This 9-held Demon King was indeed quite capable. Just these poisons alone were enough to form a barrier. Following which, the poisons became multicolored and even more poisonous. Lin Fei became more alert. At the very least, he formed a barrier around him to block out the poisons. While these poisons didn't look like much, Each one of them was really terrifying. Lin Fei had never seen so many different kinds of poisons. No wonder the great Tang Emperor's daughter was poisoned. This fellow was definitely an expert in poisons. If this fellow didn't specialize in poisons, Lin Fei would have cut his head off. He definitely didn't believe that this fellow wasn't an expert in poisons. Hence, he had a plan in mind. When he really met this nine-hell demon king, he had to be really careful. Fortunately, his infinite god body had already reached the 35th level, causing his toughness to become extremely terrifying. At the very least, the poisons wouldn't be able to seep in for a while. This was his biggest advantage. As he walked through the multicolored poisons, Lin Fei could feel how strong this nine-hell demon king was. At the same time, he could feel that the aura was getting closer and closer. If he was right, the nine-hell demon king should be right in front of him. Not long later, in front of him, there was a patch of darkness and bubbles started to appear. These bubbles were extremely poisonous, and they were incomparably poisonous. Lin Fei could feel it from far away, following which he squinted. Near these bubbles, he actually saw many flowers. These flowers were the 9 hell frost flowers that he had been searching for. Looking at them, there were at least 15 of them, and they weren't in the bubbles. Lin Fei didn't charge over right away. He knew that these bubbles weren't to be trifled with. If he wanted to get the 9 hell frost flower, he had to rely on other methods. At the very least, Lin Fei wouldn't be rash enough to pluck the 9 hell frost flower. If he did, it would be a huge problem. Any one of the 15 9 abyss frost flowers would be able to save the daughter of the great Tang Emperor. It was no wonder why the two experts would wait here for the arrival of the great Tang Emperor. As for whether the Tang Emperor would come, Lin Fei himself did not know. No matter what, he had the chance to pick the 9 nether frost flower. Lin Fei raised his hand and dashed towards the nearest 9 hell frost flower. When the hand was in midair, the bubbles instantly turned into streams of light. It directly attacked Lin Fei's hand. Voila, voila. The toxins that filled the sky instantly converged. It turned out that these bubbles were all formless attacks. This one attack had the might of a 9 stars war god. This was indeed a land of death. He knew that these bubbles wouldn't be easy to deal with. He didn't expect it to contain poison. A blow from a 9 stars war god was indeed very powerful. Not everyone could withstand such an attack. Even the toxins in the surroundings were mobilized by this attack. It seemed that anyone who came here would have their strength greatly affected after the toxins in their body were mobilized. They wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The result was obvious. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and saw many skeletons around him. These skeletons were all colorful, which meant that they had been poisoned. As for how long they had been dead, he didn't know. But no matter what, there were still quite a number of people here. It seemed that the number of people who could pluck the 9 hell frost flower could be counted on one hand. As for Lin Fei, he wasn't surprised at all. What Lin Fei had to do now was very simple. He just had to pluck the 9 hell frost flower. That was it. He stretched out his arm towards the 9 hell frost flower. Bubbles attacked him, but to Lin Fei, these toxins couldn't break through his defense. And what Lin Fei had to do was to be quick. It was a simple task. The attacks from the bubbles were getting more and more frequent. Gradually, Lin Fei started to feel the pressure. Although he was getting closer to the 9 hell frost flower, Lin Fei could feel that it was really difficult to pluck it. The void collapsed. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power of space collapsed and hit the bubbles. It affected them to a certain extent. Lin Fei's arm also sped up quite a bit. Finally, he grabbed the 9 hell frost flower with one hand. However, just as he grabbed it, the 9 hell frost flower turned into a green force that wrapped around his arm. In the blink of an eye, it was coming towards him. He vaguely saw an evil figure. He didn't need to guess to know that it was the 9 hell demon king. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a powerful kid today. Your physical body is quite strong. It's the strongest I've ever seen. It's a pity that you still fell for it. The sudden change of the 9 hell frost flower caught Lin Fei off guard. He had really underestimated the power of the 9 hell demon king. He had actually set up such a move. So, you're the demon king of the 9 underworlds. These 9 underworlds frost flowers are your incarnations. Impressive, impressive. No wonder so many people died here. They probably fell into your trap because they were careless. A 9-star war god actually played this trick. At this moment, Lin Fei finally knew the origin of the 9-Hell Demon King. This fella had actually transformed into a 9-Nether Frost Flower, followed by a 9-Nether Frost Flower. The people who came here probably didn't have any precautions. When they picked the 9-Hell Frost Flower, their strength was greatly reduced. In the end, they fell for the 9-Hell Demon King's trick. Good plan. A top-notch plan. Lin Fei had also learned something new. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. When he had first picked it, he hadn't realized that the 9-Hell Frost Flower was the incarnation of the 9-Hell Demon King. No one would believe him even if he said it. It's a pity that you found out too late. The green figure instantly rushed towards the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. At this moment, Lin Fei stretched out his palm. With a light grab, he directly grabbed onto the green figure. Then, he activated the Great Karma technique. With a loud bang, the green figure instantly turned into ashes. Lin Fei quickly retreated. This was the powerful effect of the Great Karma technique. Since he had formed karma with the 9-Hell Demon King, Lin Fei could instantly use his killer move and catch the other party off guard. Lin Fei was also out of danger. Then, the 9-Hell Frost Flowers instantly collapsed. A figure walked out. It was filled with an evil aura. Chapter 4860. The figure that walked out was none other than the 9th Underworld Demon King. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong from the beginning. He didn't expect the 9th Underworld Demon King to have such means to cultivate such an incarnation. No wonder it was so difficult to get the 9th Underworld Frost Flower. Only a few people could get their hands on it, unless the 9th Underworld Demon King personally handed it over. The possibility of this was very low. At the very least, the 9th Underworld Demon King was definitely not that easy to talk to. This was something that Lin Fei could still see. I didn't expect the famous Demon King of the 9 Serenities to play such a trick. It's really surprising. It's a pity that you still can't deal with me with such a trick. I don't know if it's a little regretful. Lin Fei looked at the 9th Underworld Demon King with a smile. This time, the 9th Underworld Demon King was also sizing up the young man in front of him. He didn't expect that the young man could escape from his trick. This kind of situation was really rare. You're also quite powerful. It's the first time you escaped. It's really not that easy for others. But even so, in front of me, you still have to be obedient and let me devour your essence and blood. I believe that after devouring you, it will be very nourishing. As soon as the 9th Underworld Demon King's voice fell, it was a loud rumble. The power of the void collapse directly rushed over. It turned out that Lin Fei had directly launched an attack. For the 9th Underworld Demon King, there was no need to be polite to such a guy. He could just directly attack. The power of the void collapse was indeed very strong. This attack did not cause any injury to the 9th Underworld Demon King. However, his expression was a little strange, and the interest in his eyes increased. Interesting. I didn't expect you to have spatial means. It seems that you're quite famous. No wonder you dare to come here alone. As soon as the voice of the Demon King of the Netherworld fell, Lin Fei directly activated his spirit projection and instantly penetrated through the Demon King's body. There was a loud rumble. It filled the body of the 9th Underworld Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the 9th Underworld Demon King was completely blown up. Following that, a figure condensed once again. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect to suffer such a loss. This brat actually had such a powerful secret technique. This move of mine isn't bad, right? This is something I left for you. Now, it seems to be pretty good. However, your fleshly body is indeed quite tough. I wonder, how many of my moves can you withstand? Another spirit projection was sent over. This time, the Netherworld Demon King had turned into a large mass of black fog. As a result, Lin Fei's attack had actually failed. This was rather rare. Poison World Domination. The black poison instantly attacked and turned into a skull of death, swallowing Lin Fei in one gulp. The toxins that filled the sky converged and formed a series of blade lights and sword shadows that attacked Lin Fei. If he couldn't block it, he would be poisoned. Lin Fei's infinite godly body finally came in handy. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei punched out and instantly destroyed the toxins. The Netherworld Demon King also condensed once again. There was a look of disbelief on his face. This guy's fleshly body actually withstood it. What kind of fleshly body did you cultivate? You can even withstand my toxins. If it was a normal war god, they wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack and would have been hit by his poison. Even the toxins in their bodies were triggered. However, there wasn't even a trace of toxins in this guy's body. Even when he used poison world domination, it couldn't penetrate his body. Instead, it was destroyed by his opponent's punches and kicks. The Netherworld Demon King finally realized that this young man in front of him wasn't that easy to deal with. This guy wasn't very strong, but he still made him suffer. However, this guy's fleshly body was extremely tough. Lin Fei laughed. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, I wouldn't have come here. Lin Fei finally realized the gap between him and a war god of 9 stars. The opponent was indeed very strong, especially this poison world domination, which was filled with terrifying toxins. If it wasn't for his strong, fleshly body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He still had to put in some effort to increase his strength. Fortunately, his infinite godly body had reached the 35th level, which more or less allowed Lin Fei's strength to change. It was another spirit projection. This time, Lin Fei didn't directly throw it over. Instead, he directly appeared in front of him. His punches and kicks turned into a fierce attack. He wanted to see how strong this Netherworld Demon King's fleshly body was. He wanted to see if it was his fleshly body that was stronger. I don't believe that your fleshly body is that strong. Watch my Poison Demon Divine technique. The Netherworld Demon King laughed loudly and also used his punches and kicks. His punches and kicks were completely different from everyone else's, and they contained toxins that could easily kill a 5-star heavenly god. As for a 6-star heavenly god, even a 7-star heavenly god wouldn't be able to withstand it. After a long time, they would also be killed. This exchange made the Netherworld Demon King realize that his opponent's fleshly body was very strong. When his toxins came into contact with his opponent's fleshly body, they were directly bounced off and couldn't seep in at all. It was like the indestructible diamond body. It couldn't seep in at all, unless he could open up a wound on his opponent's fleshly body. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. On the contrary, his opponent's strength was also very strong. It had extremely strong, penetrating power, and even a trace of the power of gravity came crushing down. The Netherworld Demon King finally understood why the other party dared to come here alone. He really had some tricks up his sleeves. Since when did the youngsters nowadays become so strong? This was completely different from what he had imagined. The two had already exchanged dozens of moves. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 100 moves. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't do anything to the Netherworld Demon King, but he had also let him know how powerful his infinite godly body was. The Netherworld Demon King was extremely speechless. His toxins were actually useless. Even with his strength, he couldn't do anything to this guy. Even though his opponent was injured and bleeding, he was still very strong. Such a guy was indeed a little difficult to deal with. It was giving him a headache. Whoosh! The Netherworld Demon King instantly retreated. Just then, he was hit again, and a series of cracks appeared on his body just like that. You actually have such an unconventional technique? Who on earth are you? Chapter 4861. The Devil King of the Netherworld was injured again, but this time, he sensed a dangerous aura. This unknown young man was more powerful than he had imagined. Although his realm was not high, his means were indeed powerful. Moreover, he was a body cultivator, which was rare. My means are just SOSO. I really can't defeat a great expert like you. I just can't protect myself. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? He had used the Great Karma skill just now. The Great Karma skill was indeed domineering. It directly injured the Devil King of the Netherworld. Lin Fei also laughed. The injury was not very serious. It could only be considered a minor injury. The Devil King of the Netherworld looked at this young man from head to toe. To be honest, He did not plan to fight anymore. This guy was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Who knew if he had other means? What if I say no? Do you think a war god of 9 stars like me will sit down and have a chat with you? The Devil King of the Netherworld said coldly. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you don't want to sit down and chat with me, then let's continue fighting. However, I don't think your situation is any better. Anyway, you can't do anything to me. If this fight is seen by outsiders, they'll say that you, a 9-star war god, can't take out a little brat. I reckon that you'll be the one who will be embarrassed. How dare you? The Devil King of the Netherworld did not expect this young man to be so shameless. As a war god of 9 stars, he actually couldn't take down a brat. To be honest, it was really embarrassing. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, aren't there 2 9-star war gods nearby? If they see the situation here, they will probably laugh at you for not being strong enough, or that you're going easy on me. I know you're not going easy on me. However, I'm not good at other things, but my life-saving skills are pretty good. Lin Fei laughed again. He did not believe that the Devil King of the Netherworld would be willing to continue fighting. Such a situation was absolutely impossible. The longer the fight went on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Lin Fei's infinite god body recovered exceptionally quickly. Therefore, if they were to fight, the unlucky one would be the other party. I think you're here for the 9 Abyss Frost Flower. If you help me with something, I'll give you the 9 Abyss Frost Flower. If you don't, there's nowhere else in the great world of gods where you can find it. The Netherworld Demon King didn't continue speaking. Instead, he spoke directly. He didn't believe that this young man wasn't here for the 9 Nether Frost Flower, and he was the only one who had the 9 Hell Frost Flower. This is a troublesome situation. Help the senior do something? Of course it's an honor, but I know it must be very difficult for you. Why don't we just forget it? I'm leaving now. From seeing the 9 Serenities Frost Flower to seeing the 9 Serenities Demon King, Lin Fei knew about it. In other words, it would be extremely difficult to obtain the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It wasn't that easy. Now, the Netherworld Demon King actually offered to make one for him. Things? It wasn't a small matter. It wasn't a good thing to risk his life for a 9 Serenities Frost Flower. It would be better for Lin Fei to just leave. Leave? This time, it was the Netherworld Demon King's turn to be dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. Did this guy not want the 9 Serenities Frost Flower? Apart from him, there was nowhere else he could get it. You can't leave. It wasn't easy for an expert to come. The Netherworld Demon King? How could he let him leave? This guy? He was definitely a suitable choice. Where could he find another person like him after he left? Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He knew that the Netherworld Demon King had taken a fancy to his strength. This guy had actually run into a problem. I must leave. Do you think you can stop me? I might not be good at other things, but my escaping skills are top-notch. This was true. This caused the Netherworld Demon King's expression to turn even more unsightly. He didn't expect that he would actually be unable to handle this guy. His ability to survive was pretty strong. What if his escaping skills were also very strong? Others might not be able to do it, but this guy might really be able to do it. This was also something that the Netherworld Demon King was worried about. The thing that I need your help with isn't difficult. Don't you want to listen to it first? You can make your choice after listening to it. I think there's still time. The Netherworld Demon King was anxious. This guy was going to leave at this time. It would be difficult to find another person. In his opinion, this guy still had the ability to help him. Then tell me first. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Although I'm here for the 9 Serenities Frost Flower, it's not essential to me. It doesn't matter even if I can't get it. Don't you think so? There's no need to take risks for a life. The Netherworld Demon King was really unhappy that he had encountered such a guy. His realm wasn't high, but his strength was quite strange. He could control space in such a method. It was really unimaginable. In any case, he was a 9-star war god who knew how many people had entered, but they had all been killed in a few moves by him. However, this guy made him feel a little helpless. It was as if he had grown thorns all over his body. He was injured when he wasn't careful. He hadn't encountered such a feeling for a long time. The thing that I need your help with is simple. You and I will join forces to drive away the 2 war gods of 9 stars outside. It shouldn't be difficult, right? As long as you help me, I will naturally give you the 9 Serenities Frost Flower. The Netherworld Demon King stretched out his hand. A 9 Serenities frost flower actually appeared on his palm. This 9 Serenities frost flower was very beautiful. It was completely different from the previous one, but Lin Fei was sure that this was the 9 Serenities frost flower. It turned out that this guy had put it away. The two experts outside. Could it be that you're not with them? That's interesting. It seems like you, the Demon King of the 9 Underworlds, are really at a disadvantage. You're actually threatened by 2 9-star war gods. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Netherworld Demon King had joined forces with the 2 war gods outside. However, the situation now seemed completely different. It was as if he was at a disadvantage. No wonder he wanted to join forces with me. This is quite troublesome. You also know that there are 2 war gods of 9 stars outside. I'm just a small guy with small arms and legs. I really can't beat them. Wait, I can give you the 9 Serenities Frostflower first. You just need to help me hold back one of them. That should be fine, right? I'm very sincere. The Netherworld Demon King was even more anxious. If he left, it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 4862. Lin Fei was naturally interested in the 9 Netherfrost flower. After all, this was what he had come here for. It would be best if he could bring it back. At the very least, he would be able to have a good chat with the Great Tang Emperor and find out the location of the God's restaurant. He had no choice. The God's restaurant was quite mysterious. Since the Great Tang Emperor knew about it, he definitely knew about it. Perhaps this 9 Nether Demon King knew about it too. Lin Fei had no way of asking about it. The 9 Nether Demon King did not seem like an easy person to deal with. Unless the two of them had a pleasant cooperation, it would be really dangerous. From the moment the 9 Nether Demon King took out the 9 Nether Frost Flower, Lin Fei knew that this 9 Nether Demon King had suffered a lot at the hands of the 2 war gods. That was why he wanted to cooperate with him. The 9 Serenities Frost Flower is dispensable to me. If it's just this, it's still not enough. After all, those 2 are 9-star war gods. With my small arms and legs, how can I defeat them? Lin Fei shook his head. He would not agree to the 9 Nether Demon King so easily. Then I gave you the 9 Hell Frost Flower in advance. I'm already treating you pretty well. Don't push your luck. Don't think that I can't deal with you. The 9 Nether Demon King was a little unhappy. If it was not for the fact that this fellow was quite capable, he would not have taken the initiative to take out the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Lin Fei turned and left without another word. Then come and deal with me if you can. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's just the 9 Nether Frost Flower. At most, I don't want it. Just treat it as a holiday and broaden my horizons. At least I know that the 9 Nether Demon King is not as strong as I thought. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the 9 Nether Demon King's expression changed. Why did this fella not follow the script? At least give me a condition. If I leave just like that, when will I see such a promising young man? As for those 9 stars war gods, forget about it. They did not have the guts to enter at this time. The 2 9 stars war gods were not easy to deal with. Wait, tell me what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally fulfill your wish. The Netherworld Demon King flicked his finger, and a Netherworld Frost Flower floated over. He walked all the way to the front of Lin Fei. This fellow was actually very straightforward, directly sending over the 9 Nether Frost Flower. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. This guy was a little different from what he had imagined. He was a guy with a bit of courage. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 Nether Demon Flower. This 9 Nether Frost Flower was indeed filled with the aura of the 9 Nether. At the same time, it contained a terrifying chill that attacked him in an instant. However, Lin Fei's physical body was already very strong. Therefore, he was able to withstand it easily. This also proved that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was genuine and not a scam. The Netherworld Demon King was indeed quite sincere. That's right. At least I saw some benefits. Otherwise, I would have turned around and left right now. At least, we can have a good talk now. The Netherworld Demon King instantly heaved a sigh of relief after getting the 9 Nether Frost Flower. This guy was really difficult to deal with. However, a 9 Hell Frost Flower made him stay. It was quite worth it. This guy could still be communicated with, although he had a bit of a temper. I have taken the thing, but I still have to make 3 small requests. As long as you can fulfill them, I will naturally help you to hold back one of the 9 stars war gods, so that you can deal with the other war god calmly. This is what I said. I am quite a trustworthy person. I am not like some people who cultivate an incarnation and specialize in ambushing people. The Netherworld Demon King's face instantly turned ugly. He stared at Lin Fei coldly. Lin Fei did not take it seriously. It was just a stare. It would not hurt him at all. He could stare at it for as long as he wanted. He did not have any other thoughts. 3 requests, just 3. No more. Otherwise, I would rather not cooperate with you. Isn't it just waiting for someone? I can wait for them sooner or later. This was the limit of the Netherworld Demon King. If there were a few more requests, he would definitely not be happy. After all, he was a 9 stars war god, a powerful existence. He had already put down his pride by making such a compromise. After all, this guy in front of him was indeed capable. The first request is quite simple. I want to know the location of the god's restaurant. Do you know where it is? Lin Fei asked directly. The god's restaurant? The Netherworld Demon King's face instantly changed. His entire body trembled. He looked at the young man in front of him from head to toe. I did not expect you to know about the god's restaurant. That is not simple. However, it is a pity that I am not very familiar with this place. There are very few people who know about the god's restaurant, and I do not have the qualifications. I am unable to fulfill your first request. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little shocked. It was hard to believe that he did not know the location of the god's restaurant. You are a 9 stars war god after all. However, I can give you a small hint. The location of the god's restaurant might only be known by the emperors of the 3 super empires. This news was more or less good for Lin Fei. At the very least, it was very likely that the great Tang Emperor knew the location. I will believe you this once. If you don't know, then so be it. Then my second request is even simpler. I want the power of faith. Lin Fei did not forget what was the most important part of his cultivation. That was the power of faith. With enough power of faith, he could do a lot of things. You actually want the power of faith? You want to become a god in a different way. The Netherworld Demon King's expression changed again. He did not dare to imagine that this guy was actually trying to become a god in a different way. Does he not know that it is a dead end? I am interested in the power of faith. As long as you give me the power of faith, everything is negotiable. Don't say that you can't fulfill the second request. If that is the case, we can forget about this cooperation. The Netherworld Demon King could not see through Lin Fei at all. He even wanted the power of faith and the location of the god's restaurant. This young man must have some background. I really did collect some power of faith. I can get it to you now. Balls of golden energy flew out. After flying out, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was the genuine power of faith. This 9 stars war god of the Netherworld Demon King did have some status. It was not a bad thing to be thick-skinned. Chapter 4863. Lin Fei's heart leaped with joy when he saw the balls of faith power flying out of his body. Sure enough, this Hades Demon King still had some foundation. After collecting so much power of faith, it was not a good thing for the Demon Kings of the Netherworld. It was an existence of little value, and it was dispensable. But for Lin Fei, it was of great use. Actually, the Netherworld Demon King was quite happy in his heart. He did not expect this guy to want this faith power. If it was something else, it would be hard for him to say. This thing was really useless to him. He had only destroyed some natives' god of faith. He had seized their faith power. He did not expect it to come in handy today. There was no pressure on the second small condition. Lin Fei put away the faith power. It instantly turned into honor points. His honor points instantly skyrocketed again. Although this guy did not have much faith power, it was actually quite a lot. A ding-dong sound rang out. Lin Fei's infinite god body directly rushed from the 35th level to the 36th level, which was an increase of 1 level. Such a rapid increase caused Lin Fei's physical body to change greatly. Although it was just a simple increase, the effect was still very obvious. The Hades Demon King was slightly stunned. He could clearly feel that the young man in front of him seemed to give him a trace of dangerous aura. It was much heavier than before. He was secretly puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that he was wrong? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Could it be that this guy was hiding his strength? Good heavens, this guy is not as simple as I thought. He is still hiding a lot of secrets. Fortunately, I discovered it. Therefore, he was even more glad that he did not fight with this guy. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. Thank you for your faith power. The power of faith allowed Lin Fei's infinite god body to improve by another level. Of course, he had to thank the Hades Demon King. This way, he would have a greater chance of restraining the war god of the 9 stars. What about your third small condition? He had completed the second small requirement, but he didn't need anything to complete this requirement. It was quite a sense of accomplishment. As for the third small condition, Lin Fei really hadn't thought of what he wanted. In fact, he still hoped for the power of faith. He also knew that it would be very difficult to get the Demon King of the Netherworld to give him the power of faith. He didn't want the Netherworld Demon King to think that the power of faith was of great use to him. This last small request is actually not that difficult. When I want to deal with the war god of 9 stars, you can just attack once. What do you think of this small request? Lin Fei also quickly said. This was the fastest method he could think of. The Netherworld Demon King furrowed his brows slightly. This was beyond his imagination. He didn't expect that this guy would actually ask him to help deal with the 9 stars war god. Speaking of which, such a small request wasn't difficult at all. It sounded very simple, so he agreed without much thought. No problem. It's not difficult to help you once. A piece of scale fell and directly flew in front of Lin Fei. This is my token. As long as you push it, I will be able to sense it and come over immediately. Lin Fei directly put it away. He believed what the Netherworld Demon King said. Although this guy was quite shameless, as long as he had the strength, he would definitely help him once. It was indeed not easy for the war god of 9 stars to find helper. It's a pleasure working with you. I can help you now. Lin Fei was very straightforward. The Netherworld Demon King finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally reached an agreement. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't lose anything. He only paid a Netherworld Frost Flower. Even some useless power of faith, in addition to helping him, once felt that it was a good deal. The Netherworld Demon King felt that he had gained a great deal. Lin Fei also felt that he had gained a great deal. In this way, the two of them cooperated for the first time. The 2 9-star war gods we have to deal with this time. One is called San Yuan, the other is called Sihe. These 2 people are quite capable. They belong to 2 empires. The Netherworld Demon King directly left this place. The 2 of them walked side by side. While walking, he explained the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them approached the range of the formation. At this time, there was a huge movement there. The battle seemed to have begun. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. It seemed that the situation inside was a little different from what he had imagined. At first, he thought that Lu Yu would definitely be in big trouble if he broke into the formation. But now it seemed that he had underestimated these people. He didn't expect that there was a hidden expert here. Song Bai, I didn't expect that the most trusted confidant of the Tang Emperor would come here. It's a pity that you met us. This time, you can't escape. Under our cooperation, you can't escape. I believe that the Tang Emperor will feel sorry for you for a long time if we kill you. After all, you are a great war god of the Tang Empire. You can be regarded as his right-hand man. 2 people's voices came from inside the formation. They sounded very proud. The Netherworld Demon King said, "This Song Bai is the confidant of the Tang Emperor. He can be regarded as his right-hand man. He is a war god of 9 stars and a very powerful machete man. I didn't expect that he would come here in person. It seems that he wants the Netherworld Frozen Flower." Lin Fei knew that he had misjudged them. He didn't expect that there was such a hidden expert. They were really different. I will choose one of the 2 war gods at random. You can deal with the other one. With Song Bai, you should be able to suppress this war god. Maybe you can even kill him. Lin Fei laughed and directly rushed into the formation. The Netherworld Demon King also followed him in. Lu Yu and the others had passed out. They were protected by a treasure. In addition, 2 war gods were besieging a machete man. The Machateman's saber turned into layers of defense in his hand. For a moment, the 2 war gods couldn't hold him. Lin Fei could see that Song Bai's machete man seemed to be injured, and the injury was getting more and more serious. Netherworld Demon King, why are you here? What do you mean by this? The Trinity War God's gaze landed on the Netherworld Demon King. The other war god fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. Nothing. I just want to kill you here. This is my territory. It's not your place to be presumptuous. Chapter 48-64. The hatred of the Devil King of the Underworld was not ordinary. As soon as he saw the two war gods, he immediately made his move and locked onto the Six Unity War God. The Six Unity War God was also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two of them started fighting. The Three Origin War God's gaze fell on the young man. Previously, he thought that there was a young man who went in. He did not expect that this guy would be able to negotiate a cooperation with the Devil King of the Underworld. He was really capable. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want me to kill you? How dare you join forces with the Devil King of the Underworld? I really don't know who gave you such courage. The Three Origin War God sneered and waved his hand. A ray of light shot over. This ray of light was called the Divine Light of Destruction. It was very terrifying. As soon as it came over, it shrouded the area where Lin Fei was, turning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. A technique like this had already reached the might of a 9-star war god. Any war god would be killed in the face of such a radiance. It was too difficult to survive. I'm sorry, there are some men who want to kill me. Although you're a 9-stars war god, I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at staying alive. Lin Fei's figure came over with a whoosh and directly surrounded the Three Origin War God and attacked. Unlike others, Lin Fei's attack was purely a close-range method. He threw one punch after another. Only in this way could his fist technique be domineering, fierce, and penetrative. The Three Origin War God was careless and suffered loss. He really underestimated this guy's ability. He finally understood why such a ruthless guy like the Devil King of the Underworld would choose to cooperate with such a person. It was really hard to believe that they would directly surround him. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Lin Fei unleashed his technique. One punch after another, there was no pause at all. The Three Origin War God kept retreating. Even though some of his methods were blasted over, they were all destroyed by the opponent. Not far away, War God Song Bai was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the Netherworld Demon King would join forces with a young man to launch an attack. Moreover, that young man was someone he didn't know. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the younger generation? He had originally thought that he would die here, but now it seemed that not only would he not die here, but he would also be able to give these two fellows a heavy blow. Young man, let me help you. Song Bai, the god of war, shouted and came over. However, halfway through, he saw a force spread across the sky and stopped him. I don't need you here. I haven't fought with the 9-stars war god in a long time. I want to see how strong he is. If you want to help, go play with the demons of the underworld. As soon as the power came, Song Bai felt some resistance. This barrier was also filled with a terrifying chill, and it kept seeping in. This caused his eyes to light up. This young man really has a lot of means. Without any hesitation, he directly joined the battle of the Netherworld Demon Kings. Lu He was originally able to suppress the 9 Underworld's Demon King by himself. Now that Battle God Song Bai had appeared, the situation was completely different. San Yuan couldn't free his hands either, because the opponent's means were really powerful. From time to time, he launched some physical attacks. For example, the move of mind projection had made him suffer a few times, and he couldn't resist it at all. If he wasn't the war god of 9 stars, he would definitely be defeated by this guy, and he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. How about it? My means are pretty good, right? I advise you to behave yourself and watch the show. Lin Fei performed mind projection again. This time, San Yuan was prepared, so the injury wasn't very serious, but still made his face very ugly. At the same time, he didn't have time to free his hands at all. This guy's attacks were endless, and his strength didn't weaken at all. This was the most difficult thing to bear. He knew that it was too difficult to deal with this young man today, even if he killed the Netherworld Demon Kings. If things went wrong, the two of them would suffer a big loss. Brat, I'll remember you. You ruined our plan today, and you'll regret it sooner or later. Sanyuan War God directly took out a scroll and tore it open. With a whoosh, he fled and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, the War God of Six Directions did the same. After a feint, he also took out a scroll and left. However, before he left, he stared at Lin Fei fiercely and then left just like that. In the blink of an eye, the two great experts left, and at the same time, Lu Yu and the others were also taken away. The surroundings became empty. Netherworld Demon Kings, I've helped you restrain them, but it's a pity that you couldn't kill the War God of 9 stars. Do you feel regretful? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at the Netherworld Demon Kings. At this time, the Netherworld Demon Kings felt very satisfied. Of course, they also felt a little regretful that they didn't kill one of them. Otherwise, they would definitely be greatly injured. It's really a pity, but it's not bad to let them leave in embarrassment. After all, the War God of 9 stars is not so easy to kill. The Netherworld Demon Kings turned into a large mass of black fog, which spread to the surroundings. Only a rumbling sound could be heard. The array that was set up here was destroyed by him. Then, all the parts of the array flew over and landed in his hands. Since everything is settled, I'll leave now. We'll talk about other things in the future. Lin Fei also used teleportation, and with a whoosh, he left. This time, the Netherworld Demon King didn't stop him, and just let Lin Fei leave. War God Songbai didn't leave. This time, he came for the Netherworld Frost Flower. Songbai, I know you are the confidant of the Tang Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, you are here for the Netherworld Frost Flower. War God Songbai did come for the Netherworld Frost Flower. He thought he had no chance this time because he was blocked by the two great experts. He didn't expect that the Netherworld Demon King actually took action and drove them away. Our Emperor said that as long as you can give us a Netherworld Frost Flower, he will owe you a favor. War God Songbai said. The Netherworld Demon King laughed heartily. A favor from the Emperor of the Great Tang is indeed very valuable, but you're too late. The 9 Nether Frost Flower has already been taken by that young man. You should also know that the 9 Nether Frost Flower is no ordinary flower. Since I've given you one, I won't give you a second one. What did you give to that young man? Chapter 48:65. Lin Fei exited the 9th secluded land and came out with a few greater teleportation techniques. For him, his speed was quite fast. As soon as he stepped out, a figure caught up with him. His speed was quite fast. Lin Fei didn't need a guess to know who it was. It should be War God Songbai. He didn't expect him to be so fast. He probably knew from the Devil King that he had the 9 Hell Frost Flower. It was absolutely impossible to obtain a second 9 Hell Frost Flower from the Demon King of the 9 Hell. Lin Fei could more or less understand the temper of the Demon King of the 9 Hell. Young man, wait a minute. Young man, wait a minute. Songbai, the god of war, chased after him and almost lost him. This young man's movement speed was also quite fast. Fortunately, he finally caught up. He knew from the Devil King that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was with this young man. He didn't dare to stay any longer and directly caught up. He was afraid that if he delayed for a while, he wouldn't know where this person was going. The 9 Hell Frost Flower had a magical effect on detoxification. If this person didn't take it to the Great Tang Empire, it would be a big trouble. Young man, wait a minute. Young man, wait a minute. Lin Fei stopped. In the blink of an eye, War God Songbai also caught up. He stopped not far away. I heard that the 9 Hell Frost Flower is with you. What conditions do you need to be willing to hand over the 9 Hell Frost Flower? Songbai was very straightforward. He had to be straightforward at this time. Otherwise, if the other party had any ideas, it would be difficult to get the 9 Hell Frost Flower. This guy's strength was also unfathomable. So far, he couldn't think of such a powerful expert in Jiangnan. This person was definitely a 9 stars war god. Even if he wasn't, he was at least an 8 stars war god. I have other uses for the 9 Hell Frost Flower. Anyway, the Devil King has a lot of it. Why don't you ask him for it? Of course, Lin Fei would use the 9 Hell Frost Flower to save the princess. However, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't say that at this time. He had to make sure that the 9 Hell Frost Flower was important. The God of War song, Bai's heart skipped a beat. This was not good news, but definitely bad news. Thinking about it, it made sense. Since the other party had taken the 9 Nether Frost Flower, it was impossible for him to really save the Palace Master. Although the princesses of the Great Tang were worth a lot of money, with their strength and cultivation, they naturally wouldn't be interested in such a princess. Just look at how he dared to make a move against a 3-origin war god. One could only imagine what kind of situation he was in. The other party was confident in his own strength. Snatching the 9 Nether Frost Flower from him was too difficult. Our Great Tang Empire sincerely wants the 9 Hell Frost Flower? What if I can get another one from the Demon King of the Netherworld? Naturally, I wouldn't come looking for you. I really had no other choice. Could you please state a condition? Our Great Tang Empire will definitely accomplish it. This was the only thing Song Bai could say. Lin Fei also laughed. Your Great Tang Empire really cares about the 9 Nether Frost Flower. It's not very useful to me. I heard that the princess of your Great Tang Empire was poisoned and needed the 9 Nether Frost Flower to detoxify her. I wonder if it's true. To tell you the truth, it's true. Our palace master was indeed injured and poisoned. So I came to get the 9 Nether Frost Flower, but I was trapped by the 3-origin and 6-direction war gods. If you didn't help me, I'm afraid I would be dead now. The God of War song by started to tell Zhang Tai sincerely. No matter what, the other party would stop. Then it was very likely that he could get the 9 Nether Frost Flower. If you think it's not reasonable here, you can go to the Great Tang Empire with me. At that time, let the Emperor of the Great Tang, namely His Majesty, talk to you about this matter. I think he will definitely give you something that will satisfy you. Now that the negotiation was not good, Song Bai certainly couldn't rob it. So the best way was to invite this young man to the Great Tang Empire as a guest, and then let His Majesty talk to the young man. This was more likely. The Emperor of the Great Tang was a great master in the Jiangnan area. He was a top master. Which of those who could meet His Majesty was not a real god's favored one? A top master. Wasn't Lin Fei's ultimate goal to meet the Emperor of the Great Tang? He knew the location of the god's restaurant from him. I heard that the Emperor of the Tang Empire is a top master. I wonder how much stronger he is than the 3-origin war god and the 6-direction war god. I'm in a mood to have a fight with him. Lin Fei laughed. That war god song, I was shocked again. It turned out that this young man was a martial arts fanatic. No wonder he dared to fight against the 3-origin war god alone. As a result, the 3-origin war god suffered a loss and was injured. What if this news spread out? The whole Jiangnan area would be shocked. If His Majesty knows that you went there, he will be very happy. Anyway, War God Song Bai was a little relieved. It seemed that this young man was not so difficult to deal with. He could still talk to him. Okay, then I'll go to the Great Tang Empire with you. I heard that the Great Tang Empire is one of the 3 super empires in the Jiangnan area. I've always heard about it, but I've never been there. After a laugh, Lin Fei went to the Great Tang Empire with War God Song Bai. The Great Tang Empire was very, very big, and there were many masters. They arrived at the capital of the Great Tang Empire. There were countless experts there. Furthermore, there was also a super array formation. Even Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart after taking a look at it. The Great Tang Empire was really powerful, especially the capital. Even 7 or 8 9-stars war gods couldn't break this super formation. With this super formation, the capital was as stable as Mount Tai. At the same time, Lin Fei also felt a super strong aura. The strong aura surpassed that of the 3-origin war god and the 6-unity war god. Even the Devil King of the 9 Serenities was far inferior to him. This was a top master. It seems that I should be able to get a lot of power of faith in this trip to the Great Tang Empire. At that time, I will be able to reach the 40th stage of the infinite divine body in one go. The chances are still very high. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't seen the person yet, but he was already thinking about the power of faith. War God Song Bai led Lin Fei into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was also full of masters. Many hidden auras were in the void. Anyone who came in would be attacked directly, even if it was a 9-stars war god. Chapter 4866. Along the way, Lin Fei knew that the Great Tang Empire was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that it could become one of the 3 super empires in the Jiangnan region. Not only were there many experts, but there were also a few super experts. Coupled with the super array, the influence was naturally different. Lin Fei was taken to the royal palace by Song Bai. They arrived at a very luxurious and honorable place in the palace. There are many palaces here. Sir, please rest here first. I will report to His Majesty and come back to inform you when the time comes. The god of war Song Bai didn't take Lin Fei to see His Majesty. After all, this was not a small matter, and Her Majesty was very busy every day, so she had to report it first. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just like that, he stayed in this palace for a while. The interior and exterior of this palace were very luxurious, and the spirit energy was especially rich. If there was no accident, this should be used to entertain distinguished guests. Not long after Lin Fei arrived, someone came up. There was a young man in the next palace. He had a head full of white hair and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, his strength was indeed quite strong. He was actually an 8-star war god. That was quite rare at this age. My friend, I'm sorry to disturb you so abruptly. I hope you don't mind. I see that you've just arrived. Don't tell me you're here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm with me. The white-haired young man took the initiative to speak as soon as he came over. He also had a friendly smile on his face. This was a misunderstanding. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that this young man had misunderstood. He wasn't here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory, but since it was called the Imperial Secret Territory, it couldn't be a small place. He knew better than anyone else why this white-haired young man would come looking for him. If nothing went wrong, he was going to get a helper for himself. People nowadays were getting smarter and smarter. Even an 8-star war god was thinking of recruiting people. It seemed that the Imperial Secret Realm was not as simple as it seemed. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to participate in the Royal Secret Realm. The white-haired young man was a little surprised. After all, not everyone could live in this place. Without any status or background, they could only live outside. They were all distinguished guests, but they weren't here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory. The East Rising War God was indeed surprised. Sorry. I thought you were here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Hearing that he was not here to participate in the Imperial Secret Territory, the East Coming War God bade farewell and prepared to leave. It also gave him a little impression of this young man. It was indeed rare for someone so young to be able to come to this palace. I've just arrived as well, and I'm feeling bored. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Who knows, we might be able to kill some time. Lin Fei had come here to obtain the power of faith. He wasn't very concerned about other things, but he was very free at the moment. Since someone had come over, he might as well chat with them. The East Rising War God was slightly stunned. He smiled, cupped his hands, and sat down. I am the East Arrival War Immortal. Lin Fei also laughed. Lin Mu. It was more or less necessary to use a fake name when going out. Even if there was a huge commotion over there, Lin Fei still used it. This name was quite common. Last time, he used Yixin. This time, Lin Fei directly used the name Lin Mu. The Southeast War God didn't remember any young man called Lin Mu, but he didn't think too much about it. I saw that there were people in the surrounding palaces. Are they all here to participate in the Imperial Secret Realm? Lin Fei also asked casually. The Southeast War God didn't have anything to do either. Just now, he saw people move in, so he came over. So the two of them chatted and laughed. Mr. Zilong, this is the palace I've arranged for you. What do you think? This is the best palace in the Imperial Secret Territory. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Then they heard voices, and then a group of people walked in. As soon as they walked in, they saw that there were two people chatting and laughing. Someone scolded them on the spot. Who are you? Who's here? This is for VIPs. This voice interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Lin Fei was really happy. He didn't expect to hear so many secrets again. This East Rising War God was indeed interested in befriending him. So the two of them seemed to be having a pleasant conversation as they chatted. Suddenly interrupted by someone, The East Rising War God immediately turned around with a cold look in his eyes. "Who are you? Who let you come here?" The East Rising Battle God said coldly. With a glance, the hearts of everyone present trembled a little. The person who scolded him just now also recognized him. "You are the East Coming War God." The East Coming War God had a great reputation. After all, he had reached the level of an 8-star war god at such a young age. It could be said that he was the idol of the younger generation. "I'm a third prince. I arranged this place for Mr. Zilong." "I don't remember it being arranged for you." The East Coming War God. A young man in a yellow robe came up and greeted the East Coming War God. Although this person's level was not high, only at the level of a 7-star war god, with his identity as the third prince, it was different. Even the purple-robed young man, called Mr. Zilong, stared at the East Coming War God. The East Coming War God had obviously heard of the third prince. This guy could be considered a martial arts fanatic, and his strength was also very strong. He was a 7-star war god, and it was said that he had cultivated the unique skills of the royal family. He was very powerful, and even an 8-star war god might not be able to take him down easily. "Indeed, I'm not staying here. But because of what I said just now, I am a little unhappy. Is the third prince going to kick me out? Then I would like to ask your majesty, we are here to participate in the royal secret realm. Can't we just drop by?" Although the East Coming War God was afraid of the third prince, he did not play along with him. Instead, he asked directly. They were all here to participate in the royal secret realm. As the third prince, he was not qualified to say such things. "Ha ha, as expected of the East Coming War God. You have a temper. I have heard of you for a long time. I hope I can have a chance to learn from you this time. My name is Zilong." The purple-robed Mr. Zilong stared at the East Coming War God with an eager look. Lin Fei just sat there quietly. The accommodation arranged by War God Song was a little unreliable. It was obvious that someone was eyeing this palace. How could it be possible for Lin Fei to leave? "Hey, Battle God Song allowed me to live in this palace. Are you going to kick me out? If so, you'd better ask Battle God Song for permission first." Lin Fei stood up as well. Chapter 48-67. Hearing Lin Fei's words, both the third prince and Child Zilong slightly changed their expressions. Of course, they knew War Immortal Song who was a top master in the Tang Empire. They didn't expect that this young man lived here because of War Immortal Song Even the third prince's expression changed slightly, and he was a little suspicious. War Immortal Song was so elusive that it was hard for them to see him on normal days. What was the background of this guy? They wanted to refute, but the third prince knew that if this guy was really arranged by War Immortal Song to stay here, they would offend War Immortal Song if they kicked him out. If they really caused trouble, they would definitely suffer. Lin Fei continued to laugh. "I know you won't believe me. Anyway, I'm here. Either you leave, or you kick me out. You have to be prepared for what will happen next. Don't say I didn't warn you." The East Arrival Immortal Song was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this young man actually lived here because of War Immortal Song Everyone knew that War Immortal Song was a 9 stars War Immortal. He was a top master in the Tang Empire, and also the right-hand man of the emperor. Everyone knew him. The third prince and Child Zilong both looked terrible. "What's your name? I'd like to get to know you, in case I make a mistake." The third prince obviously didn't continue to ask. No matter whether this guy was War Immortal Song or not, he couldn't continue to ask. But he could remember this guy's name and his background. He could arrange someone to check it out as soon as possible. "You're not qualified to know my name. Get out." Lin Fei smiled faintly and poured himself another cup of tea. He poured himself another cup of tea. The third prince had never thought that he would be ignored by a young man like this. The blue veins on his hands were slightly bulging, and he took back his hand. "Child Zilong, I'm sorry. I'll change a place for you." They didn't say anything and directly walked out. The third prince didn't forget one important thing, which was to arrange someone to keep an eye on this place. He wanted to see if this guy was sent here by the god of war Song If not, then he would have to face the wrath of the third prince. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. You drove the third prince out just like that. This guy is quite narrow-minded. You have to be careful. And that Zilong is the same." The East Rising War God reminded with a smile. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ants. When it's time to make a move, I'll just slap them to death. Lin Fei said casually. In his eyes, both the third prince and young Master Zilong were just ants. Of course, it was just a matter of strength. The war god of the southeast had to give in to this Lin Mu. He really had a lot of guts. The more he looked at him, the more mysterious his identity and background became. He even managed to get close to war god Songbai. The East Rising war god sat there for a while before leaving. He had to investigate Lin Mu's background. If he didn't have a certain background, he probably wouldn't dare to offend the third prince. And he even offended young Master Zilong. Both of them had a high status and background. In the evening, war god Songbai came over. He didn't let Lin Fei wait for too long. He knew that war god Songbai wouldn't delay him. I've already told His Majesty. His Majesty wants to see you and have a good talk with you. Please come with me. Lin Fei and war god Songbai left the palace just like that. As soon as they left, the third prince received the news. He didn't forget about this matter. It was because of this guy that he lost his face. If he didn't find out this guy's background, he would never be able to vent his anger. So after he came back, he really did investigate. The more he investigated, the more he felt that this young man had a very mysterious background. There was no record of him at all. However, many people said that he came in with war god Songbai. Could it be that this guy was war god Songbai's new disciple? If this was the case, it could be explained. After all, war god Songbai didn't have many disciples. If he was a talented disciple, it would be a different story. This made the third prince very unhappy. If he was really a disciple, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Although war god Songbai didn't talk much, he was very resourceful. His father especially appreciated him. These things couldn't be confirmed yet. Only after receiving the news could it be confirmed. Hearing the news, the third prince smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that this guy really had a relationship with war god Songbai. He left in a hurry. It would be difficult for the third prince to vent his anger, so the third prince decided to give up. At most, he would slowly collect this guy's information. This was also the third prince's favorite thing to do. Lin Fei and war god Songbai went all the way to the garden. This place was very big. Lin Fei even heard the sound of water. Then a huge lake appeared in front of him. Good heavens! A big trick was used to put a lake here. There seemed to be many monsters in the lake, which are the so-called fish monsters. All of them were not weak. That's Your Majesty. Your Majesty's favorite thing to do is fishing. War god Songbai said in a low voice. In front of Lin Fei's sight, there stood a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He was fishing quietly with a pole in his hand. There was no bait on the pole, but when he lifted it, a fish monster really came out. It looked fierce. With a tap of the pole, the fish monster completely calmed down. Your Majesty, he's here. War god Songbai walked over and said in a low voice. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the fish monster went back into the water. It was like an amnesty. Then he turned around. Lin Fei also saw this middle-aged man. His entire body was brimming with a dense and boundless aura. This was a top-notch expert. He was even stronger than the 9 underworld's Demon King and the 2 9-star war gods from before. He was definitely at the peak of the 9 stars war god. He was even half a step away from the level of 10 stars. He was still powerful. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Fei also cupped his hands. Lin Fei did not address them as seniors. In terms of lifespan, Lin Fei was not inferior to these people. In fact, he was even older than them. You're young and promising. No wonder you could get the 9 Serenities frozen flower from the Devil King of 9 Serenities. Just tell me what you want. There are many good things in the Tang Empire. Chapter 4868. The Tang Emperor was quite straightforward. Of course, Lin Fei liked straightforward people. After all, this was the Tang Emperor, a top expert. He was straightforward, and so did Lin Fei. I like straightforward people. Since Your Majesty has told me so directly, I won't stand on ceremony. This 9 nether frozen flower is really useless to me, so it's not a problem for me to take it out. Lin Fei laughed, and a 9 nether frozen flower appeared in his hand. It was the 9 nether frozen flower that the Demon King of the 9 nether gave him the most. The Tang Emperor laughed. You're quite interesting. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your 9 nether-frozen flower away? After all, this is my territory. Great Tang Emperor, as one of the top experts of the Jiangnan region, you definitely won't make a move on a 9 Hellfrost flower. You can't afford to lose that much face. Moreover, even if you did make a move, you might not be able to snatch it away. Even though the Great Tang Emperor was a top-notch expert, Lin Fei still spoke as usual. The Tang Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. Even War Godsong Bai on the side admired the courage of this guy for daring to say such words. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of the Tang Emperor. What I want is quite simple. Your Tang Empire definitely has it. That is the land of faith. Lin Fei laughed. The power of faith? The Tang Emperor was a little surprised. He had already calculated what the other party wanted, but he never expected that this guy only wanted the power of faith. This was something of little value. Could it be that this fellow used the power of faith to cultivate? If that was the case, it would make sense. You're really different. Others want cultivation methods or top treasures, but I can get them easily. You're different. You want the power of faith. You're quite interesting. Even Song Bai didn't expect that this guy wanted the power of faith. This thing was indeed rare, but in the Tang Empire, the power of faith was really not a rare thing. There was such a thing in the treasure house. Then we can cooperate happily. I believe the Tang Emperor won't let me down. Anyway, the power of faith is useless in your treasure house. You might as well give it to me. Maybe you can get a future ally. The Great Tang Emperor burst into laughter once more. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Balls of golden light flew out just like that. It turned out that the Tang Emperor carried the power of faith with him. The power of faith that flew out arrived in front of Lin Fei. It was very dense, much denser than the power of faith that he had obtained from the Demon King of the 9 Underworlds. There was no way to compare. The Demon Kings of the Netherworld were different from the Great Tang Emperor. He had already founded the Great Tang Empire, the super empire of Jiangnan. Accumulation and foundation were naturally different. The Great Tang Emperor is indeed straightforward. I am quite satisfied with the power of faith. I hope there will be such good things in the future, and we can continue working together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei collected the power of faith and followed the 9 Hell Frost Flower. He was not afraid that the Great Tang Emperor would play any tricks. Now that the power of faith was in his hands, there was nothing for him to worry about. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith turned into a large amount of honor points. It was rising rapidly. The corners of his mouth also rose slightly. The 9 Hellfrost Flower was also in the hands of the Great Tang Emperor. With a flip of his hand, he kept it. I heard that you can withstand the attack of a 3-element war god. I wonder if you have any thoughts of helping me with something. I think you won't reject this as a reward. The Great Tang Emperor stretched out his hand, and balls of power of faith flew out again. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Good Lord, the Great Tang Emperor is indeed the Great Tang Emperor. I actually fell into a little trap unknowingly. This guy did not give me all the power of faith. Of course, this was also within Lin Fei's expectations. He was indeed a cunning old fox. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would not be interested. However, the power of faith was different. For him, the power of faith would definitely be of great help. The power of faith that he had just obtained could improve his infinite divine body. It could improve by at least 2 levels, close to 3. In other words, his infinite divine body had improved from 36 levels to 38 levels, close to 39 levels. If he took all the power of faith from the Great Tang Emperor, it was highly likely that he would be able to break through to 40 levels. He had reached a new height. There is probably no one in the history of the Infinite Sect who had such an achievement. Great Tang Emperor, you're so boring. You actually held back. Do you know that I'm very unhappy? Lin Fei said with a smile. The Great Tang Emperor burst into laughter again. He felt that this young man was more interesting. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith that was sent out lost connection. A terrifying force had directly cut off the connection. There was no resistance at all. However, the Great Tang Emperor could not see anything. This young man did not do anything from the beginning to the end. He was filled with many secrets. As long as you do one thing for me, I can give you all the power of faith first. I believe you have no objections, right? You're the first person who can make me say something like this." This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised. This great Tang Emperor was really different. Such boldness was rare. No wonder he could become a top-notch expert. He actually dared to give the power of faith to Lin Fei first. To Lin Fei. If he really gave the power of faith to Lin Fei, his infinite divine body would reach 40 levels. By then, his physical strength would be even stronger. It would be easier for him to fight against 9 stars experts. Basically, ordinary 9-star war immortals were no match for him. Even if he were to face 2 or 3 ordinary 9-star war immortals in one go, it would still be a piece of cake. Even if he encountered a top-notch expert, he would not be defeated. This was the power of the infinite divine body. I'm really interested in the power of faith. However, I have to hear what it is about. Don't tell me that you want me to fight with a top-notch expert or help you restrain him. I can't do that. I'm afraid that the top-notch expert will kill me in a few moves. My bright future will be gone. Of course, Lin Fei had to get to the bottom of it first. This matter is actually quite simple. There is no one in Jiangnan with your strength at your age. Even if there are only a few who can compare to you. Therefore, I hope that you can escort my little daughter to a place. I don't think it's a difficult thing to do. Yes. Chapter 4869. That's it. Lin Fei was surprised. Did the Tang Emperor come to give him the power of faith? For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had heard wrongly. The power of faith was too easy to get. What was the point of escorting the daughter of the Tang Emperor to a place? It was definitely a piece of cake. Now that he had the 38th level of infinite divine body, his physical body was strong and powerful. If he could get this batch of power of faith, he would definitely reach the 40th level. His physical body would be strong enough to break any attack. The Tang Emperor smiled. It's such a simple task. I don't think anyone else can do it, but you definitely can. I just don't know if you're willing to do it. The power of faith can't be obtained anywhere. Other than the Jiangnan region and the 3 empires, there are almost no other places that could be ignored. Perhaps it was to let Lin Fei know that the power of faith wasn't that easy to get. The Tang Emperor said with a smile. Back then, in the Jiangnan area, all the people who became gods with the power of faith were wiped out by us emperors. So, if you want to kill them and seize the power of faith, it's impossible. Almost all the power of faith is gathered in the hands of our 3 empires. All right, this wasn't good news at all. Lin Fei understood what was going on. The Tang Emperor was determined to get him. If he wanted to get the power of faith, they would probably send each other his daughter. Just because of what you said, I have to help you. After all, I'm a helpful person. Since we've met, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I'll accept this task. Lin Fei accepted the task seriously. The power of faith in the Tang Emperor's hand flew over. It appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept it. He had to get the power of faith first. As for other things, he would think about it later. Once the power of faith was in his hand, it was instantly converted into honor points. The infinite divine body broke through to the 40th level in one go. Fortunately, Lin Fei had not removed the seal on his physical body. Otherwise, he would have given the Tang Emperor a huge fright. In just a short period of time, his fleshly body had improved by leaps and bounds. Anyone would suspect that obtaining the power of faith would be of great use to Lin Fei. After all, the strength of the war god realm that was cultivated from the power of faith was only average. It was far from being as powerful as Lin Fei. If they knew about this, they would probably be tempted and come up with all kinds of methods. The Tang Emperor was indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect this young man to accept the task so readily. Isn't he afraid that I've set a trap for him? He was still extremely confident in his own strength. In any case, he had solved a small problem for the Tang Emperor. Song Bai, take him to our little daughter and tell her to listen to this young man. By the way, what's your name, young man? I'm called Lin Mu, a very simple name. Lin Fei naturally gave a fake name. Lin Fei and War God Song Bai left in the blink of an eye. A black figure appeared in the sky above the lake and walked over the water. This guy called Lin Mu is very dangerous. You found the right person, but you're also very courageous. A person like you will most likely become a peak expert in the future. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be very surprised. Who would have thought that there would be another expert in the lake that didn't leak even the slightest bit of his aura? A peak expert is good. Our great world of the gods has not had a peak expert for a long time. It has become a pool of stagnant water. The Tang Emperor's gaze became profound. His escort this time will be very interesting. It's just the right time for me to show off my skills. Lin Fei and War God Songbai went to the other side and were also in the Imperial Palace. Brother Lin, you're really courageous. You're the only one who dares to speak to His Majesty like this. War God Songbai didn't know how many geniuses he had seen and how many experts he had seen, but he had never seen anyone like Lin Mu, which was really surprising. Everyone is different. I'm naturally different from others. I dare to speak to His Majesty because I have the confidence and strength. If His Majesty were to act against me, I would have a way to deal with it. But at that time, it would not be a good thing for anyone. How great is it now? He got it, and I got what I wanted. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to ask about the God's restaurant. But after some consideration, he suppressed that thought. He should first earn the power of faith before anything else. The God's restaurant would find out sooner or later. There was no need to rush. Moreover, he had already obtained the power of faith. If he asked about the God's restaurant again, it might raise some suspicions. After all, he wanted to know about the God's restaurant and how to obtain the power of faith. From the Tang Emperor, he more or less got a general idea. The other places did not have the power of faith. Only the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had it. These two empires still had quite a lot of power of faith. As for how to get it, it would depend on Lin Fei. But if his infinite god physique reached the 40th layer, then it would be different. Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased. His physical body had become stronger. Who is this princess that I'm escorting? Don't tell me it's the poison one. Lin Fei asked with narrowed eyes. War God Songbai shook his head. It's not the poison one, but the other one. But this one is not easy to deal with. She can be considered a little devil. She is also the most difficult daughter of His Majesty. You have to be mentally prepared. So it was a little devil. This surprised Lin Fei, but he was really looking forward to this escort mission. He knew better than anyone else that this escort mission was not a small one. It should be a big one. Who knows what might happen along the way? Not long after, War God Songbai brought Lin Fei to the front of the palace. This palace was quite luxurious. There were also experts standing at the entrance. There were a total of 4 experts in the 7-star War God realm. When they saw War God Songbai, they stood up straight. The princess should be inside. She has never come out, but she has tamed quite a number of animals. Lord Song, you have to be careful when you go in. Lin Fei knew that this princess would cause trouble. Outside, there were even 7-star war gods helping to keep watch. One could imagine. Chapter 4870. This also made Lin Fei very interested in the princess inside. Even the 7-star god of war was guarding outside. Obviously, the Emperor of Tang didn't let the princess go out. She was probably really a little witch. Escorting such a little witch was truly an interesting matter. As soon as Lin Fei came in, with a loud rumbling sound, a black shadow rushed over. It turned out to be an evil beast. It was very fast, but unfortunately, its strength was ordinary. Lin Fei raised his hand and directly caught the evil beast. With a casual toss, the demonic beast scurried away, trembling in fear. Songbai, who was next to him, also said, "This little princess has such a temper. In our eyes, she is a little witch. These should be some new evil beasts she raised. She has raised many evil beasts in this palace." In fact, Lin Fei could feel it even if Songbai didn't say it. There were indeed many evil beasts in this palace. These evil beasts were very powerful. I'm good at dealing with little witches. I don't think the Emperor of Tang will do anything to me, right? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Your Majesty, since you are assigned to this escort mission, you will naturally be in charge. So, if the little witch does something wrong, you can help her. Of course, Songbai knew what he meant. After all, not everyone could control this little witch. Moreover, this little witch's strength was also very powerful. Along the way, many evil beasts rushed out. These evil beasts were strong and weak, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they had mastered certain abilities. Some were fast, some were strong, and some were good at sneaking and ambushing. There were all kinds of evil beasts. It was really like a small dragon's pool and tiger's den. Of course, these were no obstacles for Lin Fei at all. He went all the way to the main hall. "Uncle Songbai, why are you here? Is my father willing to let me out?" As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a girl who was about 17 or 18 years old. She smiled as soon as she saw War God Songbai. "His Majesty is indeed planning to let you go, but he is not going to send you to the sacred land of reincarnation," Songbai said. When the little princess heard this, her face turned pale and she became anxious. "I'm not going to the reincarnation base. That place is too dangerous. I'm not going to suffer there. I'm going to tell my father that I'm definitely not going." Songbai shook his head. What kind of temper does His Majesty have? If he says he won't let you go, then he definitely won't let you go. You should just obediently listen to him. That's right, this is Lin Mu. He will escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation this time. Lin Fei had already obtained scroll. Naturally, he knew that he was escorting the little princess to a place called the sacred land of reincarnation. He had never heard of this sacred land of reincarnation. It was obviously a place to gain experience. Anyway, his task this time was to escort the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. It was that simple. Although the little princess looked a little unruly and seemed to have a bit of a temper, he didn't think much of it. If she wasn't obedient, he would teach her a lesson. Get lost, get lost. I don't need you to escort me. I won't go to the sacred land of reincarnation." The little princess roared in an unruly manner. With a wave of his hand, a cold wind directly flew over and turned into a storm, instantly enveloping Lin Fei. Song Baijian just stood there without making a sound. Then, the storm disappeared. A figure walked over with quick steps. He arrived in front of the little princess. "This kind of power is not bad, but you can't even move my body. You should just obediently listen to me. Now, I will escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation." He reached out his hand. The little princess felt that she couldn't move and just followed behind him. "I won't go. Uncle Song, quickly make him stop, quickly make him stop." But no matter how the little princess struggled, it was useless. Just like that, she was brought out of the palace by Lin Fei. Even the 7 stars war god at the door didn't stop them. In the blink of an eye, the two left the Great Tang Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, there shouldn't be a problem with Lin Mu escorting the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. No one could stop them." Just after the two left, the Great Tang Emperor walked out. Of course, he knew what kind of temper his little daughter had. Not everyone could deal with her. At the very least, the experts of the royal family couldn't do it and couldn't do it. But this Lin Mu was different. He could cooperate with the Netherworld Demon King to deal with the other 9 stars war gods. Naturally, one could imagine that his temper wasn't something that anyone could compare to. The little princess really couldn't do anything in front of him. It's good to let her suffer a bit. It's also good to let those guys experience what despair is. War God Song by naturally knew who the little princess was. That was the sacred physique of reincarnation. This was one of the top sacred physiques. Many people had their eyes on this sacred physique of reincarnation. This was also the reason why His Majesty didn't let the little princess go out. Once she went out, her reincarnation bloodline would be dug out. Without the reincarnation bloodline, the princess would no longer exist. So this time, he let Lin Mu escort the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation to stimulate the little princess bloodline again. However, many people had their eyes on the sacred physique of reincarnation. So this time, he asked Lin Mu. On this side, the little princess kept struggling, but it was useless. The other side was like a mountain pressing down on her. "You don't need to struggle. Since I said I would escort you to the sacred land of reincarnation, I will definitely send you there. Obediently follow behind me, and you won't suffer. Otherwise, when I make a move later, you will suffer." Lin Fei looked back at the little princess. The little princess's face turned pale. You dare? My father is the Emperor of Great Tang. If you dare to touch me, I will let Lin Mu destroy you. Even at this time, the little princess still maintained her domineering attitude. After all, her father was a top expert in Jiangnan, a super expert of the three empires. She was really not afraid of not being able to deal with this stinking brat in front of her. Lin Fei slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It seems like you don't want to listen to me. Fine, then I will teach you a little lesson. Lin Fei was not so polite. He reached out and grabbed the little princess. His strength directly penetrated her. In the blink of an eye, the little princess trembled with fear and uneasiness. This guy really dared to make a move. Chapter 48-71. There were few people sitting in a small room. Under the dim light, their silhouettes seemed unusually strange, adding a bit of coldness to the atmosphere. I just received news that the little princess went out and was taken away by a young expert. If I'm not mistaken, she should be going to the sacred land of reincarnation. The one who spoke was an old woman who was trembling. However, no one dared to underestimate this old woman. She was very strong and was an 8-star war god. It seems that we can make our move. This is a big deal. As long as we capture the little princess and obtain the reincarnation bloodline, it will naturally be a big deal. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. This time, many people are eyeing us covetously. The people present were all professional assassins. These assassins specialized in doing big deals. If there wasn't a certain big deal, they wouldn't make a move at all. Once they made a move, they would basically succeed. There would never be a time when they failed. This time, the reincarnation bloodline was a big deal. Someone had paid a high price for the reincarnation bloodline. Once the reincarnation bloodline was refined, one's strength would greatly increase, and they would be able to cultivate the reincarnation realm. Once the reincarnation realm was activated, it was truly terrifying. It was said that when the reincarnation realm was activated, it could easily reincarnate a 9-stars war god strength. It turned into nothingness. Therefore, the reincarnation sage physique was very terrifying. Once such a person grew up, he would become a top-notch expert. The Great Tang Empire was originally a super empire. If there was another top-notch expert with the reincarnation sage physique, no one would be able to defeat them. This was not a good thing for the Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire. Therefore, no one was willing to let the little princess activate the reincarnation bloodline. The sacred land of reincarnation was a relic that no one could enter. It was said that only people with the reincarnation bloodline could open the sacred land of reincarnation. Even if they wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult. The sacred land of reincarnation had a powerful force. Even if a top-notch 9-stars war god went there, he would also suffer a great loss. Therefore, they could only scheme against the little princess. For example, they had kidnapped the little princess on the way and seized her reincarnation bloodline. Such incidents had happened countless times in this place. Unfortunately, they failed every time. With the Great Tang Emperor in the capital, it was useless no matter who tried. They were directly obliterated. This time, they could not understand why the Great Tang Emperor would allow the little princess to go to the sacred ground of Samsara. Moreover, it wasn't him who was escorting them. Could it be that this was a trap? Although they were very interested in this big deal, they also knew that this kind of thing must be understood clearly. If they were not careful, they would suffer a big loss. Do you think this is a trap? The Great Tang Emperor has always been a scheming person. He might have arranged a top expert to deal with us somewhere else. What's there to worry about? We just have to go. Anyway, it's not just us. There are many others. Let's see how big a hole he can dig. The news spread like wildfire. When Lin Fei came out, he didn't pay much attention to his whereabouts. Therefore, it was very normal for others to know about it. The Great Tang Empire was very big. Lin Fei brought the little princess out. The little princess was starting to behave herself. Although she used a few tricks, she couldn't stop Lin Fei at all. After being taught a lesson, she couldn't even be disobedient. To the little princess, this guy in front of her was really a nightmare. How would he dare to teach her a lesson? Even the people in the palace wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson. Even her father was the same. But now, she felt that she was too pitiful. She had to follow behind him all the way. Actually, I really don't want to go to the sacred ground of Samsara. I think you don't have to escort me there. Why don't you escort me back? Since my father asked you to come, he must have taken a liking to your strength. But escorting me is much more dangerous than you think. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the escort this time would not be simple. Otherwise, the great Tang Emperor wouldn't have given all the power of faith to him. Fortunately, he used the power of faith to raise his physical body to the 40th level. It was an earth-shattering improvement. Of course, I know that escorting you is not easy. It's not that easy to take your father's things. Unfortunately, I've already taken it and can't return it to him. Therefore, I can only escort you to the sacred ground of Samsara. If it was anything else, it would be easy. But the power of faith was hard to say. At the very least, it would be too difficult for Lin Fei to get it. The great Tang Emperor probably didn't have much power of faith in his hands. No matter what, he had to complete this escort mission first. He still had a chance to earn more power of faith. This was a good deal. No, it should be cooperation. But along the way, there will be many people who will attack me. They want to take my reincarnation bloodline. Once my reincarnation bloodline reaches great success, I can activate the reincarnation realm and grind a person's strength into nothingness. It's scary, isn't it? If you escort me back now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. The little princess said again. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the reincarnation holy body was really powerful. It could actually grind a person's strength into nothingness. Of course, his infinite divine body wasn't that easy to grind. He really didn't believe it. Since he had already taken the things, he couldn't go back. He said calmly, "Just follow behind me obediently. I guarantee that when I send you to the reincarnation holy land, you won't lose a single hair." This is what I said. If others want to deal with you, they will have to deal with me first. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't use the greater teleportation technique. It was fine for him to use it, but the little princess wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, the greater teleportation technique wasn't ordinary. If her body wasn't strong enough, she would be turned into ashes. Lin Fei didn't want to turn the little princess into ashes with his greater teleportation technique. The great Tang Emperor wouldn't be easy to deal with. He still wanted the power of faith. When they were out of the great Tang Empire's territory, Lin Fei felt a figure appear. It was faintly discernible. It seemed like they had their eyes on the little princess. Everyone was looking forward to the reincarnation holy body. They were probably worried that another top-notch expert had appeared. Indeed, the great Tang Emperor was good at doing business. Lin Fan didn't show up and asked him to escort her. He really thought highly of Lin Fan and wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Chapter 4872. Just like that, Lin Fei brought the little princess to the sacred land of reincarnation. After leaving the great Tang Empire, Lin Fei felt that someone was watching them. It seemed like these people had designs on the little princess. In other words, they were plotting against her. They probably all wanted the reincarnation bloodline of the little princess. This thing was really like a shark that smelled blood, and it ran over from afar. They were getting further and further away from the great Tang Empire. Lin Fei also started a fight with some people. These people's strength was average, but they were all at the war god realm. It was obvious that they were spies. Using the war god as a probe was quite a good idea. It was a big investment. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He killed one after another. The 5-star war gods were killed, as many as they came. Of course, they gained a lot. At the very least, they still had some money. After killing another 2 5-star war gods, Lin Fei took their storage rings. The little princess said, "Aren't you going to give me some of the benefits? You've killed many war gods along the way. As the saying goes, everyone should have a share." No, I should say that everyone who sees it has a share. You should give me a share. I can't be a free tool for you. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to laugh. The little princess was quite interesting. She actually wanted to ask for some benefits. She casually threw one of the rings over. "Since you want benefits, I'll take this ring. I haven't seen what's inside. It's all up to luck. When the big guys come, I'll give you a good ring." The little princess also accepted it with a smile. At least she gained something. Forget about the big shots. I'm afraid that once those big shots come out, I'll lose my life. They're here for my reincarnation bloodline. Just don't throw me away and run away. Even though Lin Mu seemed to be quite capable, he was quite strong. However, the little princess didn't believe that a true expert would come. She was afraid that she would be left alone. Even if his father, the emperor, had an expert in the dark, he probably wouldn't have the time to save him. Don't worry, if such a great master really comes, I will definitely protect your safety. Your father's things are not that easy to take. I know that. Without any rest, the two of them continued moving forward. Of course, his probing along the way had also been seen by many people. All of them were testing the strength of this young man, because from the beginning to the end, they had no idea where this guy came from. He was extremely unfamiliar, as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely likely that this person had come from the outside. Maybe they came from the west, the north, or the east. It was not certain. Even Zhongzhou State was very likely. After all, the gods' continent was too big. Quite a number of war gods had died, but they had more or less found out that this kid's strength was indeed quite formidable. It was extremely likely that he was a 7-star war god or an 8-star war god. There was no other way. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not reveal any realm. He was like a mystery from head to toe. It was not easy for everyone to guess. Since they had more or less confirmed his realm, they could not help but attack. They were getting closer and closer to the sacred land of reincarnation. What if the little princess entered the sacred land of reincarnation? Then they could only watch helplessly. Therefore, some of them could not wait any longer and were ready to attack. When Lin Fei and the others passed through a forest, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. A series of formations rose into the sky and turned into a cage, trapping the two of them. In this cage, the power of the 5 elements instantly attacked them. In this cage, the power of the 5 elements instantly attacked. It was vigorous and vigorous. It was a destructive attack. In an instant, the void and the ground were smashed into powder. It could be said that this attack was very terrifying. Of course, they knew that the power of such a formation could not be killed in one go. But as long as they could injure them, they would naturally have completed half of the mission. The rest of the matter became even simpler. They have finally made their move. The Evil King's people can't help but make their move. Is this good? Let them test this young man's ability first. It's best if both sides are injured. Then we'll be able to reap the benefits. There were quite a lot of people along the way. Of course, they had all stopped far away. After all, they were all experts. How could such a short distance be considered a big deal? They immediately knew that this was the Evil King's attack. A few silhouettes appeared in the formation, and the leader was a bald man. This person was the Evil King. His whole body was filled with evil energy. The attack disappeared without a trace in an instant. The entire void collapsed, and the ground turned into a sinkhole. I know that such a large formation can't injure you. Come out, and let's have a good talk. Anyway, you can forget about leaving this place. 2 figures appeared. It was Lin Fei and the little princess. The little princess was already standing behind Lin Fei. She also recognized this person. It was the famous Evil King War God. Evil King War God, how dare you attack me here? Do you believe that my imperial father will wipe out the entire Evil King Palace once he makes a move? The little princess was very bold at this time. She stared at the Evil King War God and transmitted her voice to Lin Fei at the same time. This Evil King War God is an 8-star war god expert. I didn't expect him to be so bold. He dares to attack me. I must kill him. How could Lin Fei not sense this person's realm? Moreover, he could also feel that there were many people in the void staring at this place. It seemed that they all knew what was going on. I don't think it's a good thing for you to besiege the little princess here. I advise you to leave as far as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it when I make my move. Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. He said indifferently. The Evil King War God laughed loudly. He was an 8-star war god. He knew that there were many people watching here. Therefore, he was the first to make a move. When the time comes to snatch the reincarnation bloodline, they will regret it. He was just a young expert. He had already observed that there were no experts sent by the Great Tang Empire hiding in the surroundings. Therefore, he was absolutely confident that there would be no accidents. Ha ha ha. I, the evil king, have never been afraid since I started cultivating. It seems that you don't want a hand over the little princess. Fine, I will make my move directly. Chapter 4873. The evil king was indeed going to take action. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He had to capture the little princess and take her reincarnation bloodline. It was that simple. Let's do it. The attack of the 5 elements came again, and the few of them instantly disappeared into the array. This was a high-level formation. It was very powerful. Even if a god of war was trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to get out in a short time. This was the evil king's method. He wanted to exhaust his opponent's energy in the formation first. He could be completely unharmed. He had used this method to deal with many gods of war. This was what the evil king was proud of. This guy was the same. Even if his strength was unfathomable, so what? He was still trapped in this combat method. This evil king is really cunning. He's using this method again. I'm afraid this guy can't take it all. What a pity. Let's wait and see. If this guy can't take it, then we have to take action. We can't let the evil king take advantage of us. Amidst the 5 elements attack, many figures instantly attacked Lin Fei. These people were really good at coordinating with the power of the formation. In addition to their own strength, they would attack from time to time. The evil king was hiding behind these people. He was probably waiting for an opportunity to give Lin Fei a fatal blow. You guys want to kill me? Let's talk about it in 100 years. With a loud bang, the force of the void collapsing instantly hit the bodies of these people. They were already hiding in the surroundings and kept moving. This formation was really high level. It almost wiped out all traces. Even experts of a higher level wouldn't be able to see it in a short time. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Cause and effect. It directly locked onto them. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as the blood splattered everywhere, a figure suddenly appeared. The evil king directly took action. He also felt that something was different in the array. He knew that if he didn't take action now, it would be too late. A bloody palm instantly arrived and directly landed on Lin Fei's back. This attack was very strange. It was impossible to detect it at all. When he was close to Lin Fei, his power could no longer reach him. Following that, a torrent of power rushed up and landed on Diablo's body. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he instantly walked out of Diablo's body. The evil king remained motionless. Cracks appeared all over the evil king's body, and his face turned pale. With a whoosh, his entire body shattered into pieces. I told you not to fight, but you didn't listen. Now, you're sending yourself on your way. But it doesn't matter. At least your subordinates can accompany you on your journey. I'm quite considerate of them. Just like that, he was trapped in a formation. To be honest, no matter how many of these people came, they would be annihilated. The closer it got to Lin Fei, the stronger the explosive power. It wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Therefore, it could only be said that this guy was quite unlucky to have met someone like Lin Fei. The people in the void sucked in a breath of cold air. They could no longer feel the evil king's presence. As for the remaining subordinates, it was the same. In other words, the evil king and the others had disappeared without a trace. They were completely annihilated. The evil king is dead, an 8-star war god. We have to be careful of this guy. His close combat skills are too powerful. They quickly realized what was going on. No one expected that the 8-star war god evil king would be killed just like that. It was really unexpected. They had originally planned to let the evil king exhaust the opponent's strength, but now it seemed that it was too stupid. This guy was directly killed. This also confirmed one thing. This mysterious expert was most likely an 8-star war god, or even a 9 stars war god. This was really hard for them to accept. This was really not good news. Should they do anything? Everyone began to think. If they didn't do anything, it would be difficult to capture this guy. Just as they were thinking, a huge net appeared in the sky, like a dark cloud, and shrouded them. It turned out that another 8-star war god had made a move. Since the evil king was useless, they would do it themselves. This time, they couldn't let the opponent escape. Otherwise, they really couldn't capture this guy. Everyone was here. There was strength in numbers. It was really useful. I had my eyes on the little princess. No one could take her away. Just after the inescapable net appeared, someone instantly made a move, turning into a torrent that directly swept over. So it was a treasure that was used. One treasure after another flew out. No one was polite, and they didn't have any other ideas. They were ready to fight head-on. No matter what, they had to capture this guy first. They didn't believe that with so many people here, they couldn't deal with this brat. A loud rumbling sound. All the treasures were blocked by a layer of energy when they were within a certain distance. They saw a figure directly penetrate through. A punch was earth-shattering. The dark cloud was blown away. All of them groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. This punch was super powerful. Lin Fei also displayed the true power of the infinite god body. The true power of 40 stacks. This was the only way to blast away all the attacking treasures. Otherwise, it would really be a little difficult to deal with. This formation is still very safe for the time being. You just stand here first. I'll go and deal with these guys first. Lin Fei smiled at the little princess and stepped out of the formation. The attack launched. It didn't touch the formation at all. I thought you guys would keep holding back and not make a move. Since you guys have made a move, then I don't have any worries when I kill. I can kill all of you for me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The cause and effect relationship directly unfolded. Spiritual projection. It descended into a figure. Bang! An 8-star war god was killed just like that. Then, it appeared in the body of another 8-star war god. Another loud, rumbling sound. Another 8-star war god was killed. Everywhere it passed, the gods of war would explode one after another. The little princess in the formation covered her mouth in disbelief. This mysterious expert was more terrifying than she had imagined. He killed 8-star war gods as if they were ants. My God, just how high is this realm? Doesn't that mean he has reached the level of a 9-stars war god? Even an ordinary 9-stars war god might not be so fierce. Could it be that he is a peak 9-stars war god expert? If that's the case, then it's completely understandable. Why is Father so confident? Chapter 4874. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever Lin Fei passed, the war gods would explode one after another. The danger of death instantly filled the air. Those who originally planned to observe secretly had their expressions changed. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Killing war gods was like killing ants. They were filled with fear and unease. Run, run. This guy is too invincible. We can't beat him. He's a 9-stars war god, super expert. Run, run. Run as far as you can. Otherwise, you'll die. The great Tang Emperor has tricked us to death. At this moment, they didn't have any more thoughts. They finally knew why the great Tang Emperor sent such a young man. It turned out that this young man was a super expert. Where did this guy come from? They didn't even get any information. Now, all of them have been annihilated. The 8-star war gods couldn't even withstand a single move, and their physical bodies were blown to smithereens. For experts like them, once their bodies were destroyed, they would be completely hopeless. Since you're here, why leave so quickly? Lin Fei laughed heartily as he continued moving forward. He used the greater teleportation. One circle after another. The projection continued to strengthen. One expert after another was instantly killed. It didn't take long before the surroundings became quiet. All the experts were annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. Now, there's no more trouble. I reckon that no one will come for a while. We can go. When Lin Fei returned, he directly broke the formation. His punch pierced through the center of the formation. He completely destroyed the formation. The little princess suddenly cried out, You're so powerful. You're much more powerful than I imagined. So many war gods, and even an 8-star war god were killed by you. Those proud sons of heaven are so weak compared to you. The little princess was especially excited. She didn't know how many experts and geniuses she had seen. However, he had never seen such a powerful person who could easily destroy these 8-star war gods. It was really unbelievable. They're just ants. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing them. All right, this is for you. Everyone has a share. I remember it clearly. 3 storage rings flew over and landed in the little princess's hand. Lin Fei left with the little princess. Not long after they left, a group of figures arrived at this place. These figures all had expressions of anger on their faces because the life cards of the experts of their sex were broken one after another. In other words, their war gods were all dead. When they arrived and saw each other's experts, they were all dumbfounded. After chatting for a while, they instantly understood and their expressions became even colder. The Great Tang Emperor is so shameless. He actually arranged a super expert. My sect lost 2 8-stars war gods and 1 war god. What is this? My side also lost 2 8-stars war gods. The Great Tang Emperor is too evil. This time we've suffered a great loss. That brat can only be a 9-stars war god. It's even possible that he's at the late or peak stage. No matter which factions people came here, after smelling the trace of blood in the air, they all understood that they had been dug a hole by the Great Tang Emperor. They all understood that they had been dug a hole by the Great Tang Emperor. No one had any idea how to deal with that super expert for a while. This kind of person was too strong. Unless they sent out their sect's 9-stars war god, but some sects didn't even have a 9-stars war god. The death of an 8-stars war god was a great blow to the sect, not to mention dealing with him. It was already good enough that he didn't come to take revenge. The Great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. He wasn't surprised at all. This young man's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Your Majesty, this Lin Mu is much stronger than we imagined. I never thought that even those 8-stars war gods would be killed. No wonder the 9 held demon kings were willing to cooperate with him. It seems like escorting him to the reincarnation sacred land was no problem at all. Of course, War God Song by knew how strong Lin Mu was. Working together with the 9 held demon kings, they were able to suppress the 3-element 6-direction war gods. Killing these 8-star war gods was like killing ants. The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire have a headache. I think everyone knows his background. The Great Tang Emperor gave a rare laugh. Following this, there were no more experts that came. After the news spread, it was unknown how many people were shocked. This was because this news couldn't be hidden. There were always people following them from afar. There were just a few survivors. After seeing this scene, they were scared to the point of sweating. Luckily, Lin Fei didn't make a move against them, so they spread the news as soon as possible. When the news spread, all the factions were shocked. Since when did another super expert appear? Reaching the 9-star war god level was basically a super expert. This was because it was too difficult to reach the 10-star war god level. Almost no one could do it. At the very least, the 3 empires didn't have a 10-star war god. Now that such a super expert had appeared, had a good relationship with the Great Tang Emperor, and even escorted the little princess, it naturally made the other 2 emperors feel uneasy. They arranged for people to gather information. No matter what, they had to get information about this kid. Just like that, Lin Fei smoothly escorted the little princess to the vicinity of the sacred land of reincarnation. In this place, even Lin Fei could feel the extremely terrifying aura. It was no wonder that those people dared to intercept him halfway. If they didn't intercept them halfway, they wouldn't be able to do anything in these places. This was because the little princess had the reincarnation bloodline and could use her power. Therefore, in these places, the little princess seemed to be invincible. This was a very troublesome matter. The sacred land of reincarnation is indeed different. I hope the little princess will gain something from this trip. Lin Fei smiled. With a light push of his hand, the little princess flew out. Following that, the power of the sacred land of reincarnation was guided over. A ray of light enveloped the little princess, and she flew directly into the depths of the mountain. At this time, no one could stop her. I'll definitely look for you when I come out. The little princess's voice could still be heard from afar. Lin Fei also shook his head. This little princess was really quite interesting. The little princess was successfully escorted. Lin Fei started to think about where he could get the power of faith. The Great Tang Emperor should have some. However, this Great Tang Emperor was quite thoughtful. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Great Tang Emperor, you came here quietly. It's easy to scare people. Chapter 4875. The Tang Emperor appeared silently beside Lin Fei. Actually, he already knew what was going on when the Tang Emperor came out. Don't you want to show up? It's all thanks to you that my daughter could enter the holy land of reincarnation. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Lin Fei smiled. For the great Tang Emperor to appear here at this time, he understood one thing better than anyone else, and that was that the great Tang Emperor had come to find him for something. I don't know why your majesty has come all the way here. Could it be that you're here to cooperate with me? If it's cooperation, I'm quite interested. Otherwise, I'll just slip away. There will probably be a lot of experts coming here. I'm not interested in fighting with them. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. The Tang Emperor had not figured out the background of this young man. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. At the very least, he was a 9-star war god. He was definitely one of the best in the Jiangnan region. For the Tang Emperor, this was a great help. The methods he used were also unimaginable and especially difficult to resist. Of course, I'm here to cooperate with you. Only someone like you is qualified to cooperate with me. I just wonder if you're interested. The Tang Emperor laughed. Lin Fei shook his head decisively. At my level, there's nothing that can attract me. As for adventures, I'm not interested. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lin Fei left. With a whoosh, he left. This time, it was the Tang Emperor's turn. He was slightly stunned. Good Lord, he left before he even said anything. He hurriedly chased after them. Wait. Lin Fei did not use the greater teleportation technique. Otherwise, the Tang Emperor would not be able to catch up. After all, this was a long-range technique. The Tang Emperor was not slow either. He caught up in a few breaths. The two had already reached a distance. I've already said that I don't want to cooperate with you. Don't look for me. I'm not suited to do that. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the great Tang Emperor directly sent an item over. Balls of Jingguang flew over. It turned out to be the land of faith. Good Lord. Sure enough, the Tang Emperor still had some power of faith. Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be so easy to use it all, and he wouldn't say that he gave it all to himself. I have a lot of things here, but it's hard for you to be interested in them. As for the power of faith, I can give it all to you when the time comes. It's useless anyway. The power of faith flew over one by one. Lin Fei missed a glance, even more than the last time. Sure enough, the Tang Emperor was rich. If it were him, he didn't know when he would be able to obtain so much faith power. Escorting your daughter is indeed a matter of great importance. Therefore, the more cooperation with you this time, the better. Otherwise, I'm not interested. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to voice his opinion. I'm begging you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so much faith power. Lin Fei didn't even bother collecting the power of faith that was flying towards him. His goal was simple. This time, he had to squeeze all the power of faith from the Tang Emperor to improve his unlimited faith god body. 40 infinite god bodies were indeed very powerful. Especially when used in conjunction with a mind projection, it was really successful, because the opponent couldn't withstand the attack from Lin Fei's physical body. His physical body would not be able to withstand the bombardment. It was the same for the 9-star war god. If it could be upgraded further, its power would be even stronger. Lin Fei felt that it was even more satisfying to punch the opponent. No problem. This time, I'm here to give all the faith power to you. Anyway, it's useless to keep it by my side. You can be considered a top expert. I hope we can have a chance to work together again. The power of faith flew over again. This time, it was indeed more than twice as much as before. Previously, he thought that the Tang Emperor didn't have much faith power on hand. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. The Tang Emperor really had a lot of faith power on hand. This time, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He collected all the power of faith one by one. Once he kept it, the first thing he did was to convert it, and his honor points rose rapidly. Without a second word, he started to upgrade the infinite god body. Ding! Infinite god body 41. Ding! Infinite god body 42. Ding! Infinite god body 43. This time, The upgrade of the infinite god body was much more ferocious than Lin Fei had imagined. In one go, it went from infinite god body 40 to 45. In one go, it went up by 5 levels. Lin Fei felt that the power in his physical body was even stronger. Sure enough, the power of faith came quickly. The Great Tang Emperor was still the best. He came all the way here to work together. Seeing that he was so sincere, he definitely had to work together. As a promising person, I am naturally interested in working together with the Tang Emperor. I wonder what we're going to work together on this time. Lin Fei was more confident about his own safety now. Increasing his strength by 5 levels definitely gave his infinite god body a huge boost. Let's change places. Let's change places. Lin Fei laughed and left with the Tang Emperor. Both of them were extremely fast. Perhaps the Great Tang Emperor also wanted to test his speed. Their speed was much faster. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had been upgraded, it didn't affect him at all. He appeared beside the Tang Emperor steadily. Then, they came to a mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, the Great Tang Emperor stopped and jumped into an abyss in an instant. Lin Fei followed him into the abyss. This abyss turned out to be a formation. Instantly, the two of them came to a small secret realm. "Oh, bye. I have brought people here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me?" The moment he entered, the Tang Emperor laughed. His voice spread in the secret realm. Then, another voice floated over. "Oh, your Majesty has arrived. What a rare guest. I've already brewed some tea and was just waiting for you." After a while, the two of them came to a garden. 2 experts sat under the pavilion. Both of them had the aura of a 9-stars war god. They were not much weaker than the Tang Emperor. Good lord, they were also top-notch experts. The eyes of the two people floated over and landed on Lin Fei. "Your Majesty, did you bring a newcomer here again?" No, this is not a newcomer. He is also a 9-stars expert. He is most likely at the peak. Chapter 4876. The two powerhouses also instantly felt that this young man was different. He was definitely a 9-star expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a dangerous aura. You guys have good eyes. This kid isn't a normal person. Don't think that he's a nobody. His battle prowess isn't as simple as you think. Even you might not be able to take him down. The Great Tang Emperor smiled as he sat down. Lin Fei also sat down next to him. The two people were indeed sizing up Lin Fei. No matter how they looked, they couldn't tell who this person was. But the aura he gave off was very obvious. This one is Lin Mu, a nobody. It's not as exaggerated as the Great Tang Emperor says. Lin Fei casually introduced himself. The two couldn't think of any expert called Lin Mu, but no matter what, the Great Tang Emperor had brought an expert. "Fellow Lin, this one is 9 Clouds. I'm White Bird." Both of them introduced themselves to each other. They didn't have any ill intentions towards Lin Fei. In fact, they had a very good impression of him. With this kind of strength and this kind of age, he was brought here by the Great Tang Emperor. Naturally, he was different. This time, I brought Brother Lin here to join us in exploring the secret realm. You and I, with 4 9-star experts working together, we should be able to go to that place. The Great Tang Emperor put down his cup as he spoke. Marshal Ga Jiyun also said, "With another fellow Taoist Lin, our plan this time will be even more successful. With one more person, our strength will increase by quite a bit. After all, the 3 of us have gone to that secret realm several times and failed every time. This time, we should be able to succeed." The two looked towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a bit confused. He didn't know what was going on. Although he knew that they were exploring a secret realm, he wasn't sure what kind of secret realm it was. The Great Tang Emperor smiled as he spoke. "This time, we're going to explore a secret realm. This secret realm was left behind by a 10-star war god." The Great Tang Emperor's words caused Lin Fei to be slightly surprised. Could it be that breaking through to the realm of 10 stars war god is very difficult? Right now, as long as Lin Fei could raise his infinite god physique, his strength would increase as well. Therefore, there was no longer any bottleneck for him. Naturally, he was a little surprised to hear this. The 10-star war god realm is indeed quite difficult to reach. War God Jian said. This time, The mystery realm we're heading to belongs to a 10-star war god. He's a true invincible war god, and he's already connected to the second world. He's just short of completely transforming the power in his body. Unfortunately, he was plotted against. The Tang Emperor also had a look of pity and regret on his face. Back in the day, the great world of gods was much more glorious than it is now. There were many experts as well. The 10-star war god was schemed against, and a great war broke out. In the end, countless powers were uprooted. Lin Fei seemed to be listening to a story, but he also realized that it was no wonder there were only 5 top-notch war gods in the gods' continent. The 5 war gods have barely reached the level of 10 stars. However, they weren't as strong as the previous experts. Fellow Lin isn't interested in other things, but he's interested in the power of faith. The Tang Emperor suddenly said. He wasn't interested in the treasures in the mystery realm, but if someone could provide him with the power of faith, that would be great. Lin Fei didn't mind taking some benefits first. As for the things inside, whoever wants it can take it. It was that simple. Your Majesty is right. I'm not interested in other things. If I find the power of faith inside, it belongs to me. I don't want the other things. If you two have the power of faith, I can buy it. It was rare to meet such a great expert. Lin Fei obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. Furthermore, what the Tang Emperor said, anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell. These 2 experts should have the power of faith. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still the power of faith. War God Jian and War God Hunterbird laughed. So fellow Lin likes the power of faith? That's not a problem. We still have some power of faith, right? We can give it to you now. It's useless to keep it anyway. Clumps of faith power flew out one after another. It couldn't be compared to what the Tang Emperor gave to Lin Fei. All the power of faith accumulated together would be difficult to break through one level. But no matter what, it would still be of great help to Lin Fei. Then I'll thank the 2 of you. I haven't even started, and I've already collected some stuff. Lin Fei also looked at the 2 gods of war gratefully. Otherwise, I won't be interested in other things. So don't worry, I'm just here to watch the show. So don't worry, I'm just following everyone to watch the fun. Anyway, he didn't believe in the things inside. It was good that he had the power of faith. If he could obtain more power of faith, accumulate more, and break through a few more levels, he would really be able to compete with the invincible war gods. Only when he reached the level of a 10-star war god could he be called an invincible war god. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder the forces in the gods' continent were defeated so quickly. With so many invincible war gods, it was indeed difficult to deal with them. Everyone's attitude towards Lin Fei had changed a lot. At least this person didn't seem to be interested in other things. The Tang Emperor said, "Then let's get ready to go to this secret realm. I hope we can succeed this time." Everyone didn't have any objections. They packed up and left this place. The 2 of them headed towards the border of the south. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the border. It was an endless sea. However, the outside world was a little different from what Lin Fei saw. Dark clouds shrouded everywhere, forming storms and whirlpools. This is the Black Sea. The place we're going to is above the Black Sea. So when we go, we have to be careful. Don't expose our whereabouts. The Sea Clan is quite temperamental. Lin Fei had read a lot of information. So when he saw this sea region, he knew where it was. Black Sea, an incomparably huge sea region. The Sea Clan lived there. The Sea Clan was also very petty. No matter who came to the sky above the Sea Clan, it was fine if it was a small fight. However, if they caused a big commotion, they would be chased and killed. Not to mention taking away these treasures under their eyes. They had to be careful. This was because the Sea Clan had always treated the treasures under the sea as their own. Anyone who dared to move would be attacked by them. Chapter 4877. The Black Sea was indeed more dangerous than he had imagined. Lin Fei had read a lot of information and naturally knew that the Black Sea was different. The environment was dangerous, and there were all kinds of attacks. Thus, the Black Sea was a special place. Even the experts of the human race might not come here, because if they were careless, they might be ambushed by the experts of the sea race. After all, The experts of the sea race were very shameless. Once they attacked, they would kill every last one of them, not leaving any clues behind. Even if they knew that the sea race had lost or gone missing, they could not find any evidence. It was that simple. They would not dare to do anything to the sea race. Although the sea race did not have any top experts, it was said that the patriarch of the sea race could use a powerful treasure to increase his strength by leaps and bounds, comparable to a top expert. The Black Sea was very strong, very valiant, and very powerful. Lin Fei's group of 4 traveled for about half a month. They were still on the Black Sea. It was pitch black in front of them. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. From time to time, some sea beasts would attack. These were all very powerful sea beasts. A casual move from them would be hundreds or thousands of feet long. Every flip of his body and every attack was filled with a terrifying might. Lin Fei finally understood that the strength of the sea race was not to be underestimated. If these powerful existences were to really fight, the scene would be incomparably sour. They had been very careful on their journey. Along the way, they avoided as far as they could. They would absolutely not stop because they were afraid of being discovered by the experts of the sea race. After all, they were going to the secret realm this time. We're finally here. When they finally saw an island, the great Tang Emperor smiled. They had finally reached their destination. It really wasn't easy to travel for half a month. This is the place. The secret realm is on this island. It's very inconspicuous, and there are dozens of islands like this in this area. If we hadn't spent so much time, we really wouldn't have found it. Lin Fei naturally remembered when he had first arrived. There were quite a few islands here, and he had never imagined that these islands would have something different about them. They had already seen it, and it was indeed very ordinary. When the 4 of them arrived at the island, they went straight into the depths. The great Tang Emperor undid the formation. A cave appeared in front of him, and he walked right in. The formation was also sealed away. Just now, Lin Fei did not feel that there was an array formation in this place. After he unlocked the formation, he knew that the secret mirror below was indeed quite different. There was a possibility that such a formation would appear here. Such a formation was a very high-level formation. It was very suitable to hide the clues. Otherwise, if it was seen by others, it would be very easy to snatch it away. They went all the way down the cave entrance and finally came to the depths of the ground. There were also array seals. It could be seen that the great Tang Emperor had put a lot of thought into this matter. Don't get too close. There's a lot of death energy here. Once you touch this death energy, it will corrode your body. It's extremely terrifying. When they arrived underground, the first thing they saw was a huge hexagram array formation. This array formation was much stronger than the array formation outside. Wisps of black fog could be seen coming out of it. It was this black mist that made Lin Fei frown slightly. After hearing the great Tang Emperor's words, he completely understood. So this was the death energy? No wonder it was so terrifying. He was pondering in his heart. Would he be able to withstand the death energy? Even though he had never tried such death energy before? However, this was indeed what Lin Fei thought. After all, his infinite god body had reached level 45. The array formation hasn't been touched. It seems like the things inside haven't been touched. Let's get ready and go in. Whitebird War God laughed. I hope we can succeed this time. Otherwise, this array won't be able to be maintained for long. It's too dangerous. Marshal Immortal Juyun also joined in. The 2 of them were still fearful of this place. They had lost a lot of treasures here, and they had almost lost their lives here. This is our only chance. If we miss this chance, it will be too difficult the next time. The oceanic race might have found something. They weren't really worried about the others. However, it was different for the oceanic race. Once they came, they would come in groups. Furthermore, they had received many blessings from their races in the Black Sea. Hence, it was very difficult to deal with them. The door opened slowly. Lin Fei also got a treasure. This treasure was a pearl, and after pinching it, it could form a kind of defense that could resist the death chi. This pearl could only be maintained for a few days. Once the time was up, it would shatter. If they didn't leave this place, it'd be very dangerous. The moment they entered this secret realm, they saw death energy everywhere. It kept surging over. The aura of death was constantly moving around their bodies. It seemed like it wanted to drill into their bodies. How is it? This death energy is different, right? This death energy is very vicious. It specifically destroys the physical body. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. The treasure we want is here. This 10-star war god is called the Death War God. As they walked, the Tang Emperor explained. This 10-star war god was an invincible war god. He was called the Death War God. He controlled a terrifying death energy. When he attacked, there was no one left alive. Even if a war god fought with him, his physical body would be destroyed if he wasn't careful. Hence, the Death War God was very terrifying. He was a very powerful existence among the invincible war gods. Lin Fei didn't try to test the power of this death energy. When he came out, he had to experience it properly. Along the way, there were traces of bone erosion everywhere. He didn't need a guess to know that the people from the outside must have cast the death energy here. The Tang Emperor and the others were very powerful, but they were still very careful. One could imagine how powerful this death energy was. Soon, they saw a huge door. Death Palace. These 3 words appeared directly. The Tang Emperor sent some energy over and opened the door. There was a huge palace inside. It appeared just like that. Then, there was a stairway that extended deep into the palace. It was mysterious and dangerous. This was the place they yearned for, and this was the last time they would be able to do so. Chapter 4878. Voila voila. One figure after another rushed out of the sea. They appeared outside the island. These people had human heads and fish bodies, but their aura was very strong. They also had water energy protecting their bodies, forming layers of defense. This was the oceanic race. At this moment, a few experts from the oceanic race were surrounding a young man. Our people have received news that they have entered. It seems like they're going to collect the treasure of the death god of war. One of the experts behind the young man smiled and said, he probably doesn't know that our oceanic race has their eyes on the treasure. The treasure of the invincible death god is definitely very powerful. The young man was a young master of the oceanic race. In other words, they were part of the so-called royal family. His status was quite high. Since they have entered, let's seal the island and set up the ocean god formation. When they come out, we will kill them and take all their treasures. They deserve to die for stealing treasures in front of us. The young man's eyes were very cold. The people behind him immediately went to set up the formation. The huge formation was set up. In an instant, the island disappeared without a trace. At the very least, it looked empty from the outside. Apart from the sea, there was nothing else. In fact, it was already trapped by the formation. Plus, with the effect of invisibility, no one knew. The inside of the Death Palace was indeed very terrifying. After they entered, many figures condensed out. According to the Tang Emperor, these were the more powerful death warriors. These death warriors were almost unkillable. Every time, they would be stopped by these death warriors. This time, they hoped that Lin Fei would be able to restrain them. This way, they were confident that they would be able to kill them. Perhaps they would have a chance to snatch the treasure. No wonder the Tang Emperor and the others are so careful. This death energy is really bad. Moreover, these death warriors are filled with the smell of death. It's really hard to defend against them. Even though there were 3 death warriors around Lin Fei, they were attacking relentlessly, one slash followed by another. However, his deathly aura was blocked by a force. Lin Fei's infinite divine body wasn't a joke. It could form an inconspicuous gaseous defense. If the death chi wanted to enter, it would have to break through the gaseous defense. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, it was even more difficult for the death aura to corrode them. This also made the Tang Emperor and the others realize that it was the right choice to bring them here. From the beginning to the end, they didn't pay too much of a price, just some power of faith. Exchanging these useless things for such a powerful young man was indeed the biggest gain. If I want to kill these death warriors, I'll have to kill them dozens of times. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult. The great Tang Emperor transmitted his voice over. Each of them had to deal with 3 death war gods. Lin Fei was also dealing with 3 of them. In the distance, there were 3 death war gods. They did not move at all and seemed to be the final guardians. One could only imagine how strong they were. Only by killing all of them can we enter and obtain the treasures inside. They had been here many times and were stopped at this place every time. Therefore, they had a lot of experience with these death warriors. Lin Fei sent the death warrior flying with a punch, following which the power of death seeped over, as though it wanted to hit his arm. With just a thought, the death chi was shaken away completely. This punch did not kill the death warrior, but it caused some cracks to appear on its body, as though it was about to collapse. Lin Fei followed closely behind and threw out punch after punch. The death warrior finally turned into a black fog. Nice to meet you, but you have to be careful. Sometimes, the black fog will burst out with terrifying attacks. War God Jian laughed. The pressure on them had indeed lessened. Lin Fei went for another death warrior. Just now, he had gone all out. The strength of his physical body was much stronger than the power of their magic treasures. It was a loud rumbling sound. One by one, the death warriors were scattered. Even the death warriors surrounding the great Tang Emperor and the others were the same. This made them even more shocked at Lin Fei's strength. What level was his strength at? The death warriors were actually so easy to kill, but it wasn't so easy for them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei killed the last death warrior. The remaining 3 death warriors came over with a whoosh. The 3 of them surrounded Lin Fei. Be careful, Lin Fei. These death warriors are much stronger than the previous ones. Their weapons can easily break through your defense. The 3 death warriors instantly broke through Lin Fei's defense. They were much stronger than the previous death warriors. Even the great Tang Emperor and the others felt a sense of danger. This was because when the death warriors attacked, they all slashed at them. This slash caused them to retreat. They didn't dare to take it head-on. In the past, they thought that these death warriors were easy to deal with. Now that they clashed, they realized that the difference was too great. They had directly crushed them. It was too difficult to kill the 3 of them unless they ganged up on one. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a way to do that. This time, he had asked for Lin Fei's help in hopes of breaking the combined attacks of these 3 death war gods. But they didn't expect that the 3 death warriors would instantly attack Lin Fei. It was unprecedented for 3 of them to attack one. Did they think that he was the strongest? The defense broke. The 3 of them tensed up. If the death energy entered their bodies, it wouldn't be easy to suppress. They had more or less suffered from it before. 3 streaks of light slashed on a Lin Fei's body. There was a loud rumbling sound. Flames appeared on Lin Fei's body. The death suffocation instantly seeped over. How dare this measly death energy seep in? Lin Fei growled in a low voice. With a rumbling sound, the deathly energy was blasted apart. The weapons in the hands of the 3 death war gods were also sent flying, following which the energy directly landed on their bodies. They were directly sent flying. The moment the 3 death warriors appeared, the space instantly froze. Lin Fei used the Great Ice technique. Even though it was only for an instant, it was enough for Lin Fei. His fist landed on the death war god's body. Hong! It turned into a black fog that filled the sky and no longer existed. The other 2 death war gods also followed in his footsteps. Chapter 4879. Just like that, the death war god was killed so easily. The Tang Emperor and the other 2 had different expressions on their faces. They had underestimated Lin Mu. He was more powerful than they had imagined. The death war god was killed just like that. They had thought that Lin Mu would be able to restrain them. At least they would be able to negotiate with him. It seemed that they had misunderstood. Lin Mu was the real expert. His strength was probably much higher than theirs. No one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even the 3 of them might not be able to defeat him. The Tang Emperor was really grateful to War God Songbai. He had never expected that he would be able to invite such a powerful expert. It was highly likely that he was a powerful expert from other places. He definitely didn't know about him. Fortunately, Lin Mu didn't mean him any harm. It seemed that he was here to collect things. Taoist Lin, with your unfathomable strength, you've really cheated us. We've been on tenterhooks all the way here. If we had known this would happen, we would have let loose. The 100-bird war god said immediately, when we go back, we must have a few drinks with the leader. It seems that we will definitely be able to dig out all the treasures of the death war god. He was really grateful to the Tang Emperor for bringing such an expert. This expert seemed to be very amiable and approachable. He didn't have too many thoughts. I can only say that the bodies of the death war gods aren't that strong. I'm not good at other things, but my body is strong. I'm not as good as you guys in other aspects. Don't flatter me. Let's see what's in front of us first. Lin Fei laughed. These death war gods and death warriors indeed had very strong physical bodies. However, it was not easy to kill them. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong body, he wouldn't have been able to kill them. Now, the problem was finally solved. It was time to see what the death war god left behind. After all, he was an invincible war god. A 10-star war god could be called an invincible war god. Invincible war gods were quite terrifying. Moreover, this death war god could control death chi. He had an absolute advantage in battle and could suppress his opponent's strength by 30 to 40%. Yes, let's see what treasures there are. Don't waste this trip. Everyone didn't hesitate and moved forward, ascending the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven wasn't very long, but the further he went, the more pressure he felt. Voila! A figure appeared at the end of the road. It was a figure dressed in a warrior's attire. He swaggered in front of them. The great Tang Emperor exclaimed, "It's the divine sense left behind by the invincible war god. Everyone be careful." Although it looked as if it would dissipate at any moment, it was like a phantom formed from single thought. However, their strength wasn't something they could handle. A 9-star war god was already very strong, but compared to a 10-star war god, it was still a far cry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called an invincible war god. Only an invincible war god could deal with an invincible war god. Even the 9-star war gods didn't have the qualifications to do so. They would be suppressed the moment they made a move. I didn't expect that someone would come again after such a long time. If you want my treasure, it's very simple. As long as you can withstand one of my moves, you'll be qualified to enter the treasure vault to choose an item. If you can't, then sorry, you'll get nothing. The great Tang Emperor and the rest had come for the treasure of the invincible war god. However, when they heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. This was a little different from what they had imagined. Let me test out the opponent's strength first. The 100-bird war god was the first to step out and charge towards the phantom. Streaks of golden silk threads wrapped around the phantom like a meteor shower, trying to wrap around it tightly. These golden silk threads were blocked the moment they flew over. They couldn't go any further. The divine sense phantom struck out with its palm and turned into a ray of light. The 100-bird war god let out a groan and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the heaven stairway. The 9-cloud war god hurried over to help him up. 100-bird, how are you? The 100-bird war god got up as well. There were many wounds on his body. I'm fine. He showed mercy. I don't think he intended to kill us. He just wanted to defeat us. He's very strong. I'm not his match. The white bird war god thought that he was going to die after that strike. However, he survived. One could imagine how strong the opponent was. Then let me test out the strength of your phantom. The 9-cloud war god immediately released his treasure. A golden, flying dagger instantly appeared behind the opponent. It pierced through. The treasure indeed pierced through. However, the phantom didn't seem to care. With a flick of his finger, the flying dagger was sent flying back to him. The 9-cloud war god's expression changed. He was sent flying by the flying dagger. 2 consecutive strikes. 2 9-star war gods were defeated just like that. The great Tang Emperor realized that it wouldn't be so easy to get the treasure this time around. As expected of the last resort left behind by the invincible war god. We really thought too much. It seems like this thing isn't that easy to get. Even the 2 of them couldn't handle it. I'm afraid I won't be able to either. The great Tang Emperor laughed bitterly. As soon as he released his aura, a golden dragon flew out instantly. Mighty heavenly dragon. Dragon soars to the heavens. The moment this golden dragon appeared, it let out a series of roars, causing the entire void to collapse in an instant as it charged forward. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. He thought that the phantom wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the golden dragon. Even he could feel that this golden dragon was different. It was indeed very strong. With this roar, even the physical body was visibly shaken, let alone the phantom. A finger slowly stretched out from the void. It tapped on the body of the golden dragon. With a loud rumble, the entire dragon collapsed instantly, following which the finger moved forward and landed on the body of the Great Tang Emperor. A shield appeared. With a crack, the shield shattered and the Great Tang Emperor was sent flying. You have lost too. The people nowadays are getting weaker and weaker. Now, you're the only one left. After I get rid of you, I can send all of you out. That's because none of you are qualified to get the treasure that I left behind. The void returned to normal. The phantom stood at its original position as though it hadn't moved at all. It looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei also looked at the phantom. As you wish. I would also like to see how powerful the invincible war god is. If the phantom was the real body, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't think much of it. However, it was a different case if it was the divine consciousness. He threw a punch. The phantom also tapped with a finger. Boom! Chapter 4880. The Great Tang Emperor and the other two instantly felt the earth-shattering damage. The three of them hurriedly retreated. They propped up their defensive treasures one after another. In total, they propped up 6 treasures. If I had known that this phantom was so powerful, I would have brought the strongest defensive treasure over. I would have been able to pick a treasure then. What a pity, what a pity. We missed a great opportunity. If we had such a chance again, we would definitely have brought along a powerful defensive treasure. Now that it's gone, it's all up to Taoist Lin. They weren't too optimistic about it. After all, this was a divine will left behind by the invincible god of war. Even if it was the weakest divine will, it was still the most invincible existence among the 9 stars war gods. They were well aware of this. It was a pity that after spending so much effort, they didn't manage to get the treasure left behind by the invincible god of war. It probably wouldn't be so easy next time. They had more or less heard some rumors. The oceanic race had made some moves. However, they hadn't discovered them yet. The Black Sea was so huge. Trying to find traces of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. What's more, they had been very careful along the way, and any clues had been wiped clean. A huge torrent of energy came crashing down. The pressure caused their qi and blood to churn and blood to flow. Lin Fei, who was standing at the very front, suddenly stamped his foot, and a wave of power rose up, forming a barrier that instantly blocked the power. One after another, the power was completely intercepted. The divine was torn apart. One must know that Lin Fei had given it his all in that punch. The power of the infinite god body level 45 didn't stop. It was compressed into a point and instantly pierced through the phantom. This was also the method that Lin Fei used most often. He compressed his energy into a point. It was definitely terrifying and unbearable. Everything was as Lin Fei had imagined. The other party couldn't take it anymore. He looked at the mark on his shoulder. One could imagine how strong the divine will was. It was indeed unimaginably strong. It was no wonder that the Great Tang Emperor and the others couldn't take it. Even he was injured by a single finger. However, it did not pierce through his physical body. If his main body was here, he would not be able to withstand this attack. It seemed like his infinite godly body still needed to be improved. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're too fierce. You actually destroyed my divine sense. Ha ha ha, that's great. The divine sense has finally been destroyed. Looks like we have a chance to enter the treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, balls of light descended from the end of the stairway. Their hearts were filled with joy. It seemed like this was the treasure left behind by the invincible war god. It didn't seem like much, but it was definitely the best. When he arrived at the end of the heaven stairway, there was indeed some light left. The spirit didn't come out again. There were actually 7 treasures here. These 7 treasures all moved the hearts of the Great Tang Emperor and the others. When he saw it, he exclaimed in surprise. Invincible weapons, good heavens, there are a total of 7 invincible weapons. Even if it is the weakest level 1 invincible weapon, it can still be compared to any war god weapon. The Great Tang Emperor knew a lot and was moved when he saw it, but no one went to take the inorganic weapons. They all looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei could also feel that these weapons were different. They were genuine invincible weapons. Above the war god weapon were the invincible weapons, and each invincible weapon had terrifying power. There were a total of 7 invincible weapons, which surprised Lin Fei. He only wanted the power of faith, but unfortunately, he didn't get it. Instead, he got invincible weapons. Everyone has come a long way, so each of you can choose one. Although I only want the power of faith, there isn't that much here, so I can only exchange the rest for the power of faith. If you have it, you can also help me collect it. I don't mind exchanging all the invincible weapons in my hands. Lin Fei said casually. But to the Great Tang Emperor and the others, they were very grateful. It should be known that this was an invincible weapon. 4 9-stars war gods like them. If they got an invincible weapon, they would naturally be able to display 60 to 70% of its power. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Unless they encountered an invincible god of war, no one would be able to do anything to them. They didn't expect that Lin Fei would give each of them an invincible weapon. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, they wouldn't be qualified to get these invincible weapons. Not to mention the death war gods and death warriors that were blocking their way, and the shadow was even more powerful. Fellow Taoist Lin, thank you for letting us choose an invincible weapon each. The 3 of us will definitely help you gather enough faith power. We'll plunder all the places in the Jiangnan region for you. The 3 of them began to talk seriously. At this moment, Lin Fei became extremely powerful in their eyes. Lin Fei, of course, knew that his punch just now gave them a lot of pressure. Then I'll have to trouble you guys. The 3 of them immediately chose an invincible weapon, the one that was suitable for them. As for the rest, Lin Fei put them away. However, he didn't leave. He wanted everyone to refine the invincible weapon first. After all, it was the Black Sea outside. Who knew what they would encounter? After hearing what Lin Fei said, they felt that it was a good idea to refine the invincible weapon first. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the remaining 4 invincible weapons. He felt that although the invincible weapons were powerful, they weren't as powerful as his physical body. However, he still refined one of the invincible weapons. It was a long staff, but it was quite heavy. Even with Lin Fei's physical body, he felt that it was extremely heavy. An ordinary 9-star war god might not even be able to hold it firmly, let alone unleash it. This was quite compatible with Lin Fei's strength. So this staff is called the Heaven Destroyer Staff. Its name is quite domineering. Just based on its weight and the fact that it can change its size, it's almost the same as the Golden Cudgel. Lin Fei refined it the fastest. After waving it for a while, he could feel the power of the Heaven Destroyer Staff. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse. It was too convenient and easy for Lin Fei to use. With such an invincible weapon in hand, it could be long or short, big or small. It was truly a handy weapon to wield. At the same time, it was a rank 3 invincible weapon. Rank 1 invincible weapons were the lowest. The strongest was rank 9. Chapter 4881. The time they took to refine the invincible weapon wasn't slow. It was fast too. However, compared to Lin Fei, there was a huge gap. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Fei, they were even more shocked. Of course, they were even more polite. He was definitely a ruthless person. They had never seen such a ruthless person before. If it wasn't for Taoist Lin, they wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the invincible weapon. They also knew that they had met a super big shot. At the very least, he had unlimited potential. Who knew when he would break through to the invincible war god realm before them? Since there's nothing else here, let's go. Lin Fei thought that there would be some good stuff here. However, he was quite disappointed. There wasn't even the power of faith. However, it made sense. The power of faith was pretty useless. Even the invincible war gods might not be interested in it. They weren't like Lin Fei, who had a special liking for the power of faith. However, it didn't matter. At least the Emperor of Tang, the war god of 100 birds, and the war god of 9 clouds owed him a favor. With their strength, they would definitely get it for him. Finally, he had some connections in the Jiangnan area. This was a good piece of news. I know of a place that has the power of faith. After we leave the Black Sea, I will bring Taoist Lin there. I guarantee that he will hand over the power of faith. The war god of 9 clouds said a piece of good news. No matter what, he had to let Taoist Lin obtain the power of faith. With this invincible weapon, his strength would naturally increase greatly. He would be able to crush anyone in the same realm. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would be severely injured. This was the power of the invincible weapon. His strength had been greatly boosted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone went back the way they came. They came out of the island. Instantly, the sky darkened. Lightning bolts struck down. These lightning bolts were extremely powerful. Each of them had the strength of a 9 stars war god. This meant that someone had set up a super formation here. Damn it, someone actually set up a formation here. Watch how I destroy them. The war god of 100 birds had a bad temper. He waved the fan in his hand at the void. There was a loud rumbling sound. This was an invincible weapon. He directly displayed it without any hesitation at all. The huge formation instantly made a loud, crashing sound. In the void, the expression of the young master, who was prepared to see them in a sorry state, changed instantly as he stared at the fan. Not good. Damn it. They actually obtained an invincible weapon. The power of this fan was simply too strong. Even this formation was shaken. If it wasn't an invincible weapon, what was it? Originally, they were already quite strong. Now that they had this invincible weapon, their strength naturally increased by quite a bit. That one move was enough to make them feel pressured. Young master, if this continues, I'm afraid the situation will be quite bad. Our formation might not be able to hold on much longer. For such a super formation to encounter the war god of 9 stars, who possessed an invincible weapon, there would naturally be a problem. The young man snorted coldly. All of you, kill your way in. At most, they will get an invincible weapon. The young man had brought a lot of experts. Just the 9-star war immortals alone had brought 3 of them, and they had also set up this super formation. This was to catch them off guard. They had never expected that there would be an invincible weapon in the treasure land of the war god of Invincible. Moreover, it was refined by the opponent. If they had known earlier, they would have directly killed their way in. After all, the weapons left behind by the war god of Invincible were very powerful. At the beginning, they did not expect the existence of an invincible weapon here. Now, they actually made a wrong move. Even this ferocious formation was shaken. It should be the people of the Sea Clan. In this Black Sea, only the people of the Sea Clan can detect our whereabouts. I wonder which young master it is. The great Tang Emperor said coldly. He reacted faster than the others and realized that there was definitely an expert of the Sea Clan here. This formation was indeed very powerful. Even the war god of 100 birds, who had used an invincible weapon, was unable to break this formation in a short period of time. Tang Emperor, 100 birds, war god of 9 clouds, welcome to the Sea Clan. You dare to search for treasures right under my nose? You are looking down on me. A voice floated in from outside. It was filled with sharpness and anger. So, what's the young master of the Sea Clan? Since you know who we are, do you think that this formation could trap us? I advise you to open this formation and mind your own business. The Tang Emperor said coldly. If you wait for us to come out of this formation, you might not have a good ending. Although the Sea Clan is powerful, we are not that easy to bully. Although the people of the Sea Clan were here, the Tang Emperor and the others did not have anything to worry about. If it was in the past, they would indeed be afraid of the Sea Clan. However, it was different with an invincible weapon. Their strength had been greatly improved. Unless the war god of Invincible came, it would be impossible to capture them. This was where their confidence came from. So. More than 10 figures charged indirectly. The leader was a war god of 9 stars, and the rest were war gods of 8 stars. It was a very impressive lineup. The experts of the Sea Clan used the power of water at the beginning, and their strength was also improved. Tang Emperor, how dare you say such words to our young master? I wonder how much strength you have left after entering this secret territory. These 9-star war gods who had come up had their eyes on them. As for Lin Fei, he was also targeted by a group of war gods of 8 stars. After all, Lin Fei's cultivation level had always been very low. Therefore, they felt that Lin Fei was easy to deal with. The Tang Emperor and the others saw this and shook their heads. It seems that people with low cultivation levels are easy to bully. A group of war gods of 8 stars besieged me. Lin Fei laughed. His physical body rumbled, and with a loud sound, the void collapsed. It directly sucked the war gods of 8 stars into it. The collapse of the void was very powerful. It was also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. The pupils of the 3 war gods of 9 stars shrank. The most inconspicuous guy was actually so strong. He killed so many war gods of 8 stars with one move. Even it might not have the ability to do so. Oh no, there's a great expert here. In just a brief moment, they felt what danger was. Chapter 4882. The most inconspicuous young man among them was actually a great expert. He killed all the 8 stars war gods directly. On the spot, the remaining 3 9-star war gods felt their hearts skip a beat, and they immediately retreated. This was the only way to avoid danger. We can't let them go. We have to keep them here. Otherwise, if the news gets out, everyone will be in trouble. The Tang Emperor's reaction was the fastest. He immediately chased after them. He wouldn't let the 3 war gods leave this place. It was the same for the Avian war god and the 9-cloud war god. Lin Fei activated the void collapse at this moment. This move stopped the 3 9-stars war gods on the spot. They were already prepared, but they still couldn't withstand the ferocious, crushing force. The Tang Emperor and the others immediately chased after them. Once again, they were stopped. Meanwhile, the young man in the void outside had an even uglier expression on his face. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. Gather the great experts of the Sea Clan immediately. There's an invincible weapon here. We have to take it down no matter what. We can't let them leave. I suspect that they have more than one invincible weapon with them. The young man was prepared to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. An invincible weapon. By then, he would be almost invincible among those in the same realm. Even if he was facing an expert who was a small realm higher than him, he would be able to fight them. However, he didn't expect that there would be a great expert here. His attack was so powerful. He realized that he was in trouble. It was probably impossible to take down this invincible weapon. Therefore, he could only find someone else. The young man turned into a stream of light and flew out immediately. With the formation blocking them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him for a while. Oh no, the guy outside seems to be leaving. He is definitely going to call for help. The 9-cloud war god had a treasure that immediately sensed the movement outside. Someone was going to leave. He didn't have to guess to know that it was the young man who spoke just now. If he left, there would definitely be big trouble. Leave the guy outside to me, Lin Fei replied immediately. Then he flashed and left the formation just like that. The great Tang Emperor and the others looked at each other. This Taoist Lin gave them a different sense of mystery. They could also feel the power of this formation. It was very powerful. It was a famous array formation in the sea race. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to leave so easily? In other words, he was very powerful in the Tao of space. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave. They were also glad that they didn't have any ideas at all. Otherwise, they really didn't know what kind of trouble they would have gotten into. If such a person wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that these people must have gone to find helpers after they left. The sea race wasn't that kind-hearted. He was afraid that they were going to find experts to take back this invincible weapon. With an invincible weapon, he was practically invincible in the same realm. That was how powerful he was. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei sensed a stream of light flying into the distance. As soon as the void collapsed, the subordinates who were originally outside were directly turned into ashes. Not a single one was left. With 2 great teleportations, they caught up to him. It could be said that he only used 2 great teleportations to appear in front of them. Your speed is quite fast. Come down and have a chat. Lin Fei smashed over with a punch. This punch was like a meteor shower directly smashing into the stream of light. Even if the stream of light had a certain level of defense. Gotcha? The stream of light broke? A figure directly fell into the bottom of the sea. My flying treasure was broken just like that. Hai Wuxin directly fell into the depths of the sea. Such a punch made Hai Wuxin experience a different feeling. This person was really strong. What he couldn't accept the most was how the other party could come out of the array. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Did I tell you? Let's have a good chat. Why didn't you listen? Why are you in such a hurry? A figure followed closely. Hai Wuxin waved his hand and directly mobilized the power of the sea. A huge torrent of water surged over. Then it followed him and escaped again. This time, its speed was even faster than before. It was as if its entire body was about to merge into the water. Just as he was about to move, a silhouette dashed out. Kacha kacha! Cracks appeared on Hai Wuxin's body, and he had no ability to struggle at all. Lin Fei stood quietly in front of him, just like that. Just now, he directly used spiritual projection. This move was quite useful. It could be said to be a top-notch blow to those with weak physical bodies. No one would be able to withstand it. This was even when Lin Fei held back his strength. Otherwise, this guy would definitely die. I'm asking you now, are you still leaving or not? Hai Wuxin was completely terrified. A fragment fell from his chest. That was a top-notch defensive treasure. He actually couldn't withstand it. Just now, he felt that he was going to die, for sure. He was gasping for air. He panted heavily and kept shaking his head. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. I'm the young master of the Ocean Clan, Hai Wuxin. What do you want? Just say it. No matter how stupid Hai Wuxin was, he knew that this person in front of him was really strong. He was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. His top-notch defense couldn't even withstand a single attack. His physical body was almost destroyed. His entire body was covered with cracks. He knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had a use for him, he would have definitely been turned into pieces. This was a top-notch blow. No wonder those 9 Stars war gods realized that they couldn't defeat this guy. They were even able to come out of this formation. He stretched out his hand and pulled Hai Wuxin over to his side. Then, he returned to the original island. At this moment, the formation outside the island was rumbling loudly. Then, the entire formation was broken. Just now, Lin Fei had already used his methods. Therefore, when he returned, he was able to break the formation. The 3 9 Stars war gods inside had already been killed. With invincible weapons, they went all out and killed the 9 Stars war god. Their strength had greatly increased. The moment they came out, they saw Lin Fei return. He even brought the young master out. The Great Tang Emperor recognized the young man at a glance. Hai Wuxin, you are quite daring. You actually set up a formation to kill us. I wonder how the Ocean Clan will explain this. When they saw Hai Wuxin, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were so close to being in big trouble. Chapter 4883. Hai Wuxin knew that he had completely failed this time. He didn't think that this young man would be so strong, being able to catch up from so far away. He had only just begun his attack when he was caught. It wasn't going to be easy to survive now. He didn't know how this fellow would take care of him. It was a good thing that he was a member of the sea race. If he really made a move on him, he would have to think about the consequences. This was the only thing that he had some confidence in. I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. You guys can just leave the Black Sea and turn a blind eye to it. I can swear that I won't spread the news of what happened today, and no one else will know about it. This was the only thing that Hai Wuxin could think of. Young Master Hai, that's not what you said earlier. You said that you wanted to catch all of us in one fell swoop. I don't know if I heard wrong or not. The Great Tang Emperor coldly said. It was a bit difficult to take care of this fellow. Killing him would be offending the entire sea race, but letting him go would be even more troublesome. After all, they would know that they had obtained an invincible weapon. This was not a good thing. An invincible weapon was enough to attract everyone's attention. Not to mention that the 3 of them had an everlasting weapon, not to mention Lin Mu. He also had quite a few invincible weapons on him. When the time came, the commotion would be huge. Those 9-star experts that didn't have an invincible weapon would all move. Even some old monsters would be the same. Don't look at how few old monsters appeared. They were all in closed-door cultivation, hoping to break through to the invincible war god realm. That was the realm of a 10-star war god. Therefore, they wouldn't care about what happened outside. To them, this was a small matter. Breaking through to the next realm was what they wanted to see the most. How about we take care of this fellow? Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. The 100-bird war god regretted taking out the invincible weapon. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used another weapon. Then he wouldn't have been noticed. Now they were thinking about how many people knew about this invincible weapon. Did the others know? Although fellow Taoist Lin had killed all of them, who knew if the news would leak out? Hai Wuxin's complexion changed slightly. He was indeed quite frightened. If it was really destroyed, then he would be dead for sure. I really didn't spread any news, even those subordinates. They were killed before they could spread the news. I'm the only one who knows the news. Hai Wuxin quickly said. If he didn't say anything, he would be killed in one hit. Then, there would be no hope left. It's not appropriate to kill him. I heard that the young masters of the sea race have a special power in their bodies. Once they're killed, this power will be activated. At that time, it will be very difficult for us to leave this place. Once that person makes a move, it will be very terrifying. He couldn't kill them, but he also could not kill them. It was indeed quite a headache. Lin Fei smiled. This is my first time here. Why don't you leave first, and I'll take this guy for a stroll around the sea race. I'll take a look to see if there's anything I want. Lin Fei's words? The Great Tang Emperor and the others were slightly stunned. This was the sea race. It wasn't like they were anywhere else, so they were quite worried. Are you still not assured with my strength? I could take a stroll around the sea race. Perhaps I'll have a harvest? I'll leave the matters outside to you three. Since Lin Fei had said this, the Great Tang Emperor and the others thought that it was fine. No one was clearer than them on how powerful Lin Mu was. Even if this Hai Wuxin had any ideas, it would be useless in front of fellow Taoist Lin. Then we'll be leaving first? Fellow Taoist can come to our place after you come out. When we return, I'll definitely help you collect those things. I won't disappoint you. The three of them quickly spoke. After all, they owed each other a large favor, so they had to find the power of faith when they returned. After Lin Fei nodded, the three of them left. It was time to use a long-range treasure. A treasure like that? They were usually reluctant to use it, but this was the Black Sea, so they had no choice but to treat it seriously. When they left, Lin Fei smiled at Hai Wuxin. I'm not interested in your background, nor am I interested in destroying you. But if you can make me happy, then anything can be discussed. A seed of power was condensed. It directly entered Hai Wuxin's body and quickly took root, turning into a terrifying power. Hai Wuxin instantly knew that if this seed of power exploded, then his body would be torn to pieces. If that happened, his body would definitely be torn to pieces. No treasure would be able to withstand it. I think you should know how powerful my method was, right? You couldn't withstand it? Because your body was too weak? But as long as I'm happy, when I leave, I'll naturally take this seed of power with me. What do you think? You've already planted this seed of power in me. What else can I say? Of course, Hai Wuxin wouldn't say this out loud. Senior, what do you want me to do? Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. Hai Wuxin would still say such words. He knew that if he didn't behave himself, he would definitely be in big trouble. Those 9 stars war gods actually listened to this young man. This made him even more aware that this person was definitely a great expert. He might even be an old monster. After all, old monsters had many treasures that could make them younger. This wasn't something rare. Of course, it was just rare. I want to know if the Marine clan has the power of faith. Don't tell me that you don't. I don't believe you. The Marine clan doesn't interfere with the matters of Jiangnan, but that doesn't mean that you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Am I right? Lin Fei was very direct. This guy would either say it or not say it. If he didn't say it, then it would be simple. He would just send him on his way. Lin Fei didn't care how strong that expert was. If he really came, he would definitely think that he could catch him. In this Jiangnan area, there probably weren't many experts that could catch him. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. You want the power of faith? This is a very useless thing. I'm not sure if it exists. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. You just have to confirm whether it exists or not. If it doesn't, then I'll send you on your way. Wait. I remember. There seems to be the power of faith. I can take you to find it. Chapter 4884. As for where the power of faith could be found, Lin Fei felt that a place like the Sea Clan would definitely have it. As for how much there was, Lin Fei didn't know. Anyway, it wouldn't be a small amount. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. Moreover, he had captured Hai Wuxin this time. This guy was planted with a seed of power. As long as he didn't want to die, he would be obedient. Even if he played any tricks, Lin Fei could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Of course, Hai Wuxin was aware of this. Therefore, he was very obedient. He couldn't wait for this guy to get the land of faith and leave. If it was something else, he might not be able to get it. However, if it was the power of faith, he was confident that he could get it. After all, this thing wasn't the most expensive. It was just of little value. Although Lin Fei didn't know why this guy wanted the power of faith, it didn't matter. As long as the other party took the power of faith and left, it was that simple. Senior, if you want the power of faith, I think there's a place that should have it. That's the treasury of our Sea Clan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This wasn't a good thing. The power of faith was in the treasury. Did he want to break into the treasury? Although Lin Fei's strength had improved rapidly, it wasn't that easy to break into the treasury. He was afraid that he would be besieged by powerhouses before he could enter. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in the Sea Clan. If he was besieged by them, although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be a headache. He didn't want to be chased by the entire Sea Clan. If that happened, everyone would know that he was coveting the power of faith. Otherwise, why would he break into the treasury alone? As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to tell. From what you've said, I can only go to the treasury if I want to obtain the power of faith. However, isn't your idea a bit too whimsical? If I go to the treasury, I might be killed by the experts of your oceanic race. Hai Wuxin's expression changed slightly. Senior has misunderstood. Although our sea race's treasury is heavily guarded, there's a chance to enter it this time. Hai Wuxin didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly said. As soon as he said that, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a competition within the sea race. Whoever won would be able to choose something from the sea race's treasury. Hai Wuxin was one of those who was qualified to participate. This was a pretty good method for Lin Fei. It's obviously your internal affairs. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get involved. Hai Wuxin shook his head and said, This time, it's a little different from before. This time, we don't need to go on stage. Instead, we'll rely on the strength of the people behind us to take action. With senior strength, it won't be a problem to sweep them away. I'll tell them that you're the external help that I've invited. It sounded a little interesting. It sounded quite interesting. Then tell me in detail. I'll see if it works. However, are you sure that there's the power of faith in the treasury? Don't make me come here for nothing. Otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand the explosion of the power seed. You'll be turned into ashes. How could I dare to lie to Senior? I wouldn't dare, even if I had 100 guts. I'll tell Senior what's going on this time, so that Senior can understand. I, Hai Wuxin, sincerely want to help Senior obtain the power of faith. Unfortunately, I'm too lowly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain the power of faith. After listening for a while, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. There really was such an opportunity. At the very least, there was a high possibility that there was a land of faith in the Sea Pearl Treasury. After all, the sea race had never participated in the affairs of Jiangnan. Who knew if they had collected the power of faith? Even if it wasn't much, even if it wasn't a lot, it was definitely not a small amount. This was definitely an opportunity for Lin Fei to take a gamble. With the power of faith, wouldn't he have an unlimited divine body? There was hope for him to break through to the 50th layer or even higher. As for when the Tang Emperor would get the power of faith, Lin Fei could not guarantee it. If they wanted to obtain the power of faith, they would have to use some tricks. Now that the sea race was here, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity to leave like this. He might as well go and take a look. Seeing that you've said so much, it would be a pity if you don't go. Let's go and have a look. No matter what happens to your brothers and sisters, I'll go and have a look. As long as I can enter the treasury, that's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei brought Hai Wuxin away from the island. At the same time, Lin Fei turned around and instantly sank the island. It sank directly to the bottom of the sea, so naturally no one would notice it. After all, there were so many islands around. It was normal for one island to be missing. The sea race's territory was very large, but with Hai Wuxin leading the way, naturally, it would save them a lot of trouble. Along the way, there were no huge sea beasts. There was no movement at all. It was completely unimpeded. Only the sea rays could achieve such a feat. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the deep sea. One could imagine how powerful the sea race was. Amidst the lightning, Lin Fei saw a city. Senior, that is the only big city of our sea race, Sea God City, is hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and there are many cities of various sizes built inside. There are even more experts here. Experts from a human race would come to our Sea God City from time to time to trade. Therefore, when Senior appeared in our Sea God City, no one would think much of it. They would treat it as an ordinary matter. Not long after, in a harsh environment, they saw a huge city. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and they couldn't see the border. The two of them entered Sea God City one after the other. Inside, just as Hai Wuxin had said, there were indeed many people of the human race moving around. Apart from them, there were also various experts of the sea race. They were doing a lot of business in Sea God City. As for the super experts, Lin Fei also felt countless auras. These auras were not obvious, and he didn't need to guess to know that they should be in seclusion. Senior, this is my mansion. Please come in. In the central area of Sea God City, Hai Wuxin brought Lin Fei into a mansion. As soon as he came in, the people inside all greeted him. Hai Wuxin didn't care at all and directly stopped in his study. This is the invitation this time. Only this invitation is qualified to participate. There are many brothers and sisters in our sea race. I'm afraid there will be at least 40 to 50 brothers and sisters participating this time. Therefore, everyone will invite some external help, so there won't be any doubts. Chapter 4885. Of course, Lin Fei knew that Hai Wuxin didn't have the guts to lie to him. In that case, this matter was definitely true. His brothers and sisters would probably look for these experts. The higher-ups probably wanted to see how capable his brothers and sisters were. No matter what, it was a good opportunity for Lin Fei. As long as he could get the power of faith, he might really be able to break through to the 50th level of the infinite God body. The possibility of this was still very high. How would he know if he didn't try? Just like that. Now that Lin Fei had settled down in the mansion, Hai Wuxin continued to collect information. He couldn't wait to settle this matter as soon as possible. After all, there was such a seed of power in his body. Who knew when it would explode? If that happened, he would really be dead. Thinking about it, he couldn't sit still. This was quite normal. In the blink of an eye, a lot of time passed. This matter was also spreading like wildfire. Many of his brothers and sisters looked for powerful experts to help. Hai Wuxin also brought a lot of information over. However, Lin Fei didn't really look at it. To him, it didn't matter which expert he invited. Could there be someone whose body was stronger than his? No, absolutely not. Senior, my big brother is holding a small banquet today. He's here to show how strong he is. I wonder if Senior is interested. Hai Wuxin came over to invite him. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in such a banquet. He was just waiting for the final time to come. My big brother has collected a lot of good things. Maybe there's power of faith. I think Senior can go take a look. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be interested. However, if it was the power of faith, he was more or less interested. Are you sure your big brother has the power of faith? Don't make a wasted trip. Hai Wuxin nodded seriously. It's possible. After all, my big brother is the favorite of my father. He has a lot more than us. We don't have the power of faith, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Therefore, it's very likely that he does. This was not bad news for Lin Fei. Then let's go and take a look. Anyway, we've been here for so long, and we haven't gone out yet. Lin Fei was different from the others. He had a clear goal this time, which was the power of faith. That was all. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin left the mansion. She rushed towards Hai Wuxin's eldest brother. Hai Wuxin's big brother is called Hai Feng. It was a rather ordinary name, but it was given by that person herself. The implication was that it meant a bountiful harvest. It could be imagined that he still had high expectations for his eldest son. And this Hai Feng didn't disappoint. Ever since he was young, he amazed the world. It could be said that out of all the siblings, this Hai Feng was definitely the one that his father doted on the most. Even Hai Wuxin and the others couldn't compare. Therefore, if his big brother has the power of faith, then it's very likely that he has the power of faith. When they arrived in front of his big brother's mansion, quite a few people had arrived. Apart from them, there were even a few important people from Ocean God City who came. Looks like your big brother's influence isn't low. So many experts have come. Just the 8-star war gods alone are here. This kind of realm is actually very high. Most war gods are at a very low realm. An advanced level war god like this isn't something that just anyone can invite. It could be imagined that this Hai Feng has a lot of influence. Lin Fei was full of expectations for this. If there was the power of faith, then it couldn't be better. When Hai Wuxin came in, quite a few people came over to greet him. They were all his siblings. Lin Fei stood beside him and didn't say anything. Being quiet, he was naturally treated as a follower. This was exactly the feeling that Lin Fei wanted. Just now, Lin Fei had already glanced around. There were quite a few experts here. Even 3 of the 9-star war gods had come. They weren't very strong. They were still 9-star war gods. Coming here was already giving them enough face. Lin Fei also heard them discussing. The most discussed topic was that their big brother still had points. It seemed like he had roped in quite a few experts. This time, he might be able to take first place forever. He heard that this time his father organized this small event on a whim. He even took out quite a few rewards for everyone. It all depended on who had the ability. The more Lin Fei listened, the less interested he became. Fortunately, Hai Wuxin also knew the purpose of this visit. He didn't say too much to his siblings. He casually found a place to sit down and sat down quietly. Everyone didn't pay much attention. After all, these siblings might speak in a friendly manner. In their hearts, they wished that the other party would die a violent death. That way, there would be one less competitor. Scheming against each other would be the norm. Not long after, a figure walked in. He had a strong aura. All of a sudden, the entire hall became quiet. Lin Fei also looked over. He knew who this person was. It was that Hai Feng. Young master was indeed quite capable. With one look, he was also quite strong. He had actually reached the 8-star war god realm. This realm wasn't low. Moreover, in his body, Lin Fei also discovered a very dangerous aura. In other words, there was a sealed power in his body. It seemed like that person had also placed a power to protect him. Whoever wanted to deal with young master would probably be obliterated by this power before they could even kill him. Only someone like Lin Fei could sense such a power. As for the others, they could only stand aside. It was impossible for them to sense it at all. This caused Lin Fei's eyes to narrow. He felt that this trip wouldn't be in vain. This guy definitely had a lot of faith power on hand. Even Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters would have some faith power to some extent. The marine race was different. It was rare for humans to come here, especially those experts. In this case, something as useless as faith power was dispensable. It was highly likely that they would keep it in their hands and not value it. Everyone's here so early. Hai Feng smiled at everyone. However, his face was still filled with arrogance. Big brother has already invited us. Why can't we come? I put down everything to come. I haven't been to Big Brother's residence for a long time. It seems like Big Brother has obtained a lot of good stuff. He's ready to show off his skills today. These were all to please this Big Brother. Everyone knew that if there were no accidents, this Big Brother would most likely become the future ruler of the marine race. Chapter 4886. This Hai Feng was quite powerful. As soon as he arrived, many people came up to greet him warmly. One could imagine that he was quite powerful among these brothers. No wonder he held such a small banquet. It's rare for everyone to come here today. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat and drink well. There will be a small activity later. I believe everyone will enjoy it. Eat. Of course, no one would have any thoughts about it. However, the small activity later would be different. They clearly understood what Xiao Xiao was trying to say. After all, this big brother was very different. Whoever treated his big brother as an ordinary person would definitely be in big trouble. It seems that my big brother must have found some powerful external experts and is preparing to show off his skills. In this way, he can suppress everyone. When that time comes, no one will dare to fight against him. Hai Wuxin said in a low voice. He had a good understanding of his big brother. Just now, he saw the two black-robed men beside his big brother. These two black-robed men were very conspicuous in their black robes. It was hard not to notice them. Lin Fei also laughed. Your big brother is really powerful. Compared to him, you guys are really far behind. Only these two black-robed men are quite powerful. Most importantly, they are not humans but puppets. Hai Wuxin was slightly stunned. His pupils shrank. He knew what puppets they were. My big brother actually got these puppets. It seems that he has obtained support from someone again. Of course, Lin Fei could tell that they were puppets. These puppets were different from other puppets. They were refined by a living expert. It could be said that they were not much different from humans. However, they were puppets. They were immortal, impervious to swords and spears. They had strong defense and strong attack power. They were very powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, even if 8 to 10 8-star war gods attacked these two puppets, it would be useless. They couldn't stop them at all. These two puppets were so powerful. This made Lin Fei even more excited. He guessed that the activity later would be related to these two puppets. It seems that everyone is destined to be disappointed this time. Hai Wuxin wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had come on this trip to bring his senior along. As long as Senior can obtain the power of faith, there won't be a problem. As for the rest, he really didn't care much about it. He didn't really care about it. No one ate much. Big brother, I heard that you have a small activity later. I wonder what kind of activity it is. Let us broaden our horizons. A tall man spoke up. He was one of the siblings. So, it's Helen. It seems like you're quite interested in this. Since everyone wants to know, I'll talk to everyone. Hai Feng laughed. Everyone stopped and wanted to hear what this big brother had to say. I've just found 2 helpers from outside. I want everyone to help me test their strength. If anyone can defeat them, I'll give everyone a strand of the sea god's bloodline for free. I wonder if everyone is interested. As soon as the words sea god's bloodline came out, everyone's expressions clearly changed. Even Hai Wuxin spoke in a low voice. Senior, this sea god's bloodline is unique to our sea race. I heard that the higher the refinement, the higher the compatibility with the sea. In the end, the more powerful the power of the sea, the stronger it will be. In the end, I heard that it can reach the level of immortality. As long as it's in the sea, no one can kill it. With such an item, it was no wonder that everyone was so energetic. Big brother, you're not lying to us. It really has the sea god's bloodline. You're really generous. I heard that the sea god's bloodline is getting harder and harder to find. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so awesome. You can even get it. It just so happens that I've also brought my subordinates today. I can give it a try. Big Brother, don't be offended. A ball of blood appeared on Hai Feng's hand. This ball of blood was golden and full of a noble aura. As soon as he took it out, everyone's expression changed again. This was the genuine sea god's bloodline. They didn't expect it to be so big. If they refined it, it would greatly improve their strength. I never lie. If there's something good, I definitely have to share it with everyone. Hai Feng smiled. If everyone is not interested in these things, of course, you can also tell me some things that you're interested in. As long as it's not too precious, I'll be happy to take it out to satisfy everyone. Taking this out would be very attractive to everyone. Big brother, then I'll go first. Immediately, someone jumped out. This won't do, we have to change places. Everyone followed their big brother to the training field at the back. This was a very large training field. As the formation was activated, a light barrier was formed. The 2 puppets instantly rushed in. One of them stood at the side. The other one just stood there quietly. I got these 2 puppets. No matter which one it is, as long as you can defeat them or withstand 10 moves from them, it will naturally be your win. When everyone heard the word puppet, they were a little surprised. After all, puppets were still very destructive. However, they still believed that they could defeat these puppets and obtain the sea god's bloodline. This way, it would be of great help to increase their strength. Big Brother had made a lot of contributions this time. Without saying a word, one of them came up. Naturally, it was these experts that came up. The realm of war gods. It would be embarrassing to come here today without a war god by their side. The one who just came up was a 5-star war god. He was quite strong, and his first move was a thunderous strike. However, this puppet warrior turned into a black fog and instantly defeated him. There was no trace of it at all. In an instant, everyone felt that these puppets were different. They could actually use such a method. After this 5-star war god was defeated, another war god immediately came in. However, each time, they couldn't block a single attack from these puppet warriors. They either released the black fog or instantly used a strange divine ability. It was truly extraordinary. This made everyone's expression even more unsightly. It seemed that the sea god's bloodline wouldn't be so easy to obtain. If it was anything else, it would be fine. However, these puppets really weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. His brothers and